If you like the story, you can support the author on Patreon. Link is in the description. Additionally, if you would like to request novels and access my Google Drive where I have 200 plus audiobooks, then you can join my Patreon. Link is also provided in the description.
Chapter 51, Me, Myself, and Chaos. The blade of the assailant punched through the outer layer of Franklin's armor with unnatural ease, its chaos-infused edge hungering for the Primarch's flesh. It should have plunged deeper, should have tasted the blood of a demigod. But fate, it seemed, had other plans. In that crucial moment, Eldrad Ulthran's psychic might manifested as a shimmering barrier, halting the sword's advance mere millimeters from Franklin's skin. The Farser's intervention bought precious seconds, allowing Franklin to recover from his shock and parry the blade with a swift, fluid motion. The clash of metal on metal rang out across the daemon-infested battlefield of Osteria Extremis, a night world teetering on the brink of damnation. Reality itself shuddered, torn asunder by the violence of the warp storm that raged overhead. In this maelstrom of madness, two versions of the same man faced each other, a tableau of what is versus what could have been. The assailant, a dark mirror of Franklin, sneered. His armor, adorned with the 8-pointed star of chaos undivided, exuded malevolence. A mocking laugh escaped his lips, carrying the weight of countless atrocities. The Ildari, Chaos, Franklin said, his voice a distorted echo of Franklin's own. I knew you'd be here. Always meddling, always trying to defy fate. He gestured at the war-torn landscape. This planet stands as testament to your failures. You ensured the very destiny you sought to prevent. He smirked, eyes gleaming with malevolent glee. I fell to the gods, yes, but I must thank you for it. The power they granted me, gave me the strength to lay waste to every craft world. Your interference brought about the doom you feared. Eldrad remained silent, his ancient gaze betraying no emotion. He knew well the double-edged nature of defying fate, sometimes averting disaster, sometimes magnifying it. Yet, the souls saved, the craft worlds preserved, these were the reasons he continued to walk this precarious path. Against a being of pure chaos, however, he knew words would be useless. Franklin, meanwhile, was slowly emerging from his shock. The absurdity of facing a corrupted version of himself had momentarily overwhelmed even his legendary composure. He noted the differences between them. Where Franklin stood resplendent in his mech suit, its colors echoing the patriotic hues of old Terra's American flag, his counterpart wore blackened power armor, the 8-pointed star on his breastplate drinking in the light around it. Most striking was the lack of Franklin's iconic brown hair. Chaos Franklin was completely bald, as if corruption had stripped away this last piece of his humanity. Noticing Franklin's prolonged silence, Chaos Franklin sneered again. Even you find yourself in awe of such a handsome face. But make no mistake, brother. I am the original, you? You're nothing but a pale imitation, a cosmic joke. At this, Franklin's trademark grin slowly spread across his face. In a rapid-fire delivery that caught even his Chaos self off guard, he quipped, imitation says what? Chaos Franklin blinked, momentarily baffled by the childish taunt. What? He blurted out reflexively. Got him, Franklin declared triumphantly, his grin widening. For a moment, the titanic clash of destinies paused, the sheer audacity of Franklin's juvenile humor creating a surreal bubble of normalcy in the midst of cosmic horror. The Chaos Franklin's eyes narrowed. Jokes, even now? Some things never change, it seems. But make no mistake, brother, this is what becomes of us when we embrace our true potential. When we cast aside the shackles of the false emperor and see the galaxy for what it truly is. Franklin turned to Eldrad Ulthran, his face set with determination. I appreciate the assist, Space Elf, but I've got this from here, this dance is for me alone. Eldrad's eyes lingered on the powerful artifact, a flicker of something concern? Hope, passing across his ageless features. Without a word, the Farser inclined his head and retreated, leaving the two versions of Franklin to face each other on the chaotic battlefield. The air crackled with tension, heavy with the scent of ozone and the coppery tang of spilt blood. Reality itself seemed to warp around them, the warp storm overhead casting an otherworldly light on the scene. Two titans, mirror images twisted by fate and choice, stood poised for confrontation. Chaos Franklin cut an imposing figure, his corrupted power armor seeping with dark energies that seemed to devour the very light around him. The 8-pointed star on his chest pulsed with unholy power, and his eyes gleamed with the madness of the warp. He exuded an aura of raw, unrestrained might, a force of nature given form. In stark contrast, Franklin stood tall in his resplendent mech suit. The colors of an ancient Terran nation, vibrant even amidst the grime of battle, proclaimed his allegiance to ideals long thought lost to the grim darkness of the far future. The death sword at his hip thrummed with energy, its presence a counterpoint to the corruption facing him. Franklin's eyes swept over his counterpart's armor, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. "I have to say, I'm a bit disappointed in your fashion choices," he quipped, gesturing at the chaos-warped power armor. "Don't tell me the cluster didn't have any better SDCs than the Mechanicum's hand-me-downs? Last I checked, we were always ahead of the curve." The corrupted Franklin's face twisted in a snarl. The cluster? That haven of weakness and indecision? It burned in the fires of civil war, a fitting pyre for the falsehoods of unity and cooperation. Franklin's eyebrows shot up, genuine surprise coloring his features. "Wait, seriously? You didn't manage to unify the cluster?" He shook his head, a mix of disbelief and pity in his eyes. "Man, talk about dropping the ball. So, what, no friends to watch your back? No brothers in arms to share a drink with after kicking some zenos' ass? Friends?" Chaos Franklin spat the word like a curse. "A Primarch has no need for such trivialities. We are demigods of war, engineered for conquest. In embracing the truth of chaos, I found true freedom." As his corrupted counterpart spoke, Franklin's mind raced. The implications of this revelation were staggering. If this version of himself had failed to unify the cluster, then he had never met Denzel, his right hand and best friend. Stephen Armstrong, his indomitable left hand, would be absent too. And John Ezra, the ever-vigilant head of his secret service. A chill ran down Franklin's spine as another thought struck him. Vladimir, his chief librarian, would likely have been gunned down by distrustful cluster folk without Franklin's unifying presence. The Technoseers, the Federal Bureau of Incantations, all of it gone, never realized. Everything good he had accomplished, every friendship forged and alliance struck, his counterpart had failed to achieve. The weight of this realization settled on Franklin's shoulders, not as a burden, but as an affirmation of his choices. His eyes fell on his doppelganger's bald pate, gleaming in the ethereal light of the warp storm. A mischievous glint entered Franklin's eye as he reached into a compartment of his mech suit and pulled out a comb. With exaggerated care, he ran it through his own silky smooth hair, never breaking eye contact with his increasingly annoyed counterpart. "So, this is what becomes of me if I fall," Franklin mused, tucking the comb away with a flourish. "I have to say, baldness doesn't suit us. Must be all that warp radiation, hey? Remind me to pack some sunscreen if I ever decide to take a dip in the Empyrean." Chaos Franklin's face contorted with rage, the corruption on his armor seeming to writhe in sympathy with his anger. "You mock what you don't understand, you fool. The power I wield, the truths I've seen, they would shatter your pitiful mind." Franklin held up his hands in a placating gesture, though the smirk never left his face. "Whoa there, Baldy McEvilpants. No need to pop a blood vessel. Though I guess with all that chaos juice flowing through you, that might actually be an improvement to your complexion." "Enough!" Chaos Franklin roared, his corrupted blade materializing in his hand in a flash of sickly warp fire. "I will show you the true meaning of power, the futility of your pathetic ideals of liberty and friendship." Franklin's hand fell to the death sword at his hip, his expression sobering even as a glint of humor remained in his eyes. "See, that's where you're wrong, bizarro me. Liberty, friendship, unity, they're not weaknesses. They're the source of true strength." He drew the death sword, its blade igniting with the divine fire of Cain. The weapon sang in his grip, a symphony of righteous fury that stood in stark opposition to the discordant screech of chaos energies surrounding his corrupted self. "You sacrificed everything that made us who we are," Franklin continued, settling into a fighting stance. "You threw away our ideals, our friendships, our very identity in pursuit of power. And what did it get you? A balding head and a bad attitude." Chaos Franklin stood, his corrupted blade held in a fighting stance, power radiating from every pore of his twisted form. The battlefield of Osteria Extremis warped around him, reality bending to his will, or so he believed. He glared at his counterpart, this, lesser version of himself, with contempt burning in his warp-touched eyes. "You fool," he snarled, his voice a symphony of hatred and disdain. "I have transcended mortality. I have become more than Franklin Valorian ever was, ever could be." As he spoke, the silhouettes of the ruinous powers flickered at the edges of reality, vague yet undeniably present. Their whispers filled his mind, a constant chorus of dark promises and insidious truths. The power of the gods flows through me, Chaos Franklin continued, feeling the raw energy of the warp coursing through his veins. Reality ebbs and flows at my whim. And you? He sneered at his uncorrupted self. You are weak. You have always been weak. But as his gaze fell upon the sword in his counterpart's hand, something changed. A flicker of recognition, then disbelief, then a surge of rage so potent it threatened to overwhelm even his chaos-addled mind. The fifth crone sword. It was impossible. It should be impossible. As if blessed by Tseanch himself, understanding flooded Chaos Franklin's consciousness. That sword, it was never meant to be there. It should have been locked away in Slaaneish's palace, a trophy of the Prince of Pleasure. And yet, there it was, clutched in the hands of this alternate self. The realization hit him like a titan's fist. No matter how a god is shattered, no matter how its essence is dispersed, a true deity always remains beyond the grasp of fate and destiny. And the shard within that sword, coupled with a Primarch's inherent ability to defy destiny. Chaos Franklin's eyes widened, hatred burning even hotter as the full implications became clear. This version of Franklin Valorian had escaped his ordained fate. He had somehow slipped the noose that should have dragged him into the embrace of chaos. His gaze swept across the battlefield of Austeria Extremis, this cursed night world where everything had gone so terribly wrong. In his timeline, this world had been the anvil upon which his fate was forged. Here, he had fallen, embracing the power of chaos in a desperate bid to save himself and his legion. But for this other Franklin, this world seemed to be just another battlefield, not the crucible of damnation it should have been. The fact that this counterpart had managed to unify the Independence cluster spoke volumes. Chaos Franklin remembered his own failure, the bitter taste of defeat as he watched worlds burn in civil war, unable to bring them together. It had been that failure that had left him vulnerable, that had opened the door for chaos to slither into his heart. But this version, this Franklin had succeeded where he had failed. And in that success, he had taken the first step off the path to damnation. The unification of the cluster had been the divergence point, the moment when their fates had split asunder. Yet it was the crone sword that truly sealed it. The moment this alternate Franklin had acquired that blade, he had escaped fate entirely. The shard of a shattered god, combined with a Primarch's innate ability to shape destiny, it was a combination potent enough to rewrite the very fabric of reality. Bitter hatred welled up in Chaos Franklin's chest, threatening to choke him with its intensity. This version of himself stood as a living testament to what he could have been, to the fate he could have avoided. Every ideal upheld, every friendship forged, every victory won by this uncorrupted Franklin was a mockery of his own fall. And at the center of it all, that damned sword. The key that had unlocked a future he could never have. The chaos gods whispered in his mind, urging him to destroy this aberration, to unmake this timeline and drag his other self into darkness. Chaos Franklin's grip tightened on his corrupted blade, the weapon screaming for the blood of its wielder's untainted reflection. He could feel the eyes of the ruinous powers upon him, waiting to see how he would handle this impossible situation. Would he prove himself worthy of the power they had bestowed upon him? Or would he falter in the face of this cruel reminder of his lost humanity? No, he growled, more to himself than to his counterpart. No, this cannot be. I am the true Franklin Valorian. I am the one who saw through the lies, who embraced true power. But even as the words left his lips, he could taste their hollowness. Before him stood living proof of his failures, of the chances he had squandered and the true strength he had cast aside in his hunger for power. This Franklin, with his friends and his ideals and his uncorrupted soul, was everything Chaos Franklin could have been. Should have been. The hatred in his heart burned hotter than ever, fueled by envy and regret and a soul-deep agony he could scarcely comprehend. He wanted nothing more than to strike this other self down, to prove once and for all that his path, the path of chaos, was the right one. The only one. The air crackled with palpable tension as Chaos Franklin's aura blazed with corruption, a maelstrom of dark energies that twisted and warped reality around him. The once pristine ground of Austeria Extremis began to decay, the earth itself groaning as it transformed into nightmarish versions of its former self. The proud liberty spires, symbols of hope and freedom, creaked and groaned under the oppressive weight of the warp's influence. Chaos Franklin, his corrupted form pulsing with unholy power, raised his tainted blade. The weapon seemed to drink in the light, leaving only shadows in its wake. He pointed it directly at his uncorrupted counterpart, his voice a thunder of hatred and disdain. "You dare to stand against me?" he roared, the very air shuddering at the sound. "I am the original. I am the true 11th Primarch. You. His lips curled in a sneer of pure contempt. You are nothing but a cheap fucking knockoff. The accusation hung in the air, a challenge that seemed to make the very fabric of reality hold its breath. For a moment, silence reigned on the corrupted battlefield. Then, unexpectedly, Franklin laughed. It wasn't a nervous chuckle or a forced guffaw. It was a genuine, hearty laugh that rang out across the twisted landscape. As he laughed, an aura of heat began to emanate from him, a stark contrast to the cold corruption of his chaos-tainted twin. Chaos Franklin's eyes widened in disbelief. From the crone sword at Franklin's hand, he could hear laughter. Not just any laughter, but the mirth of a god, ancient and powerful, joining in with Franklin's amusement. Before Chaos Franklin could process this, his uncorrupted self fired back, his voice filled with confidence and a hint of mischief. "Oh no, no, no," Franklin said, shaking his head with a smirk. "I'm not the knockoff. I'm the upgrade." As he spoke these words, Franklin's eyes blazed with golden fire, a light so pure and intense that Chaos Franklin had to shield his gaze. The silhouette of a powerful, martial figure shimmered in the air around Franklin, unmistakably the form of Akin, the Ildari god of war. And then, cutting through the cacophony of battle and the whispers of chaos, came a sound that made Chaos Franklin's corrupted heart skip a beat, the clear, piercing cry of an eagle. It echoed across the battlefield, a call of defiance against the encroaching darkness. Franklin's smirk widened as he saw the confusion on his corrupted self's face. "Can you hear it?" he asked, his voice tinged with both pity and amusement. "The eagle's cry?" "No." He shook his head, tsking softly. "Oh, right. You exchanged your inner warp god to become a shell of warp juice, didn't you?" Chaos Franklin's face contorted in a mix of rage and bewilderment. "What nonsense are you spewing? Inner warp god? The only gods are the ruinous powers, and they have blessed me with." "Blessed?" Franklin cut him off with a bark of laughter. "Is that what you call it? Let me guess, dear old dad never told you, did he?" His expression softened for a moment, a flicker of genuine sympathy crossing his features. "Can't say I'm surprised. The Emperor was never big on sharing information." Chaos Franklin's grip on his corrupted blade tightened, his knuckles white with tension. "Tell me," he growled, "what secret do you think you know?" Franklin's eyes gleamed with that golden fire as he spoke, his voice carrying the weight of a profound truth. "We Primarches, brother, we're not just gene-crafted superhumans. We're vessels. Each of us carries within us a warp entity. You could call it a god, though that term might be a bit grandiose." He tapped the side of his head. "In here, there's more than just our own consciousness. There's a spark of something greater, something that predates the Imperium, maybe even humanity itself. It's what gives us our unique abilities, our connection to the warp." Chaos Franklin's face was a mask of disbelief and growing horror. "You lie," he hissed, but there was a note of uncertainty in his voice. "Do I?" Franklin raised an eyebrow. "Think about it. How else could we each have such distinct, almost supernatural abilities? How could we command the loyalty of our legions with such ease? We're more than just soldiers or leaders. We're living conduits of warp energy, shaped and controlled by the Emperor's will." "You know," Franklin began, his voice carrying easily across the warped battlefield, "I feel like I should point something out to you. That fancy star you're sporting? That corruption you wear like a badge of honor?" He shook his head, letting out a short, humorless laugh. "It's not the upgrade you think it is. At best, it's a side grade." Chaos Franklin's face contorted in rage, but before he could retort, Franklin pressed on. "You see, the moment you gave up your inner warp god, the moment you let those ruinous powers hollow you out and fill you with their essence, you didn't ascend. You didn't become more than you were." Franklin's eyes blazed with that inner golden fire, the echo of the eagle's cry seeming to resound with his words. "You lost something fundamental. You lost the call of destiny." He gestured at Chaos Franklin's corrupted form. "But you? You traded that birthright for what you thought was power. You let the ruinous powers scoop out what made you unique and replace it with their own essence. You didn't evolve, brother. You devolved." Chaos Franklin roared in denial, dark energies swirling around him in a maelstrom of hatred and rage. "Lies. I have ascended beyond the limitations of my former self. I wield power you cannot even comprehend." Franklin stood his ground, unflinching in the face of his counterpart's fury. "Power? Sure, I'll give you that. You've got power in spades. But at what cost? You're not your own being anymore. You're a conduit, a puppet for entities that see you as nothing more than a tool. Franklin's voice took on a note of genuine sadness. You gave up the ability to shape your own destiny. You traded the potential to be a force of true change in the galaxy for the illusion of godhood. That's not an upgrade, brother. It's not even really a side grade. It's a downgrade masquerading as ascension. The air between them shimmered with tension, two diametrically opposed forces of nature poised on the brink of collision. Franklin, his form wreathed in the combined power of his innate Primarch abilities and Cain's divine energy, stood as a beacon of what could have been. Across from him, Chaos Franklin seethed with the dark gifts of the ruinous powers, a twisted reflection of potential corrupted. So here we stand, Franklin concluded, his voice carrying the weight of this profound truth. Two versions of the same being. One who embraced his true nature, and one who abandoned it for a false promise of power. The real question is. He fell into a fighting stance, the crone sword blazing with anticipation. Which one of us truly has the power to shape destiny? One shall stand. And one shall fall. Chaos Franklin, his corrupted blade dripping with malevolent energy, snarled in response. Enough talk. Let our blades settle this debate. As the two Franklins prepared to clash, the very fabric of reality seemed to hold its breath. This wasn't just a battle between two powerful beings, it was a contest between two fundamentally different philosophies of existence. The path of corruption versus the path of self-realization. The illusion of ascension versus true growth. With a cry that echoed across dimensions, Franklin and his chaotic counterpart lunged at each other. The crone sword met corrupted blade in a clash that sent shockwaves rippling across the battlefield. In that moment, as divine fire met chaotic energy, the true nature of power and the real meaning of destiny was about to be put to the ultimate test. Chapter 52, The Gambit. The battlefield trembled as two colossal figures engaged in a dance of death. Franklin Valorian, the Liberator, stood tall and proud, wielding the fifth crone sword with practiced ease. Opposite him, a twisted mirror image snarled with rage, Chaos Franklin, corrupted by the dark powers of the warp. As their blades met for the first time, a shockwave rippled across the war-torn landscape. Lightning crackled in the sky, illuminating the combatants in harsh flashes. It was as if reality itself strained under the weight of their conflict, a true god of war facing off against a daemon prince of unimaginable power. Franklin's movements were a blur, his attacks flowing with a grace that belied his massive frame. Each strike of the crone sword sang with barely contained energy, leaving trails of ethereal light in its wake. In contrast, Chaos Franklin's corrupted blade pulsed with malevolent intent, dripping with a miasma of warp energy. You're no longer the eagle that soars high, Franklin taunted, his voice carrying over the din of battle. What replaced that noble bird is nothing but a chimera, an amalgamation of beasts, each more twisted than the last. Their weapons clashed again and again, each impact sending tremors through the ground. Franklin's expertise was evident, every movement was calculated, every stance perfect. Chaos Franklin, for all his unholy might, found himself struggling to keep pace. In a blindingly fast exchange, Franklin saw an opening. The crone sword flashed horizontally, finding a gap in his opponent's defense. The blade bit deep into Chaos Franklin's corrupted power armor, drawing a howl of pain and disbelief from the daemon prince. Chaos Franklin staggered back, his hand flying to the wound on his torso. Shock and rage warred on his twisted features. How? He bellowed, his voice a cacophony of inhuman tones. Why? I am supposed to be the original. As they circled each other, Chaos Franklin's eyes narrowed. Through the blessings of Psyonch, he began to analyze his opponent's fighting style. It was familiar, yet alien, a perfect fusion of Primarch might and something far, far older. The shadow of an ancient god seemed to overlay Franklin's form, and realization dawned. Cain. Chaos Franklin hissed, his gaze fixed on the crone sword. That damned blade! You've made a pact with the Eldar god of war and murder. Franklin grinned, twirling the death sword with casual grace. What's wrong? He called out mockingly. Any Primarch should be able to dodge my strikes. They can be heard or felt through destiny, after all. His smile turned cruel. Oh, wait. You're no longer a Primarch, are you? As they bantered, a voice resonated within Franklin's mind, the essence of Cain, bound within the crone sword. The corrupted blade houses a greater daemon, Cain's voice echoed. Each time our weapons meet, I engage it in combat on the spiritual plane. Franklin's mental voice carried a hint of amusement. Are you losing, old friend? Should I be worried? A scoff from the god of war. Look closely at your opponent's weapon. Focusing his enhanced senses, Franklin observed the corrupted blade. With each clash, hairline fractures appeared along its length, only to heal moments later in a disturbing display of unnatural regeneration. The daemon within struggles, Cain explained. It cannot long withstand my assaults. Press your advantage in the physical realm, and victory shall be ours. Franklin's grin widened, a predatory gleam in his eyes. Well then, he said aloud, readying his stance once more. Shall we continue this dance, my corrupted self? I'm eager to see just how far the gifts of chaos can take you. Chaos, Franklin snarled, the blessings of the four great powers surging through his twisted form. I am might incarnate. He roared. Kern's strength flows through my veins. Sionch's wisdom guides my blade. Nurgle's endurance makes me unbreakable. And Slaanesh has gifted me with the drive for absolute perfection. Perfection. Franklin laughed, the sound rich with genuine mirth. Oh, my poor, deluded twin. You've confused corruption with advancement. Let me show you what true perfection looks like. Their duel had raged for what felt like hours, but only a few minutes had passed, each combatant pushing themselves to the very limits of their superhuman abilities. Franklin's crone sword, imbued with the essence of Cain, met his counterpart's corrupted blade in a shower of sparks. The impact sent tremors through both warriors' arms, a testament to the raw power behind each strike. For a moment, they stood there, weapons crossed, faces mere inches apart. Feeling the strain, brother? Chaos, Franklin sneered, his voice a horrific blend of Franklin's familiar tones and something utterly alien. The gifts of the dark gods flow through me. I grow stronger with each passing moment. Franklin said nothing, his jaw clenched in concentration. He could feel the truth in his corrupted self's words. Each clash seemed to invigorate Chaos Franklin, the ruinous powers channeling their unholy might into their champion. If this continued, Franklin knew he would eventually be overwhelmed by sheer brute force. With a grunt of effort, Franklin disengaged, leaping back to create distance. His mind raced, analyzing the situation with the cold logic of a warrior. Direct confrontation was no longer viable. He needed to adapt. Chaos, Franklin laughed, a sound that sent chills down the spines of mortal soldiers nearby. Running away? I expected more from the vaunted liberator. Oh, I'm just getting started, Franklin replied, a hint of his characteristic humor creeping into his voice. He shifted his stance, the crone sword held at an angle across his body. Let's see how you handle this, shall we? Chaos, Franklin charged, his corrupted blade leaving trails of sickly green energy in its wake. He brought the weapon down in a mighty overhead strike, intending to cleave Franklin in two. But the liberator was ready. Instead of meeting the blow head-on, Franklin sidestepped at the last possible moment. The crone sword flashed out, not to strike, but to redirect Chaos Franklin's momentum. The corrupted Primarch stumbled, thrown off balance by the unexpected maneuver. Franklin pressed his advantage, landing a quick series of cuts along his opponent's flank. Each wound glowed with the purifying fire of Cain, eliciting howls of pain and rage from Chaos Franklin. Stand still and fight me! Chaos Franklin roared, spinning to face his loyalist counterpart. Franklin smirked. Now why would I do that when this is working so well? The dance continued. Chaos Franklin, fueled by the raw power of chaos, launched attack after devastating attack. Each blow carried enough force to shatter mountains, but Franklin refused to meet them directly. Instead, he weaved and dodged, parrying when necessary and striking in the brief windows between his opponent's assaults. A horizontal slash from Chaos Franklin whistled through the air where Franklin's head had been a split second before. The liberator ducked under the strike, retaliating with a precise thrust that found a gap in his foe's corrupted armor. Chaos Franklin bellowed in pain and fury, lashing out with a backhand that caught Franklin across the jaw. The loyalist Primarch tasted blood but grinned through it. Not bad, he quipped, spitting out a tooth. But you're still telegraphing your moves. Slaanesh's gift of perfection seems a bit overrated. Enraged, Chaos Franklin pressed his attack with renewed vigor. His corrupted blade became a blur of motion, raining down blows from every angle. But for every strike that landed, Franklin avoided or deflected 3 more. The crone sword sang in his hands, Cain's essence guiding his movements with preternatural grace. As the duel wore on, a change came over Chaos Franklin. His attacks, once precise and calculated, became increasingly wild and uncontrolled. The blessings of the dark gods, rather than empowering him, seemed to be consuming him from within. Franklin noticed the shift and pressed his advantage. He increased the tempo of his own attacks, each strike precisely aimed to exploit the growing gaps in his opponent's defense. The crone sword left burning furrows across Chaos Franklin's corrupted form, each wound searing its skin. The clash of titans had reached a fever pitch, the very air crackling with tension and residual warp energy. Chaos Franklin, battered but far from beaten, sought to create distance between himself and his loyalist counterpart. He needed time, space to analyze, to formulate a strategy against this unexpectedly formidable foe. Running out of steam, are we? Franklin's voice carried across the battlefield, a hint of amusement coloring his tone. I thought the gifts of your new patrons were supposed to be limitless. Chaos Franklin snarled, his once noble features twisted into a mask of hatred. Silence. I simply need a moment to. His words were cut short by a peculiar sound that cut through the cacophony of battle, a whistle, clear and sharp, like the call of some great predatory bird. Chaos Franklin's head snapped up, his enhanced senses zeroing in on the source of the sound. What he saw made his corrupted blood run cold. There, silhouetted against the smoke-filled sky, stood Franklin Valorian. But this was not the close-quarters combatant of moments ago. The Primarch's form bristled with weaponry, an arsenal that would make even a Titan princeps pause. Franklin's laughter echoed across the ruined plains. Oh brother, how quickly you forget! He called out, a predatory grin spreading across his face. First and foremost, the eagle was always a gunslinger. And you, my corrupted reflection, just made the cardinal mistake of giving me range. Chaos Franklin's eyes widened in horrified realization. In his arrogance, in his reliance on the raw power gifted by the dark gods, he had forgotten a fundamental truth about his loyalist self. Franklin Valorian, the Eagle of Liberty, was a master of combined arms warfare. And now, with this distance between them, he had inadvertently placed himself squarely in the crosshairs of one of the deadliest marksmen the galaxy had ever known. Before Chaos Franklin could react, the air itself seemed to ignite. The rotary cannons on Franklin's arms roared to life, their report a deafening, continuous thunder that shook the very ground. Thousands of rounds, each large enough to punch through the armor of a battle tank, erupted from the spinning barrels in a relentless stream of destruction. The first volley caught Chaos Franklin squarely in the chest, the impacts sending shockwaves through his corrupted form. His warp-enhanced physiology and demonic gifts struggled to keep pace with the onslaught, flesh and armor alike being torn asunder only to knit back together in grotesque patterns. As if the hail of high-caliber rounds wasn't enough, the smart missile pods on Franklin's shoulders unleashed their payload. Dozens of missiles streaked through the air, leaving trails of white smoke in their wake. Unlike simple rockets, these were guided munitions of the highest order, each one packed with enough explosives to level a HAB block. The missiles found their mark with unerring accuracy, detonating against Chaos Franklin in a series of earth-shattering explosions. The corrupted Primarch was engulfed in a maelstrom of fire and shrapnel, his roars of pain and rage lost in the cacophony of destruction. Yet still, it wasn't over. The plasma cannons, their coils glowing with barely contained stellar fury, added their voice to the symphony of devastation. Bolts of superheated matter, each as bright as a newborn star, lanced out to strike Chaos Franklin. Where they hit, ceramite and flesh alike simply ceased to be, vaporized in an instant. Through it all, Chaos Franklin endured. The blessings of the dark gods, the very corruption that had twisted him from his original purpose, now served as his lifeline. Flesh knitted back together, armor reformed, and bones reset themselves even as they were pulverized. He was a monument to the unnatural resilience granted by chaos, a demonstration to the horrific power of the warp. Gritting teeth that continuously regrew, Chaos Franklin began to advance. Each step was an act of defiance against the laws of physics and biology. The barrage of firepower should have reduced him to nothing more than scattered atoms, yet still he came on, driven by hatred and the dark will of his patrons. As the smoke began to clear, Chaos Franklin emerged, a nightmarish vision of regeneration and corruption. His armor was in tatters, flesh exposed and reforming in patterns that defied sanity. In his eyes burned the baleful light of the warp, and around his hands coalesced tendrils of raw psychic might. But Franklin Valorian stood ready, unperturbed by the survival of his twisted counterpart. In his hand now rested a pistol, an unassuming weapon compared to the battery of guns he had just unleashed. Yet something in Franklin's stance, in the glint of his eye and the quirk of his smile, spoke volumes about the true nature of this final instrument of judgment. For a brief moment, confusion flickered across Chaos Franklin's face. After such an overwhelming display of firepower, why would his counterpart resort to a single sidearm? Franklin's lips curled into a knowing smirk. You know, there's an old Terran saying that I've always been fond of, he said, his voice carrying clearly despite the din of battle. It goes something like this: the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. As Chaos Franklin summoned the full might of his psychic powers, preparing to unleash a storm of warp energy that would unmake worlds, Franklin's smirk widened into a full grin. The Second Amendment, brother. Don't leave home without it. Before Chaos Franklin could unleash his psychic assault, before he could even fully comprehend the danger he faced, Franklin pulled the trigger. The disintegration pistol lived up to its name in spectacular fashion. A beam of pure annihilation lanced out, striking Chaos Franklin square in the face. There was no explosion, no dramatic flash of light. Instead, where the beam touched, matter simply ceased to be. The acrid smell of ozone and disintegrated matter hung heavy in the air as Franklin Valorian watched the last atoms of his corrupted self scatter to the cosmic winds. A sigh of relief escaped his lips, the tension of battle beginning to ebb from his massive frame. Victory, it seemed, was at hand. But in that moment of perceived triumph, a voice thundered through his mind, carried on the psychic wavelengths of the Crone's sword. Behind you! Cain's warning roared with urgent clarity. Franklin's transhuman reflexes kicked in, his body already in motion before his conscious mind could fully process the danger. But even for a Primarch, some threats move faster than thought. A searing pain erupted in Franklin's chest as a blade of corrupted metal burst through his armor, emerging from his sternum in a spray of blood and shattered armor. The world seemed to slow, each heartbeat an eternity as Franklin's gaze traveled down the length of the sword to the hand that wielded it, up an arm of twisted flesh and warped armor, to a face he had thought obliterated mere moments ago. Chaos Franklin stood there, a rictus grin splitting his features, eyes blazing with unholy glee. Did you truly believe, he hissed, leaning in close, his fetid breath hot on Franklin's ear, that I would die so easily? Oh, brother, your weapons are impressive indeed. Atomization is quite the party trick. He twisted the blade, eliciting a grunt of pain from Franklin. But I am blessed by the dark gods themselves. Death? For me, it's merely an inconvenience. Franklin's mind raced, analyzing the situation even as his body screamed in agony. The corrupted blade pinning him in place radiated wrongness, its very existence an affront to reality. He could feel it trying to work its taint into his flesh, to corrupt his very essence. With a Herculean effort, Franklin gripped the Crone's sword, preparing to bring it to bear against his foe. But Chaos Franklin was ready. With his free hand, he struck out, swatting the death sword away with contemptuous ease. The ancient blade clattered to the ground, just out of reach. A low chuckle emanated from the corrupted Primarch. Now then, let's see how incorruptible you really are. Franklin felt it immediately, a presence, vast and alien, pressing against the borders of his mind. The greater daemon bound within the corrupted blade, a keeper of secrets of Slaanesh, sought entry into his very soul. It was a force of unimaginable power and depravity, a being that had corrupted countless worlds and turned the mightiest of heroes to the service of chaos. But it had never faced the will of Franklin Valorian. As the daemon pressed its assault, it found not the yielding mindscape it had expected, but an immovable wall of pure, adamantine will. Franklin's consciousness stood resolute, a bastion of order against the swirling tides of chaos. The pain was indescribable. Every nerve in Franklin's body screamed as the corrupted blade sought to unmake him from within. But pain was a teacher, and Franklin had long ago mastered its lessons. He embraced the agony, used it to sharpen his focus, to fuel his defiance. In the mindscape of their psychic battle, Franklin stood tall, his form radiating golden light that pushed back the encroaching shadows of the Keeper of Secrets. The daemon's form shifted constantly, a bewildering array of temptations and horrors designed to break the will of any mortal. Franklin's laughter, rich and genuine, echoed through the psychic realm. Is this the best you can do? He taunted, his voice steady despite the physical torment racking his body. Half man, half woman, and wholly pathetic. You'll have to do better than that to corrupt this eagle. The daemon's assault redoubled, waves of pleasure and pain crashing against Franklin's psychic defenses. Visions of power, of entire worlds bowing before him, flashed through his mind. The Keeper of Secrets showed him futures where he ruled the Imperium, where he ascended to godhood, where every desire was fulfilled at the merest thought. Franklin stood unmoved. "I've seen better illusions in a Hive City carnival," he quipped, even as he felt his physical body weakening from blood loss and the strain of combat. Franklin, in response to the overwhelming sensory and mental assault, his brain fell back on a coping mechanism developed over years of dealing with overstimulation, repetition. "The right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed," Franklin began to recite, his voice steady despite the blood filling his lungs. "Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion, or prohibiting the free exercise thereof." Chaos Franklin's face contorted in confusion. What are you doing?" But Franklin continued, undeterred. "The right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion, or prohibiting the free exercise thereof." The words of the ancient Terran amendments became a mantra, a shield against the corrupting influence of chaos. With each repetition, Franklin's voice grew stronger, his resolve hardening. Within his mind, the assault of the Keeper of Secrets began to falter. The daemon, used to manipulating desires and twisting emotions, found itself utterly confounded by the ordered, repetitive thoughts it encountered. Franklin's autistic hyperfocus on the constitutional amendments created a psychic landscape that the creature of chaos simply couldn't navigate. "Stop that infernal chanting!" Chaos Franklin roared, twisting the blade again in an attempt to break his counterpart's concentration. "The right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed," Franklin continued, his voice now tinged with a hint of amusement. "You know, I always thought these amendments were a bit wordy, but they're really coming in handy right now." The battlefield erupted into a frenzy of activity as the Liberty Eagles witnessed their beloved Primarch impaled upon the corrupted blade of his chaotic doppelganger. Rage and desperation fueled their actions as they unleashed a devastating barrage of firepower towards Chaos Franklin. Disintegration bolts, plasma blasts, and missiles streaked across the war-torn landscape, a tempest of destruction aimed at the corrupted Primarch. Yet Chaos Franklin stood unmoved, a sphere of shimmering energy coalescing around him. The psychic shield, a gift from the capricious god Psyche, effortlessly deflected the onslaught, each impact sending ripples of iridescent light across its surface. As the futile assault continued, a change swept over the battlefield. Chaos Franklin felt a familiar pull, a tugging at the very fabric of his being. His gaze darted to the towering spires of Osteria Extremis, their black stone structures pulsing with a uniform resonance. The Immaterium was calling, its siren song growing stronger with each passing moment. A snarl of frustration twisted Chaos Franklin's features. Time was running short. His mission, the corruption or destruction of his loyalist counterpart, remained unfinished. The attempt to taint Franklin's soul had failed, thwarted by a will of unprecedented strength. There was only one option left. With a grunt of effort, Chaos Franklin tightened his grip on the corrupted blade, pulling it closer and by extension, dragging the impaled Franklin towards him. The Liberator's feet scraped across the ground, leaving trails in the blood-soaked earth as he was inexorably drawn towards his twisted mirror image. "It seems our dance is coming to an end, brother," Chaos Franklin hissed, his face mere inches from Franklin's. The corrupt Primarch's breath was hot and fetid, reeking of decay and broken oaths. "Your corruption would have been a grand prize, but I'll settle for your death. Any last words before I finish what the Dark Gods started?" Franklin's breathing was ragged, each inhalation a labor that sent fresh waves of agony through his massive frame. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, a stark crimson against his ashen skin. Yet despite the grievous wound, despite the life literally draining from his body, a spark of defiance still burned in his eyes. With what seemed to be the last reserves of his strength, Franklin lifted his gaze to meet that of his corrupted self. And then, in defiance of all logic and expectation, a grin spread across his face. It was the same roguish smirk that had infuriated enemies and endeared him to allies across 1,000 battlefields. Chaos Franklin's eyes narrowed, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his twisted features. "What's this? Still trying to play the hero, Franklin? I'll wipe that smirk off your face soon enough." A chuckle escaped Franklin's lips, immediately followed by a pained cough that spattered blood across Chaos Franklin's armor. "Oh, I don't think so," Franklin managed to rasp, his voice barely above a whisper. He leaned in closer, as if to share a secret with his corrupted self. "In fact, I'd wager I'll be wiping that smirk off your face first." Confusion replaced the sneer on Chaos Franklin's face. "What are you babbling about, you fool? You're beaten, impaled on my blade. What could you possibly?" But Franklin wasn't listening. His mind was elsewhere, reaching out with his formidable psychic might. He knew he couldn't recall the crone sword, Chaos Franklin would simply swat it away again. No, he needed something else, something unexpected. In that moment, as life ebbed from his body, Franklin reached into the pocket dimension where he stored his arsenal. With a thought, he summoned a pair of ornate gauntlets. They materialized directly onto his hands, unnoticed by his preoccupied foe. Chaos Franklin, growing impatient with what he perceived as the ramblings of a dying man, tightened his grip on the corrupted blade. Enough of this. If you have no last words of substance, then... Oh, but I do, Franklin interrupted, his voice suddenly stronger, filled with a mix of pain and grim amusement. I have just 2 words for you, actually. The corrupted Primarch leaned in, morbid curiosity getting the better of him. And what might those be? Franklin's grin widened, a predatory gleam entering his eyes. With the last of his strength, he grabbed Chaos Franklin's armor with his gauntlet hands, ensuring his foe couldn't pull away. Then, focusing all of his remaining psychic might through the conduit his gauntlets, Franklin spoke his final gambit. Testicular torsion. Chaos Franklin's expression twisted from smug satisfaction to confusion as Franklin's words sank in. His grip on the corrupted blade faltered, and for the briefest moment, doubt flickered in his eyes. Then the pain hit. A searing, indescribable agony shot through him like wildfire, spreading from the core of his being. It was a pain that transcended the battlefield, cutting through the layers of his corrupted form, bypassing even the protective wards of chaos itself. Chaos Franklin's breath hitched. His body convulsed as his knees buckled beneath him, the corrupted blade falling from his grip. His scream, at first choked and disbelieving, erupted from deep within, growing louder and more feral with each passing second. Chapter 53, The Last Cry of the Eagle. Chaos Franklin's scream echoed across the battlefield, a sound so primal and agonized that it caused even the most battle-hardened Liberty Eagles to pause in their assault. It was a cry that defied description, a blend of rage, disbelief, and pure, unadulterated pain. The corrupted Primarch's massive frame contorted in ways that seemed to defy the laws of physics. His back arched at an impossible angle, muscles straining against his warped armor. Tendrils of warp energy, usually under his control, now lashed out wildly, responding to their master's distress. Franklin, despite his own grievous wounds, couldn't help but let out a weak chuckle. "What's the matter, brother?" Feeling a bit twisted. Chaos Franklin's eyes, usually alight with malevolent glee, now bulged in their sockets. Veins pulsed visibly beneath his corrupted skin, mapping out a network of agony across his face. His mouth, moments ago twisted in a sneer, now gaped open in a silent scream that followed the first. You. Chaos Franklin struggled to form words, each syllable seeming to intensify his torment. "What have you done?" Franklin, still impaled but now grinning through the pain, replied, "Just a little trick I picked up. You'd be surprised what you can learn when you keep an open mind." Franklin, mustering the last of his strength, pushed himself off the corrupted blade. He stumbled backward, one hand pressed to the gaping wound in his chest, the other still outstretched towards his writhing counterpart. "You know," Franklin managed between ragged breaths, "there's a lesson here about the dangers of underestimating your opponent. But I suspect you're not in a learning mood right now." Chaos Franklin could only respond with another agonized scream, his body convulsing as waves of pain continued to wash over him. The psychic torsion, amplified by Franklin's incredible willpower, showed no signs of abating. Franklin struggled to his feet. His massive chest heaved with each labored breath, the grievous wound inflicted by his corrupted doppelganger slowly knitting itself closed. With a wet, hacking cough, he spat a mouthful of blood onto the war-torn ground, his eyes never leaving the form of Chaos Franklin. As he stood, unsteady but defiant, Franklin felt the familiar hum of his mech suit kick into overdrive. Micro-injectors whirred to life, pumping a cocktail of nutrients and stimulants directly into his bloodstream. The Primarch's superhuman physiology, bolstered by the marvels of technology, began to reassert itself. Across the battlefield, Chaos Franklin had ceased his agonized writhing. Whether through the intervention of the dark gods or sheer force of will, he had managed to push past the excruciating pain inflicted by Franklin's unorthodox psychic attack. He rose to his full height, corrupted blade in hand, his eyes twin infernos of hatred and humiliation. Franklin, despite the gravity of the situation, couldn't help but let out a low chuckle. It was a sound tinged with pain and weariness, but underlaid with an unbreakable spirit of defiance. "Well, well," Franklin called out, his voice rough but gaining strength with each word. "Look who's back on his feet. I have to say, I'm impressed. Most men would still be curled up in a ball after what you just experienced." Chaos Franklin's face contorted with rage, the corrupted flesh of his visage twisting into inhuman patterns. "You dare mock me?" he snarled, taking a menacing step forward. "Never in all my years, across countless battlefields and dimensions, have I been so thoroughly owned." Franklin supplied helpfully, a roguish grin spreading across his blood-stained features. "Completely bamboozled? Utterly discombobulated?" The corrupted Primarch's grip on his blade tightened, the veins in his massive forearms bulging with barely contained fury. "I will flay the flesh from your bones for this insult," he growled. Franklin raised an eyebrow, his stance casual despite the tension thrumming through his body. "Are you sure you want to do this again? Last time you tried to cross blades with me, as I recall, you ended up having to beat a hasty retreat. Right before I turned you into a lovely fireworks display." Chaos Franklin's response was a wordless roar of rage as he charged forward, corrupted blade raised high. Franklin, however, stood his ground, that infuriating smirk never leaving his face. "That's right," the Liberator goaded, "keep that anger burning. At least you'll die angry instead of embarrassed. Though I suppose there's no reason you can't do both." Just as Chaos Franklin closed the distance, he suddenly changed tactics. Instead of bringing his blade to bear against Franklin, he lashed out with a vicious kick. The blow connected not with Franklin, but with the crone sword lying nearby, sending the ancient weapon skittering across the battlefield and well out of Franklin's reach. "Petty bastard," Franklin muttered, shaking his head in mock disappointment. Chaos Franklin's lips curled into a triumphant sneer. "Not so confident without your little toy, are you?" he taunted, raising his corrupted blade. "Let's see how well you fare in a true test of skill and strength." But Franklin's grin never faltered. Instead, he raised his hand, palm outstretched towards the distant crone sword. For a moment, nothing happened, and Chaos Franklin's sneer widened. Then, with a sound like reality itself being torn asunder, the crone sword leapt from the ground. It streaked across the battlefield, a blur of black and divine energy. As it flew, it carved a path through the demonic forces that had begun to encroach on their duel, banishing warp-spawned monstrosities back to the immaterium with each incidental touch. Chaos Franklin's eyes widened in disbelief as the crone sword slammed into Franklin's waiting hand, the impact sending a shockwave across the war-torn landscape. "You were saying?" Franklin quipped, settling into a ready stance, the crone sword humming with barely contained power. For a moment, silence reigned on the battlefield. The two Primarches, mirror images twisted by fate and choice, stood facing each other. One, a beacon of liberty and human potential, the other, a dark reflection of what might have been. Chaos Franklin broke the silence first, his voice a low growl. "It matters not what tricks you employ. The dark gods have blessed me with power beyond your comprehension. I am immortal, unstoppable." Franklin rolled his eyes, twirling the crone sword with practiced ease. "Buddy, I just gave you the worst case of psychic blue balls in the history of the galaxy. I'd say your unstoppable status is up for debate." With a roar of pure hatred, Chaos Franklin charged once more. Franklin met him halfway, the crone sword clashing against its corrupted counterpart in a shower of sparks and warp energy. As they traded blows, Franklin continued his verbal assault. "You know, for someone claiming to be my superior version, you sure do fall for the same tricks a lot. Didn't anyone ever teach you the definition of insanity?" Chaos Franklin's attacks grew wilder, fueled by rage and wounded pride. "I will silence that insolent tongue of yours." Their duel had become a blur of motion, too fast for even the enhanced eyes of the watching Space Marines to fully comprehend. Franklin's technique was a marvel to behold, his blade work a perfect fusion of Primarch might and the ancient teachings of Akin, the Eldari god of war. Each movement flowed seamlessly into the next, creating a deadly dance that left no room for error. Chaos Franklin found himself once again on the back foot. "What's the matter, brother?" Franklin taunted, his voice steady despite the exertion. "Regretting the rematch?" A roar of frustration was Chaos Franklin's only reply as he launched into another frenzied assault. But where his blade sought flesh, it found only air or a lethal parry. Franklin moved like smoke, always just out of reach, his own counterattacks leaving a myriad of cuts across his opponent's corrupted form. Blood, both crimson and an unnatural black ichor, flowed freely from Chaos Franklin's wounds. If not for the unholy gifts bestowed upon him by the ruinous powers, he would have long since succumbed to the relentless onslaught. As it was, he had unwittingly set a grim record, the longest surviving duelist to face Franklin Valorian in single combat. But longevity did not equate to victory. With each exchange, with each near miss and counterstrike, it became increasingly clear that this duel had only one possible outcome. Franklin's eyes gleamed with an otherworldly light as he called upon the teachings of Akin. The crone sword hummed in his grasp, resonating with the ancient power of the Ildari war god. Time seemed to slow for the Liberator, each of Chaos Franklin's movements telegraphed as clear as day. In a move too fast for mortal eyes to follow, Franklin feinted left, then struck from the right. Chaos Franklin, falling for the deception, moved to parry a blow that never came. In that split second of overextension, Franklin saw his opportunity. The crone sword met the corrupted blade in a clash that sent shockwaves rippling across the battlefield. For a moment, it seemed as though reality itself held its breath. Then, with a sound like shattering glass amplified 1,000-fold, Chaos Franklin's weapon broke apart. A flash of lightning illuminated the scene, not from the storm-racked sky above, but from the spiritual plane. In that instant, Franklin heard Akin's voice resonate through his mind. The greater daemon within the blade is slain. Press your attack, Primarch. End this fraud. Franklin needed no further encouragement. As fragments of the corrupted blade fell to the ground, he unleashed a flurry of attacks that defied mortal comprehension. The crone sword became a blur of motion, striking from angles that seemed to violate the very laws of physics. Chaos Franklin's eyes widened in disbelief and growing terror as he found himself beset from all sides. Franklin's blade seemed to be everywhere at once, each strike coming from an impossible direction. It was as if the Liberator had multiplied, attacking from every conceivable angle simultaneously. But there was no trickery here, no mere illusion. This was the true essence of Akin's divine teachings, the mastery of war that transcended mortal understanding. The divine sword art was not confined to the limits of the material realm, it bent space and time itself, where each strike made the impossible possible. Franklin wielded not just the blade, but the very fabric of the Empyrean, moving through its infinite layers with a grace that defied all laws of nature. Every motion was a dance between reality and the warp, the embodiment of Akin's power war incarnate, where sword and psychic might became one, and the far could be brought near with a single stroke. To the observers, it appeared as though Franklin was teleporting, his form blinking in and out of existence as he struck again and again. But to Chaos Franklin, the truth was far more terrifying. He saw his counterpart approaching from every direction at once, a hydra of blades and retribution that offered no escape. Impossible, Chaos Franklin gasped, his voice a mixture of awe and despair. This cannot be. Franklin's only response was a grim smile as he continued his relentless assault. The crone sword sang as it carved through corrupted armor and tainted flesh, each strike precise and devastatingly effective. Chaos Franklin's unholy regeneration, once his saving grace, now served only to prolong his torment. In a final, cataclysmic series of blows, Franklin brought the duel to its inevitable conclusion. The crone sword flashed horizontally, cleaving through Chaos Franklin's midsection with terrifying ease. Before the corrupted Primarch's bisected form could even begin to fall, Franklin reversed his grip and struck again. The blade, guided by Franklin's superhuman reflexes and Akin's ancient wisdom, described a perfect arc through the air. It met Chaos Franklin's neck with unerring accuracy, and for the second time in as many heartbeats, it encountered no resistance. Time seemed to stand still as Chaos Franklin's head, its features frozen in an expression of shock and disbelief, separated from his shoulders. The corrupted Primarch's last thought, a mixture of disbelief and the crushing weight of failure, echoed through the psychic ether. Impossible. I have failed. 890.m30. The third Rangdan Xenocides. The purging of the second and the 11th. Consciousness returned to me like a tidal wave of agony and bitter defeat. The acrid stench of burning flesh and the metallic tang of spilt blood filled my nostrils as I opened my eyes to a world bathed in the sickly glow of demonic fire. Above, the skies burned with unnatural hues, a demonstration to the veil between realms torn asunder by the violence of our conflict. I raised my hand, staring at my palm where the broken blade of corruption flickered in and out of existence. It hadn't been a nightmare, then. The confrontation with my other self, that paragon of what I might have been, was real. And I had failed. With a grunt of effort, I pushed myself to my feet, surveying the devastation around me. The once proud citadel of my power lay in ruins, the corpses of my followers strewn about like discarded toys. In the distance, I could hear the savage howls of the space wolves and the measured, deadly advance of the dark angels. My brothers had come to deliver the Emperor's judgment. A mirthless chuckle escaped my lips. The Emperor? No, the false Emperor. Even now, I could see the gleaming hull of the Bucephalus hanging in low orbit, a golden monument to his hypocrisy and lies. I reached out, grasping a nearby power sword. Its weight felt unfamiliar, a pale imitation of the corrupted blade I had wielded with such deadly effect. The blessings of the dark gods, once a torrent of unholy might flowing through my veins, had diminished to a mere trickle. Gone was the power that had allowed me to survive the onslaught of my uncorrupted self, to return from the very brink of oblivion. As I made my way to the throne room, my last bastion in this doomed world, the chants of my remaining cultists echoed through the halls. Franklin! 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 They cried, their devotion unwavering even in the face of certain doom. Foolish, perhaps, but their faith stirred something within me. A reminder of the power I had wielded, of the terrible glory I had achieved in service to the ruinous powers. I sank onto my throne of darkness, my mind racing. The dark gods had offered me one last chance at salvation, a task to redeem myself in their eyes. To drag my other self back into darkness, to unmake that shining timeline where I had broken free from the shackles of fate. But I had failed. That other Franklin, that best version of myself, had proven too strong, his will unbreakable. For a moment, doubt crept into my thoughts. Was I the copy? A pale imitation of that glorious being who had defied destiny itself? No. I pushed the thought aside with vehement denial. I was the original. I had to be. My memories, my pain, my triumphs, they were real. Weren't they? The thunderous crash of my chamber doors being breached snapped me from my reverie. As the dust settled, two towering figures stepped through the wreckage. My brothers. The wolf and the lion. Lemon Russ, the Emperor's executioner, his face a mask of grim determination. And Lionel Johnson, the so-called perfect Primarch, the greatest amongst the Primarches, greater than Horus could ever be, his eyes cold and judging. A smirk played across my lips as I regarded them. Oh, the irony! In another time, another place, it was I who had been the perfect one. Franklin Valorian, the great eagle, greatest of the Emperor's sons. They approached in silence, weapons at the ready. I could see it in their eyes, the mixture of sorrow, anger, and grim resolve. They had come to end this, to excise the cancer that I represented from the Imperium's flesh. I rose from my throne, power sword held high. Come! I roared, my voice carrying the echo of battlefields past and glories long faded. End me! If you can. Only one side will leave this room alive. The battle erupted in a frenzy of superhuman speed and strength. My blade met Lemon's spear in a shower of sparks, while I narrowly avoided the whistling sweep of Lion's sword. We danced a deadly waltz, three sons of the Emperor locked in a conflict that would decide the fate of worlds. But even as I fought, I knew the truth. Without the full blessings of the dark gods, I was outmatched. My strikes, once capable of sundering reality itself, now barely penetrated my brother's defenses. My speed, once rivaling that of thought, had slowed to a mere blur. As we fought, memories flashed before my eyes. The burning Ildari craft worlds, their spirits shrieking as I consigned them to the maw of the Prince of Pleasure. The exhilaration of casting off the false Emperor's leash, of embracing the true power that had always been my birthright. I did not regret my choices, even now at the end. The Ildari had been the architects of my fall, and I had repaid them 1,000-fold in blood and fire. A misstep. A moment of distraction. It was all it took. Lemon's spear, the legendary spear of Russ, found its mark. I felt the burning cold of its tip pierce my primary heart, and I knew that this time, there would be no resurrection. As I fell to my knees, my gaze locked with Lemon's. His eyes were cold, calculating, not a flicker of emotion crossed his features. "Brother," he said, his voice like iron, devoid of warmth, "what have you become?" I laughed, blood spilling from my lips, the taste of iron sharp on my tongue. I became what I was always destined to be, Wolf King. The greatest of us all. The lion stepped forward, his sword raised with the precision of a machine, his face an unreadable mask. "You were meant for more than this, Franklin. You were meant to soar, not fall." Even with the weight of defeat crushing down, I forced a grin, baring blood-stained teeth. I soared higher than any of you ever will. I touched the face of gods and bent reality to my will. Can you say the same, my perfect brother? The lion's face hardened, and I saw his muscles tense for the final strike. But it was Lemon who delivered the coup de grace, driving his spear deeper, ensuring a true death. As darkness closed in around me, I had one final thought. In another timeline, a better Franklin lived on. A Franklin who had escaped the cage of destiny, who had remained true to the ideals of liberty and progress. And perhaps, in some small way, a part of me lived on through him. The 11th Primarch, Franklin Valorian, Daemon Prince and fallen son of the Emperor, breathed his last. And with his passing, the Third Rangdan Xenocides, that brutal conflict that had seen the purging of the 2nd and the 11th Legion, came to its bloody conclusion. In the end, as Oblivion claimed me, I wondered if, somewhere out there, my other self would remember this moment. Would he feel the echo of my passing? Would he understand the price of freedom, the weight of the choices that defined us both? These questions, like so many others, would remain unanswered. For in the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war. And I, Franklin Valorian, had played my part in that eternal conflict. As the darkness closed in, as the last embers of my corrupted existence flickered and faded, a sound pierced through the encroaching void. A cry, proud and defiant, echoing across the vastness of space and time. The cry of an eagle. In that moment, suspended between life and oblivion, my thoughts turned to the question my other self had asked. Could I still hear it? Could I still recognize that primal call that had once defined my very being? Yes. Oh, yes. Despite the corruption, despite the taint of chaos that had twisted my form and warped my mind, I could hear it. Clear as the day I first took flight, as pure as the moment I first embraced the mantle of the Eagle of Liberty. It was a cry of freedom, of defiance against the very fabric of fate. It was the sound of hope, of potential unrealized in this timeline but flourishing in another. It was a reminder of what I had been, what I could have been, what I still was at the very core of my being. In that cry, I heard echoes of Nova Libertas, of battles won and brothers stood beside. I heard the laughter of my sons, the Liberty Eagles, as they soared through star-streaked skies. I heard the dreams of a united humanity, free from the shackles of ignorance and fear. As my consciousness began to fade, as the last vestiges of my existence unraveled, I clung to that sound. The cry of the eagle, soaring one last time. In the end, corrupted and fallen as I was still Franklin Valorian. Still the eagle. I was never a chimera. And with that thought, I let go, allowing myself to be carried away on wings unseen, towards whatever lay beyond. The eagle's cry faded, and I with it. The acrid smell of spent promethium and ozone hung heavy in the air of Austeria Extremis. The once pristine night world bore the scars of fierce battle, its landscape a patchwork of scorched earth and shattered war machines. Amidst this tableau of destruction, a single figure stood motionless, a statue of transhuman perfection silhouetted against the fading light of day. Franklin stood at the precipice of victory. Before him, a swirling vortex of unnatural energies slowly collapsed in on itself, the portal to the immaterium sealing shut like a healing wound in reality. The fierce battle for the night world was over, but for Franklin, a more personal conflict lingered. His eyes, usually a warm brown, now glowed with an otherworldly golden light. To an outside observer, it might have seemed as if he was ensuring the portal's closure through sheer force of will. But the truth was far more complex, far more personal. A whisper, barely audible even to his enhanced senses, escaped his lips. "Thanks, partner." His words meant for Cain, the ancient god bound within the crone sword at his side. The blade pulsed once in response, a silent acknowledgement. As the last tendrils of warp energy dissipated, Franklin's gaze remained fixed on the spot where the portal had been. In his mind's eye, he could still see the twisted visage of his other self, Chaos Franklin, the fallen eagle. A version of himself that had succumbed to the temptations of the ruinous powers, a dark reflection of what he might have become. The sound of approaching footsteps drew his attention, but only slightly. He could identify each of his sons by the rhythm of their gait alone. Denzel Washington, his first captain and closest friend. Stephen Armstrong, as unyielding as his name suggested. John Ezra, ever vigilant. And Vladimir Mendeleev, his mind a fortress against the warp's corruption. They approached cautiously, sensing the weight of the moment. Franklin's stillness, his uncharacteristic silence, spoke volumes. This was not their boisterous Primarch, always ready with a quip or a laugh. This was Franklin Valorian, confronting the road not taken. A single tear, glistening in the fading light, traced its way down Franklin's cheek. It fell to the scorched earth below, a tiny droplet of moisture on a world thirsting for renewal. In that tear was contained a universe of emotion. Sorrow for the version of himself that had fallen. Gratitude for the twists of fate that had led him down a different path. The crushing weight of responsibility, knowing that but for a few key moments, their roles might have been reversed. Franklin's mind raced through the events that had shaped him. His unification of the Independence Cluster, now known as the Independence Sector, a bastion of technology and freedom that had given him the strength to resist the lures of chaos. Finding the Crone Sword, a chance that had paid off beyond his wildest dreams. The unwavering loyalty of his Liberty Eagles, whose faith in him had been a light in the darkest times. He thought of the Emperor, his father, and the dream of a united humanity that had been entrusted to him and his brothers. How close had he come to betraying that dream? How thin was the line between loyalty and treachery? As the last flickering energies of the portal faded away, Franklin felt something stir within him. A need to acknowledge the path not taken, to bid farewell to the self he might have been. Drawing upon the connection he shared with Cain, he reached out with his mind, sending forth a psychic cry that echoed across realities. It was the cry of an eagle, proud, defiant, and free. A sound that carried within it the essence of liberty, the promise of soaring heights and limitless horizons. But also, a note of mourning, a lament for a fallen brother. In that moment, as the cry faded into the ether, Franklin felt a sense of closure. He had faced his darkest possible future and emerged victorious. Not just through strength of arms, but through the strength of his convictions, the bonds he had forged, and the choices he had made. The golden glow faded from his eyes, and Franklin Valorian, Primarch of the Liberty Eagles, turned to face his sons. A small smile, tinged with both sadness and hope, played across his lips. "Well, boys," he said, his voice rough with emotion but gaining strength with each word, "I'd say that's another one for the history books. But let's not rest on our laurels. This world needs rebuilding, and I've got a feeling the best chapters of our story are still to come." As his captains gathered around him, each offering silent support in their own way, Franklin cast one last glance at where the portal had been. The wound in reality had healed, leaving no trace of the battle that had raged or the glimpse into a darker future. "Fly high, brother," he whispered, too softly for even his enhanced warriors to hear. "And know that your fall was not in vain. It's shown us the price of freedom, and the value of the path we've chosen." With that final farewell, Franklin Valorian strode forward, his sons at his side. There was work to be done, a galaxy to defend, and a future to forge. And he would face it all with the unshakable knowledge that he had seen the darkest version of himself and emerged unbroken. The Eagle of Liberty spread his wings once more, ready to soar towards whatever challenges awaited. For in his heart, he carried not just the hopes of his legion and the Imperium, but also the memory of a fallen self, a constant reminder of the vigilance required to maintain one's course in a universe of infinite possibilities. Chapter 54, The Aftermath and the Eldari. The dust still hung in the air over the ruined plains of Osteria Extremis. War machines lay in twisted wrecks, and the once deafening sounds of battle faded into silence. Franklin Valorian stood at the center of it all, his armor marked by deep gouges, yet his presence unyielding. He had done what few could, triumphed over a chaos-corrupted version of himself. A victory like this would be etched into the annals of history. As he surveyed the ravaged landscape, the familiar faces of his inner circle approached. Their steps, weary from the fierce struggle, carried with them the relief of survival and victory. "Frank," came the steady voice of First Captain Denzel Washington, Valorian's closest friend and stalwart companion, as he reached out to clasp Franklin's arm in a warrior's grip. His armor was dented, and one of his legendary hyperphase swords, Kusanagi no Tsurugi, still hummed faintly with residual energy. "I've seen you pull off some crazy stunts, but fighting yourself? That's a new level of narcissism, even for you." Valorian chuckled, easing the tension that still clung to his muscles. "What can I say, Denzel? Chaos saw me and couldn't resist trying to get a piece of this." Denzel's grin softened, replaced by something deeper. "All jokes aside, brother, today you did more than just win a battle. You faced yourself, your darkest version, and came out on top. Not many can claim that victory." Before Valorian could respond, a booming laugh cut through the air. "Father!" Second Captain Stephen Armstrong's voice roared as his massive frame lumbered forward, muscles swollen from nanomachines still coursing through him as his mech suit was in tatters. He clapped Valorian on the back with enough force to send most flying. That was one hell of a show. You just showed those warp bastards we don't need any gods. We make our own destiny. Franklin grinned, the fire of the moment still burning in him. Damn straight, Armstrong. Liberty isn't given, it's taken. And today, we ripped it out of Chaos' hands. Next, John Ezra, the cold and calculating head of Valorian's Secret Service, approached more cautiously. His demeanor was stoic, eyes sharp as they swept the battlefield for any lingering threats. His voice, as gravelly as ever, growled out a warning edged with satisfaction. Primarch, today's victory sends a message. Chaos tried to turn you into a weapon against us. They failed. Valorian's gaze met Ezra's, his tone as resolute as steel. Every battle we fight, every corruption we resist, makes us stronger. And it's your vigilance, John, that keeps us standing on the right side. Finally, Vladimir Mendeleev, the chief librarian, stepped forward, the air around him crackling with residual psychic energy. His deep Russian accent was even thicker than usual, emotion carrying through his words. Comrade Primarch, Mendeleev began, his voice rough yet reverent, what you have done today, it is not normal. It is not possible. You defy warp itself. You did not just defeat enemy, you spit in face of fate and wrote your own future. Valorian clasped Mendeleev's shoulder firmly, his own voice steady. The future is not written, Vladimir. Chaos thinks we're all just pieces on their board, but we make our own moves. That's what they fear the most. Mendeleev's eyes gleamed with pride. My lord. This is why they hate us. We are not puppets, like their pawns. We choose, we act. We are free, and they are slaves. For a moment, they stood together, 5 warriors amidst the wreckage of one of the Imperium's most brutal conflicts, bound by a victory that transcended the battlefield. As the group of commanders basked in their victory, Stephen Armstrong's face suddenly turned grim. He placed a hand on Franklin's shoulder, his nanomachine-enhanced muscles tensing. Father, we've got a situation, Armstrong said, his voice low and urgent. The Liberty Eagles and the Night World of Osteria Extremis are holding the Eldari forces at gunpoint. It's a powder keg out there, ready to blow at any moment. Franklin's expression hardened, the jovial atmosphere evaporating instantly. Details, Stephen. What's our status? Armstrong smirked, a hint of pride in his voice. We've successfully disabled their webway gate. They're trapped here, but they're not going down without a fight. Some of our boys are saying the knife ears have better psychers and tech than us, but I say that's a load of is enough, Captain, Vladimir Mendeleev interrupted, his thick Russian accent dripping with impatience. I am appreciating your excitement, but let us not be making mistake of underestimating enemies. He turned to Franklin, his eyes glowing faintly with psychic energy. My lord, I have placed technoseers in best positions. We are ready to intercept, or how you say, smash any Eldari psychic meddling. Franklin nodded, processing the information quickly. Good work, both of you. Let's move out. I want to see this for myself. As they marched towards the standoff, the devastation of the recent battle was evident. Craters pockmarked the landscape, and the air still smelled of ozone and promethium. Franklin's mind, however, was elsewhere. So, old friend, he thought, addressing the entity within the death sword at his hip, what's your take on this little predicament? The voice of Cain, the Eldari god of war, resonated in Franklin's mind. It was a sound like grinding metal, tinged with both ancient wisdom and barely contained violence. Ah, the children of Asurian, Cain's voice dripped with a mixture of fondness and disdain. I still care for them, you know. They are my people, after all. Franklin raised an eyebrow. But, he prompted, sensing there was more to come. But, Cain continued, a hint of bitterness creeping into his tone, they doomed themselves. Doomed me. Their pursuit of pleasure, their blood orgies, their excess, it birthed Slaanesh and shattered our pantheon. As they walked, Franklin noticed the massive forms of night walkers looming over the horizon, their weapons trained on a distant point. So you wouldn't object if I decided to eliminate this particular group? He asked, curious about Cain's response. There was a pause, and Franklin could almost feel the god weighing his words. I would not object, Cain finally replied. In fact, I would welcome it. Their souls would fuel me, strengthen our bond. It's an alternative power source I've grown quite fond of, I must admit. Franklin nodded, a grim smile playing on his lips. Belief is overrated anyway, isn't it? Indeed, Cain agreed, a hint of amusement in his voice. Though I must say, Franklin, our friendship has changed me. In the past, I would have demanded their slaughter without hesitation. Now, I find myself considering alternatives. This caught Franklin's attention. Oh? The mighty Cain, considering diplomacy? I never thought I'd see the day. Don't get too excited, Cain grumbled, but there was no real heat in his words. I simply recognize that outright slaughter isn't always the most efficient path. Sometimes, a more nuanced approach can yield better results. As they continued their march, Franklin could see the standoff coming into view. The sight was impressive and terrifying in equal measure. Countless Astartes and Liberty Guardsmen had formed a tight perimeter around a group of Yildari warriors. The sleek, alien forms of the Eldar contrasted sharply with the bulky, utilitarian designs of the Imperial forces. Massive tanks and artillery pieces were positioned strategically, their barrels aimed squarely at the Yildari contingent. The air was thick with tension, like a drawn bowstring ready to snap at any moment. Any last words of wisdom before I step into this mess? Franklin asked Cain, his hand resting on the hilt of the crone sword. Remember, Franklin, Cain's voice was uncharacteristically soft, power comes in many forms. The Yildari know this better than most. Whether you choose to crush them or parley, do so from a position of strength. Show them the might of humanity, but also its potential for mercy. That is true power. Franklin nodded, somewhat surprised by Cain's counsel. You really have changed, old friend. Perhaps, Cain replied, a hint of his old ferocity returning. Or perhaps I'm just learning to play a longer game. Either way, I look forward to seeing how you handle this, my bearer. With that, Franklin squared his shoulders and strode forward, his presence immediately drawing the attention of both his forces and the Yildari. As he approached, he could see the fear and defiance in the alien's eyes, the tense postures of his own men, fingers hovering near triggers. This was indeed a powder keg, as Armstrong had said. But now, armed with Cain's unexpected wisdom and his own indomitable will, Franklin Valorian was ready to either defuse it, or control the explosion. He took a deep breath, feeling the weight of the moment. Then, with a voice that carried across the battlefield, he spoke, Athene Arisher, Yildari. Isha's grace upon this meeting. Eldrad Ulthran, Farsa of Craft World Ulthwi, stood at the forefront of the Yildari contingent, his mind a maelstrom of conflicting thoughts and emotions. The psychic energies that constantly swirled around him seemed agitated, reflecting his inner turmoil. His ancient eyes, which had witnessed the rise and fall of countless civilizations, were fixed upon the approaching figure of Franklin Valorian, Primarch of the Liberty Eagles. How could I have been so wrong? Eldrad mused, his usually unshakable confidence wavering. The visions that had led him and his forces to Austeria Extremis had been clear. A Primarch was to fall, a pivotal moment that could tip the balance of power in the galaxy. Yet what he had witnessed was something else entirely. Instead of a fall, he had seen a battle, a Primarch fighting against a demonic version of himself. It was a sight that defied his centuries of foresight and planning. The threads of fate have twisted in ways I could not foresee, he thought, his mind racing to understand the implications. But it was the manner of the Primarch's fighting that truly caught Eldrad's attention. The fluidity of movement, the precise application of force, the seamless integration of psychic abilities into physical combat, it all spoke of Yildari influence. Not just any Yildari influence, but techniques and strategies that felt ancient, even to him. He fights like one of us, Eldrad realized, but with a savagery that is all his own. The Farser had not missed the psychic abilities the Primarch displayed during the battle. Spells and techniques unmistakably Yildari in origin flowed from the human's hands, crude and unrefined in Eldrad's eyes, but undeniably effective. How has he learned our ways? Eldrad wondered. And who would dare teach a Mundaki our sacred arts? As the Primarch drew closer, Eldrad's thoughts spanned millennia of Yildari history. Flashes of the ancient Yildari Empire at its height surfaced when war was a distant memory, and pleasure reigned supreme. But no, the sword forms didn't match that era of decadence and peace. His keen eyes focused on the Primarch's swordplay, analyzing every strike and parry. The style was undeniably Yildari, yet something about it felt different. It whispered of an age even older than the fall, echoing the legends of Cain's greatest champions. His mind reached further back, beyond the formation of the Empire, to a time when the Eldari waged war on a galactic scale. To the war in heaven itself. Impossible, Eldrad thought, yet the evidence before his eyes was undeniable. The humans were not even a species when we fought the Necrontyr and their C'tan masters. How could this Primarch wield a fighting style from that era? A chilling realization crept into his thoughts. Could it be? Does this Mundaki somehow wield techniques from the war in heaven? The idea seemed absurd. The war in heaven was ancient even to the oldest Eldari. It predated their empire and civilization. Humans hadn't yet emerged from the primordial chaos of their world. It predates me, Eldrad realized, it predates us all. As Eldrad surveyed the tactical situation, another shock awaited him. The webway gate. They've disabled it. The feat should have been impossible. The webway was one of the Eldari's most closely guarded secrets, a vast network of dimensional corridors perfected by the Old Ones over eons. For these Mundaki, even ones as advanced as the Liberty Eagles, to interfere with its workings was unthinkable. There are only two possibilities, Eldrad reasoned, his mind racing to unravel the mystery. Either they have studied the webway for millennia, learning its secrets through sheer patience and ingenuity. The alternative was almost too painful to consider. Or there is a traitor among us. An Eldari turncoat who has sold our most sacred knowledge to these humans. Neither option was palatable, but Eldrad knew he had to uncover the truth. The security of the webway was paramount, not just for Ulthwi, but for the survival of all Eldari. As Valorian approached, Eldrad found himself reassessing everything he thought he knew about these particular Mundaki. The Liberty Eagles, despite their reputation as trigger-happy imperialists, were among the least xenophobic of the Astartes legions. Their Primarch, in particular, possessed a curiosity about alien cultures that bordered on heresy by imperial standards. After all, Valorian led the Independence sector, one of the few zones the Eldari considered safe enough to show themselves openly. In this sector, all that was required of them was to declare their intentions, after which they were merely escorted by a sector fleet, with no further hostilities. Athene Arisher, Eldari. Isha's grace upon this meeting, Valorian said in flawless Eldari. Eldrad's eyes widened behind his helm. The dialect was ancient, the cadence reminiscent of a time long before the fall. Some of the phrases even hinted at linguistic structures that might have been used during the war in heaven itself. Impossible, Eldrad thought, his mind reeling. How does this Mundaki speak our tongue with such antiquity? The implications were staggering. This Primarch wasn't just a genetically engineered warrior, he was a living contradiction. A being that somehow bridged humanity's present and the Eldari's distant past. As Eldrad prepared to respond, he re-evaluated everything about this encounter. The visions that had led him here, the battle he had witnessed, even the disabled webway gate all seemed insignificant in comparison to the enigma now standing before him. This Franklin Valorian was more than just a potential ally or enemy. He was a puzzle Eldrad felt compelled to solve. A key not only to the future but to the galaxy's ancient past as well. With the grace of millennia of diplomatic encounters, Eldrad stepped forward, his staff clicking against the war-torn ground. He knew that his next words could shape the fate of both their races. Athene Arvanyi, Primarch, Eldrad replied, matching the ancient dialect. Your knowledge of our tongue is unexpected. As is much about you, it seems. Even as he spoke, Eldrad's mind raced. The Primarch's swordplay, his psychic techniques, and now his command of the ancient language all pointed to a connection with the Eldari that should have been impossible. And yet, here it was, undeniable. Eldrad realized that the conversation ahead was crucial not just for the immediate situation, but for unraveling the mystery of Franklin Valorian. A mystery that could have far-reaching consequences for both their races and the galaxy at large. As he prepared for what would undoubtedly be one of the most intriguing diplomatic encounters of his long life, Eldrad felt a mixture of anticipation and trepidation. Whatever unfolded next would reshape his understanding of the Mundaki, of his own people's history, and perhaps the very nature of the galaxy itself. A/N, here's an advanced chapter. I'm taking a break tomorrow. Chapter 55, Negotiations. The tension in the air was palpable as Franklin Valorian, Primarch of the Liberty Eagles, stood face to face with Eldrad Ulthran, Farsa of Craft World Ulthwi. Two major players of their respective races, each carrying the weight of their people's future on their shoulders. Athene Arisher, Eldari. Your presence here is unexpected, but not unwelcome. Eldrad, his ancient eyes scrutinizing the Primarch from behind his ornate helm, responded in kind. Athene Arvani, Primarch. Franklin, his imposing frame dwarfing even the tall Ildari, inclined his head slightly in respect. I am Franklin Valorian, Primarch of the Liberty Eagles, though you may know me as the Liberator. Eldrad, his ornate helm masking any expression, replied with equal formality. And I am Eldrad Ulthran, Farsa of Craft World Ulthwi. Your knowledge of our tongue is, most intriguing, Primarch. A small smile played on Franklin's lips. Ah, but the unexpected is what makes life interesting, wouldn't you agree, Farser? Perhaps, Eldrad conceded, his tone measured. Though for one who walks the paths of fate, the unexpected can be disconcerting. Franklin's expression sobered. Speaking of the unexpected, I owe you a debt of gratitude, Eldrad Ulthran. You saved my life. This statement seemed to catch Eldrad off guard. Explain, he said, a hint of curiosity breaking through his stoic demeanor. When my corrupted self first manifested, Franklin elaborated, his hand unconsciously moving to his side where the phantom pain of a near-fatal wound lingered, it was your intervention that stopped his blade. You denied the ruinous powers another champion that day. Eldrad nodded solemnly. It is what should be done. The great enemy must be denied at every turn, regardless of the vessel they seek to corrupt. Indeed, Franklin agreed. Though I must admit, I'm curious as to how you knew to be there at that precise moment. A flicker of something pride, perhaps crossed Eldrad's face. I walk the skeins of fate, Primarch. I saw the potential for your fall and moved to prevent it. Though I must admit, the outcome was, not as I had foreseen. Franklin chuckled. Ah, but that's the beauty of free will, isn't it? We can always choose to defy fate. You speak with wisdom beyond your years, young one, Eldrad observed, a note of approval in his voice. It is refreshing to hear such words from a Monday Key. Young. Franklin raised an eyebrow, amusement dancing in his eyes. I'll have you know I'm quite mature for my age. But tell me, Farser, does my fluency in your tongue truly surprise you so much? Eldrad's posture stiffened slightly. It is not merely fluency, Primarch. You speak our language with an antiquity that should be impossible for one of your kind. It hints at knowledge that predates even the fall of our empire. Franklin's smile widened. Well, I suppose you could say I have a rather godly mentor. Eldrad's eyes narrowed. Speak plainly, Primarch. Such knowledge is not freely given, even to one such as yourself. All in good time, Farser, Franklin replied, his tone turning more serious. There is much we need to discuss, and this battlefield is hardly the place for such weighty conversations. He gestured towards the Liberty Eagle's command post in the distance. Perhaps we could continue this discussion in a more comfortable setting? I believe we have much to learn from each other. Eldrad paused, considering the offer. His gaze swept over the tense standoff between the Ildari and Imperial forces. And what of our people? This powder keg, as you Monday Key would say, remains primed to ignite. Franklin nodded, understanding the concern. A valid point. I propose a temporary ceasefire. Your forces will be granted safe passage within agreed-upon areas of our camp. In return, I ask that you order your warriors to stand down. We need not spill more blood this day. A generous offer, Eldrad mused, though some might call it naive. How can you be certain we will not take advantage of such hospitality? Franklin's smile remained casual, though his eyes held a keen glint as he spoke in flawless, ancient Ildari. Farser, the dance of fate is as delicate as the wines of Liliath, is it not? The galaxy shifts, unseen currents pull at even the wisest among us, and sometimes, things drift closer to the tempest than intended. With a small, almost careless motion, Franklin reached into a compartment of his armor and withdrew a smooth, black orb no larger than a palm. He handed it to Eldrad, who took it with a raised brow of curiosity. As the Farser studied it, the surface of the orb shimmered, revealing a small, blinking red dot. At the very edge of the projection floated the unmistakable vortex of the Eye of Terror. The distance between the two made Eldrad's blood run cold. Take the Song of Old Hanish, Franklin continued, his tone casual as if he were discussing the weather. A marvel of survival, constantly threading the needle through the tides of fate. But, he added lightly, it doesn't take much a misstep, a subtle nudge, and even the greatest of vessels might find themselves caught in the storm. Eldrad's gaze remained fixed on the blinking dot. The realization sunk in this was Ulthwi, and Franklin was well aware of its position, perhaps more aware than the Ildari had anticipated. Franklin's disarming smile never wavered. Of course, that's not what either of us want. I'd much rather see our paths aligned, rather than some unintended drift toward places like the Eye of Terror. His voice carried a light, almost friendly tone, but the underlying message was clear. After all, cooperation suits both our people far better than turbulence, don't you agree? The orb vanished from Eldrad's hand just as easily as it had appeared, yet the weight of its message lingered heavily between them. For a long moment, Eldrad was silent, his ancient mind weighing countless possibilities. Finally, he spoke. Very well, Primarch Valorian. We shall accept your offer of parley. But know this, we do so not out of fear or weakness, but out of a desire to understand the enigma that you present. Franklin smiled. I would expect nothing less from the Ildari. Shall we, then? As they turned to inform their respective forces of the arrangement, Eldrad spoke once more. Tell me, Primarch, this godly mentor of yours, it wouldn't happen to be connected to that rather interesting sword at your hip, would it? Franklin's hand instinctively went to the crone's sword. Perceptive as always, farcer. But that, I'm afraid, is a tale for another time. One best told over a good drink and away from prying eyes. Indeed, Eldrad replied, a hint of anticipation in his voice. It seems this day holds more surprises yet. As Eldrad Ulthrown walked alongside Franklin Valorian, his ancient eyes ceaselessly scanned their surroundings, absorbing every detail with the intensity of a being who had witnessed millennia of galactic history. The encampment of the Liberty Eagles spread out before him, a bustling hive of activity that spoke volumes about this unique legion and the changing face of humanity. How swiftly the wheel of time turns, Eldrad mused internally. These Mundaki, once primitive creatures scrabbling in the dirt of their home world, now stride across the stars with technologies that rival our own. The Farcer's gaze swept over the equipment and vehicles of the Liberty Eagles. There was an unmistakable air of advanced technology about them, reminiscent of humanity's lost golden age. Yet, they were not mere replicas of ancient designs. Eldrad noted intricate modifications, improvements that spoke of a deep understanding of the underlying principles. They do not simply use these relics, they comprehend them, improve upon them, Eldrad realized with a mixture of grudging admiration and concern. Perhaps the Emperor's Grand Crusade is more than mere conquest. It is the resurgence of a fallen empire. One aspect, however, drew a mental chuckle from the Farcer. Everything, from the vehicles to the weapons to the armor, was significantly larger than their counterparts in other imperial forces. Typical Mundaki, Eldrad thought with a hint of derision. Always equating size with superiority. And yet, he couldn't deny the effectiveness of these oversized creations. The Liberty Eagles moved with swiftness that belied their bulk, their massive weapons delivering overwhelming firepower with pinpoint accuracy. It was a brute force approach, certainly, but one honed to a razor's edge. Still, Eldrad's pride wouldn't allow him to concede superiority. Our technology remains superior, he reassured himself. Millennia of refinement cannot be overcome so easily. And yet, the thought lingered, uncomfortable in its implication. We are a dying race, our numbers dwindling while humanity spreads like a wildfire across the galaxy. As they walked, Eldrad's attention was drawn to a particular group of Astartes. They stood apart from their brothers, both in appearance and in the aura of power that surrounded them. Each wielded a massive staff, and around them hovered strange, mechanical constructs that seemed to ripple the very fabric of reality. They're psychers, Eldrad realized, his interest piqued. Librarians, they call them. A quaint term for wielders of such power. He recalled seeing these librarians in battle, their abilities on full display. The memory was both impressive and unsettling. He had watched them purge Nurglite corruption from their comrades, their powers acting like a cleansing fire against the foul taint of chaos. More incredibly, he had witnessed them hold a greater daemon of Nurgle at bay, a feat that would challenge even the most powerful of Farcers. Yet, something about their methods puzzled Eldrad. Not a single lethal spell, he mused. All defense and purification. Is this a limitation of their abilities, or a choice? A weapon used only to shield, never to strike. The strategic implications of such a force were not lost on the Farcer. An army with such powerful defensive capabilities could be nigh unstoppable, weathering attacks that would annihilate others. Yet, the lack of offensive psychic abilities seemed a glaring weakness. As Eldrad pondered this, his gaze fell upon one particular Astartes, and he felt a chill run down his spine. This warrior stood out even among his fellow librarians, his presence commanding and intimidating. His appearance was rugged, with thick, dark hair and a full beard that added to his feral aura. But it was his eyes that truly caught Eldrad's attention, sharp, calculating, constantly analyzing his surroundings with an intensity that spoke of both vast intelligence and barely restrained power. By Isha, Eldrad thought, he's like a mountain given form, immovable and implacable. The warrior's physical presence was imposing, reminiscent of a towering glacier, cold, unyielding, and possessed of a potential energy that could reshape the very land if unleashed. As Eldrad watched, the Astartes raised a canister to his lips, taking a long swig of some unknown liquid. Barbaric, Eldrad's initial thought was dismissive. But even as the word formed in his mind, he chided himself for such a superficial judgment. This being radiated danger in a way that set every one of Eldrad's finely honed instincts on high alert. Through the murmur of conversation around him, Eldrad caught the warrior's name and title, Vladimir Mendeleev, Chief Librarian of the Liberty Eagles. The name meant little to Eldrad, but the title spoke volumes. This was no ordinary psyker, but the leader of all psychic warriors in this formidable legion. There is more to him than meets the eye, Eldrad realized, his psychic senses probing cautiously. Much more. The Farser had encountered countless powerful beings in his long life, from mighty warriors to skilled psychers and demonic entities of unfathomable power. Yet something about this chief librarian set him apart. It wasn't just raw power, though that was present in abundance. There was a complexity to his aura, layers upon layers of psychic energy intertwined in patterns Eldrad had never encountered before, intricately woven, almost mechanical in their precision, yet with an odd, digital quality that felt entirely unique. What manner of training have you undergone, I wonder? Eldrad mused silently. What secrets do you hold, Chief Librarian of the Liberty Eagles? As if sensing Eldrad's scrutiny, Mendelev's piercing gaze suddenly locked onto the Farser. For a brief moment, their eyes met across the bustling camp, and Eldrad felt as though he were staring into a machine calm on the surface, but precise and calculated beneath, capable of overwhelming him in an instant. In that moment, Eldrad realized his earlier assessment of the librarian's abilities had been premature. If Mendeleev was a true reflection of their potential, then the psychic might of the Liberty Eagles was far greater and far more dangerous than he had initially believed. The command tent of the Liberty Eagles buzzed with an energy that was part tension, part anticipation. At its center, two figures sat across from each other, their presence filling the space with an almost tangible weight of history and potential futures. Franklin leaned forward, his posture relaxed yet alert. Across from him, Eldrad sat with the rigid posture of one who carried millennia of wisdom and pride. So, Farser Ulthran, Franklin began, his tone casual yet precise, shall we discuss the matter of the webway gates? Eldrad's eyes narrowed imperceptibly. A bold opening, Primarch. You speak of our most closely guarded secrets as if discussing the weather. Franklin smiled, a gesture that didn't quite reach his eyes. Why waste time on pleasantries when we both know what's at stake? The Great Crusade is underway. The galaxy is changing, whether we wish it or not. The galaxy has seen empires rise and fall, Eldrad replied, his tone dismissive. Your Imperium is but the latest in a long line of would-be conquerors. Perhaps, Franklin conceded, but even you must see the threads of fate converging. The Imperium will hold this galaxy in an iron fist. The question is, will the Eldari be crushed within that grasp, or will they find a way to coexist? Eldrad's posture stiffened, pride radiating from every pore. The Eldari have survived calamities your young race can scarcely imagine. We do not need the charity of Mundaki to ensure our survival. Franklin's hand unconsciously moved to the crone sword at his hip, a motion not lost on Eldrad. Survival is one thing, Farser. Thriving is another. We both know the true enemy that threatens us all. The great enemy, Eldrad said, the word hanging in the air between them. Indeed, Franklin nodded. You came here to prevent a champion of the ruinous powers from ascending. Your people fight tirelessly to deny them their prizes. It seems to me we have a common enemy. Eldrad's eyes flickered to the crone sword and back to Franklin's face. You speak with knowledge no Mundaki should possess. Your sword, your words, even your battle techniques, they echo of times long past. How is this possible? Franklin smiled enigmatically. Let's just say I have a unique perspective on history. One that allows me to see the value in cooperation between our peoples. Cooperation? Eldrad scoffed, though a hint of curiosity crept into his voice. And what form would this cooperation take? Access to the webway gates, for starters, Franklin said, his tone matter of fact. In return, safe passage for your people through imperial space. A chance to preserve your culture, your lives, in the face of a changing galaxy. Eldrad's eyes narrowed. You ask for the keys to our kingdom, Primarch. Why should we trust you with such power? Franklin leaned back, his posture open yet commanding. Because, Farser, I am the bridge between our peoples. I understand the Ildari in ways no other human can. And I have the ear of the Emperor himself. Bold claims, Eldrad said, his tone challenging. Yet you dance around the true questions. Who taught you our ways? How did you come by that sword? What secrets do you hide, Franklin Valorian? Franklin's smile widened. Where would be the fun in revealing all my secrets at once? Let's focus on the matter at hand. The webway gates for safe passage and a guarantee of non-aggression. Surely a farser of your caliber can see the value in such an arrangement. Eldrad was silent for a long moment, his ancient mind weighing countless possibilities. When he spoke, his voice carried the weight of ages. You speak of inevitabilities, Primarch. Of iron fists and crusades. Yet the future is not set in stone. I have walked paths you cannot imagine. Then you've seen the potential futures, Franklin pressed. How many craft worlds burn if we cannot find common ground? How many Ildari lives are lost to misunderstanding and xenophobia? A flicker of something concern, perhaps crossed Eldrad's face before his proud mask reasserted itself. We have survived worse than your Imperium, Primarch. We will endure, as we always have. Franklin nodded, acknowledging the pride in Eldrad's words. No doubt. But at what cost? The galaxy is changing, Farser. The old ways of isolation and secrecy may not be enough in the face of what's to come. Franklin's gaze hardened. The Emperor's vision for humanity leaves little room for compromise, Eldrad. His doctrine is simple, stand aside or be crushed beneath the wheels of progress, beneath the heel of the Imperium, but I offer a third option. Cooperation. Your offer reeks of desperation, Eldrad said, his voice laced with contempt. What need have we of your cooperation? Survival, Franklin said simply. The galaxy is changing, Farser. The old ways are dying. Adapt or perish. It's a lesson both our races have learned the hard way. Eldrad was silent for a long moment, his ancient mind weighing countless possibilities. And what guarantee do we have that this cooperation would be honored? Franklin smiled, a glint of triumph in his eyes. My word, Farser. And the word of a Primarch is backed by the full might of the Imperium. Words are wind, Eldrad dismissed, but there was a hint of uncertainty in his voice. Then let actions speak louder, Franklin proposed. Grant us limited access to specific webway portals. In return, I'll ensure safe passage for Ildari ships through designated sectors of imperial space. Eldrad's eyes widened slightly, the first crack in his impassive facade. You would go against the Imperium's xenophobic doctrine. Franklin nodded solemnly. For the greater good of both our peoples, yes. The Emperor seeks the webway. I seek to prevent unnecessary bloodshed. This arrangement serves both purposes. And what of your fellow Primarches? Eldrad pressed. Surely they would not abide such an agreement. Leave them to me, Franklin said confidently. My brothers may be set in their ways, but they respect results. And this arrangement will yield results, Farser. For both our peoples. Eldrad sat back, his ancient eyes studying Franklin with newfound respect. You are, not what I expected, Franklin Valorian. Your words carry weight, your arguments merit consideration. But do not mistake this for acquiescence. The Ildari bow to no one, least of all to humanity. Franklin nodded, a genuine smile spreading across his face. I would expect nothing less, Eldrad Ulthran. So, shall we discuss the specifics of this arrangement? After all, the devil is in the details, as we Mundaki like to say. Eldrad's eyes narrowed, his gaze flicking between Franklin's face and the sword at his hip. You dance around the truth with remarkable skill, Primarch. But know this, the fate of my people is not a bargaining chip to be lightly traded. Franklin nodded solemnly. Nor would I expect it to be. But consider this, Farser, with this alliance, you gain not just safety for your people, but a voice in shaping the galaxy's future. A chance to guide humanity away from the darker paths of fate. Eldrad sat back, his ageless eyes studying Franklin intently. You offer much, Primarch. Perhaps too much. It makes one wonder what you truly seek. Peace, Franklin said simply. A future where our races stand together against the darkness. Is that not worth the risk? A long silence stretched between them, heavy with the weight of countless possible futures. Finally, Eldrad spoke. Your words are compelling, Primarch Valorian. But words are not enough. I will need time to consult the skeins of fate and my fellow farcers, to see the paths that lie ahead. Franklin nodded, a victorious glint in his eye. Of course, farcer. Take all the time you need. But remember, time is a luxury the galaxy may soon be unable to afford. As Eldrad prepared to leave, Franklin's voice cut through the tension with casual precision. Oh, and farcer. When you're ready to discuss the true nature of this sword, and the knowledge it holds, you know where to find me. Eldrad paused at the tent's entrance, looking back at Franklin with a mix of frustration and grudging respect. You are a most peculiar Mundaki, Franklin Valorian. I suspect our paths will cross many times in the ages to come. Pausing briefly, Franklin added, I've already reactivated the webway portal, and a safe passage has been cleared for you. You have my word no one will stand in your way. Eldrad gave a final nod, acknowledging the offer, before departing. As the shimmering veil of the webway portal closed behind him, Eldrad felt the weight of millennia settle upon his shoulders. The familiar, psychically charged atmosphere of the labyrinthine dimension enveloped him, a stark contrast to the crude materiality of the Mundaki world he had just left. Primitives, Eldrad muttered, his voice tinged with both disdain and a reluctant admiration. Yet they grow bolder, more dangerous with each passing cycle. The farcer's mind raced, replaying every moment of his encounter with the enigmatic Primarch, Franklin Valorian. The Mundaki's words echoed in his thoughts, a persistent reminder of the precarious position the Eldari now found themselves in. The audacity, Eldrad mused, his tone a mixture of irritation and respect. To think a mere child of the Emperor could presume to bargain for the webway itself. Our birthright, our sanctuary. Yet even as pride swelled within him, the cold logic that had kept Eldrad alive for millennia asserted itself. The webway portal they had just abandoned was lost to them, at least for now. To reclaim it by force would be costly. Biltan, Yandan, Eldrad whispered, considering his options. Their martial might could perhaps tip the scales. But at what cost? Images flashed through his mind, the proud aspect warriors of Biltan, each representing the martial prowess of their craft world, standing in lockstep with their kin. The gleaming guardians of Yandan, their golden and blue armor reflecting the unwavering will of their people, bolstered by ranks of battle-hardened warriors still fighting for their craft world's survival. Formidable forces, to be sure, but against the Liberty Eagles? Eldrad's lips curled into a wry smile. The Primarch speaks true. His legion is no simple foe. And with him at their helm. The farcer closed his eyes, reaching out with his psychic senses to brush against the skeins of fate. The future unfolded before him in a dizzying array of possibilities, each more grim than the last. The Great Crusade, a juggernaut of human ambition and might, sweeping across the stars. World after world falling to the Imperium's relentless advance. The Mundaki unite the galaxy under their banner, Eldrad murmured, his voice heavy with the weight of foresight. An inevitability, perhaps. But the manner of that unification, that remains in flux. He saw craft worlds burning, their infinity circuits shattered, the souls of billions lost to she who thirsts. He saw hidden maiden worlds, carefully seeded over millennia, trampled under the boot of imperial conquest. But he also saw glimpses of another path, Eldari and humans fighting side by side against the encroaching darkness, the webway a highway of alliance rather than a jealously guarded secret. The Primarch offers a bridge, Eldrad admitted to himself, his pride warring with pragmatism. A distasteful notion, to be sure. To treat with Mundaki as equals, our ancestors would weep. Yet the alternative loomed large in his mind. War with the Imperium now, at the height of their great crusade, would be disastrous. The Eldari, still reeling from the fall, their numbers a mere fraction of their former glory, could ill afford such a conflict. And what of she who thirsts and her accursed kin? Eldrad pondered, recalling the Primarch's words. The great enemy grows stronger, feeding on the conflicts that rage across the galaxy. Perhaps there is wisdom in presenting a united front. The farcer's hand clenched involuntarily, psychic energy crackling around his fist. The very notion of alliance with the Mundaki galled him, a bitter draught that stuck in his throat. Yet he could not deny the logic of it, the potential benefits that such an arrangement might bring. But the webway. Eldrad's voice trailed off, his mind grappling with the enormity of what was being asked. To grant the Imperium access to the labyrinthine dimension would be unprecedented, a risk beyond measure. Yet if it could be controlled, limited. A hard bargain indeed, Primarch, Eldrad said to the empty air, a grudging respect in his tone. You play the game well, for one so young. The mystery of the Primarch himself still nagged at Eldrad. The ancient Ildari knowledge, the strange sword that radiated an all too familiar power, the confidence with which he spoke of ages long past. These were puzzles that demanded solving, enigmas that could tip the balance of power in the galaxy. You hide much, Franklin Valorian, Eldrad mused. But time reveals all secrets, and I have time in abundance. With a thought, Eldrad summoned a psychic message, sending it racing through the webway to his fellow farseers. They would need to convene, to discuss this unprecedented situation. The fate of the Ildari race hung in the balance, and every decision from this point on would shape the future of the galaxy. As he prepared to make the journey back to Ulthui, Eldrad smiled grimly. Well played, Monday Key, he admitted. But the game is far from over. We are the Ildari, children of lost Eldario, inheritors of the Old One's legacy. We do not yield easily, even in the face of inevitability. With a sweep of his ghost helm, Eldrad strode deeper into the webway, his mind already formulating strategies and counter-strategies. The Primarch had made his move, and now it was time for the Ildari to respond. Whatever the outcome, Eldrad vowed that his people would face their fate with the pride and dignity befitting their ancient race. The threads of fate were shifting, weaving a new tapestry of galactic destiny. And Eldrad Ulthran, greatest of the Farseers, would ensure that the Ildari's thread shone bright amidst the encroaching darkness. A/N, NGL. As I dove into Ildari lore, they are a pretty decent faction if you ignore their seemingly lack of plot armor because, you know, Space Marines, they remind me of the Brits. Chapter 56, Cattle and More Training. The grand strategy room aboard the Sweet Liberty hummed with activity as Franklin Valorian took his seat at the head of the expansive table. The room's design mirrored the grandeur of ancient Terran war rooms, with holographic displays and data slates seamlessly integrated into its classical architecture. Let's begin, Valorian's voice boomed, a hint of his characteristic humor underlying the serious tone. We've got a party to get to, so let's make this snappy, shall we? Vladimir Mendeleev, the chief librarian, cleared his throat. My lord, I'll start with an update on Osteria Extremis. The mind-wiping operation is complete. Only King Thorndyke and his knights retain knowledge of our opponents. The populace is now secure from potential psychic interrogation. Valorian nodded, his face grave. Good work, Vladimir. It's never pleasant, but sometimes necessary. Denzel, your thoughts on our recent engagements? First Captain Denzel Washington stood up. Thank you, my lord. Our current strategy of overwhelming firepower has been effective, but costly. We're burning through our stored munitions fast. Stephen Armstrong, the second captain, interjected, but hot damn, if it isn't a beautiful sight. Nothing says liberty like a sky full of explosions. Valorian chuckled, easy there, Stephen. We're trying to liberate worlds, not vaporize them. Elena, what's the fleet's perspective on this? Fleet Admiral Elena Koshka, my lord, while the spectacle of the Liberty Eagle's overwhelming firepower is indeed impressive, it is pushing our logistics to their limit. We are taxing our supply chains and approaching what would be the breaking point for any other legion. A more surgical approach may be prudent, especially when dealing with chaos corruption embedded within civilian populations. She paused, her gaze meeting Franklin's unflinchingly. However, she continued, a small smile tugging at the corner of her mouth, that breaking point is meant for the regular Astartes legions. Ever since the expansion of the Independence sector, our resources are unparalleled. It's no secret that you are one of, if not the, wealthiest rulers in the Imperium. While others would be crumbling under this strain, as Liberty Eagles, we are not like the others. We can rearm and restock our massive munition stores at will. The coffers of the Independence sector, to call it vast is an understatement. Agreed, that's good taxpayer money right there, Valorian mused, absently running a hand along the hilt of his crone sword. The weapon seemed to pulse in response to his touch. John, what's your take on ground operations? John Ezra, head of the Primarch's honor guard, stood at attention. Sir, our guardsmen are performing admirably, but we're seeing increased rates of chaos corruption among the rank and file. The constant exposure to warp energies is taking its toll. Valorian's eyes narrowed, a flicker of concern passing across his features. Vladimir, any insights from the technoseers on this? The chief librarian nodded gravely. We've been developing new psychic shielding techniques, my lord. Combining our warp disruption abilities with the machine empathy of our more tech-oriented brothers, we believe we can create a sort of psychic firewall for our troops. Interesting, Valorian mused. Marcus, how would this affect our ground tactics? General Marcus Graves of the army straightened in his chair. If effective, my lord, it could allow for more precise strikes. Instead of carpet bombing entire city blocks, we could send in smaller, shielded teams to excise the corruption surgically. I like it, Valorian nodded. Yamato, how does the Air Force fit into this new paradigm? Air Force Chief of Staff Yamato Nakajima leaned forward, his eyes gleaming with excitement. My lord, we've been developing a new class of stealth dropships. Combined with the technoseer's shielding, we could insert strike teams virtually undetected. Valorian's face broke into a wide grin. Now that's what I call thinking outside the box. Armstrong, I can see you're about to burst. What's on your mind? Stephen Armstrong slammed his fist on the table. With all due respect, father, are we going soft? The Liberty Eagles are known for our shock and awe. We can't let our enemies think we're losing our edge. Denzel Washington raised an eyebrow. Nobody's suggesting we go soft, Armstrong. But even liberty needs to be applied judiciously. We're not here to create anarchy. Valorian raised a hand, silencing the brewing argument. Both valid points, gentlemen. We'll maintain our capacity for overwhelming force, but we'll be smarter about when and where we use it. Vladimir, I want you to work with Elena and Yamato on integrating these new psychic defenses into our fleet and air operations. Marcus, Denzel, start training strike teams for these surgical interventions. Armstrong, you'll be in charge of our shock and awe reserves. When we need to make a statement, I want it to be loud and clear. The Primarch stood, his massive frame dominating the room. Remember, we're the Liberty Eagles. Our strength isn't just in our firepower, but in our ability to adapt, to outsmart our enemies. Chaos thrives on disorder and excess, we'll beat them by being more disciplined, more precise, and yes, occasionally more explosive. He grinned, a twinkle in his eye. Now, I believe we have a celebration to attend. After all, what's the point of being the fun Primarch if we don't let loose once in a while? Dismissed. As the chamber erupted into cheers and laughter. The meeting adjourned. Date, 8/24:30 m. Location, Independence Sector. Freedom's Reach. Planetary designation. Zyberos 973 Theta. Biome type, Tyranid Containment and Research Facility. Overview. Zyberos 973 Theta is a top-secret experimental planet located deep within the Independence Sector, dedicated to advanced bioengineering and the controlled study of Tyranid organisms. Established in 8/21:30 m, following the annihilation of the Tyranid forces or, as known to the Greater Imperium, the Legion of Ouroboros, the planet has since remained a hidden asset under the exclusive jurisdiction of the Liberty Eagles. Franklin strode along a massive walkway suspended high above a bizarre alien landscape. Beside him walked Dr. Ilara Chen, head of bioengineering, her crisp lab coat a stark contrast to Valorian's mech suit. Below them, a scene of controlled chaos unfolded, a Tyranid farm unlike anything the galaxy had ever seen. Impressive, isn't it? Dr. Chen gestured to the vista before them. We've turned the galaxy's most terrifying predator into cattle. Valorian's towering frame dwarfed Dr. Chen as they strode along, his eyes constantly scanning their surroundings. Impressive work, Doctor, he remarked, his voice a low rumble. I never thought I'd see the day when Tyranids were reduced to cattle. Dr. Chen beamed with pride. Thank you, Lord Valorian. Our progress on the Immortus gland has been remarkable. We're beginning to understand its intricacies, though there's still much to learn. The Primarch nodded thoughtfully. I'll consult with the Emperor on our next steps. This could revolutionize the Astartes program. As they walked, a commotion below caught Valorian's attention. A group of hunters, clad in exosuits that seemed to shimmer and shift with their movements, had cornered a carnifex. With practiced efficiency, they brought the creature down in a hail of pulse fire. Before the beast's body had even hit the ground, crab-like and spider-like automatons were already moving in to collect the remains. Efficient, Franklin remarked. Dr. Chen nodded. indeed. Every part of the creature will be put to use, whether for research, materials, or even sustenance for our other specimens, and without the Hive Emin's control, they're just extremely lethal beasts, Chen commented, noticing Valorian's gaze. This planet is dampened and isolated with several layers of protection. We've tested it extensively. Tell me more about your findings, Doctor, Valorian prompted as they approached a heavily fortified structure. Dr. Chen's eyes lit up. Of course, my lord. We've made significant breakthroughs in understanding Tyranid biology. Their evolutionary traits and adaptability are unparalleled. It's both terrifying and awe-inspiring. As they proceeded deeper into the facility, the doctor led Franklin to a heavily fortified section. Multiple layers of energy fields and adamantium barriers separated them from the creature within, a sedated Norn queen. This is perhaps our most valuable specimen, Dr. Chen explained. The hive tyrant functions as a sort of consort mind, granting it greater control over the swarm compared to lesser organisms. We eliminated it to prevent any immediate threat, knowing the Norn queen could eventually produce another if provided enough biomass. To counter this, we've kept it under strict limitations sufficiently sustained to survive, but deprived of the resources needed to produce any lethal organisms without our explicit consent. As if on cue, the Norn queen twitched, its massive form rippling with suppressed energy. Dr. Chen quickly checked a nearby console. She's attempting to reconnect with the greater hive mind again. It's futile, of course. If she could communicate, the Tyranids outside would move to free her. But we've made sure that's impossible. A holographic figure materialized beside them, a woman with lines of code running across her skin. Even if such communication were possible, the figure stated, the men of iron stand ready to neutralize any threat. Humanity is the greatest species in the galaxy. All others are mere imitations. Valorian chuckled. Well said, Gaia. Keep up the good work. As the AI's avatar disappeared, Valorian turned to Dr. Chen. I assume you didn't bring me here just to admire your pet Tyranids, Doctor. What else do you have to show me? Dr. Chen's smile widened as she led Valorian deeper into the facility. They entered a large observation room overlooking a contained environment. She led him to a sealed chamber deep within the facility. Through an observation window, they watched as an artificial hive mind, a pulsating mass of biomechanical circuitry, directed a group of Tyranids to consume various rare materials. We're teaching them to eat ceramite, the rare oromite, adamantium, diamantite and more, each with varying results, Dr. Chen explained, her voice filled with excitement. By controlling their evolution in this confined space, we're creating new strains with unprecedented properties. Franklin watched in fascination as the creatures morphed before his eyes, their carapaces taking on metallic sheens and crystalline structures. In the control room beyond, teams of scientists and their drone assistants worked feverishly, adjusting parameters and collecting data. Occasionally, the artificial hive mind fails, and the specimens go berserk, Dr. Chen admitted. But that too provides valuable data. Moving on, they came to a production area where the bodies of dead Tyranids were being processed into various materials. Massive fabricators hummed as they wove Tyranid chitin and sinew into sheets of incredibly durable, lightweight armor. We call it Tyranalloy or Tyranimite, Dr. Chen said proudly. By leveraging the Tyranid's ability to integrate consumed materials into their own biology, we're creating armor superior to anything we've developed before. Valorian raised an eyebrow, a hint of amusement playing on his lips. And the ethics of using a hostile alien species? Dr. Chen shrugged with a wry smile. Out the window, my lord. The Tyranids may be deadly, but they're proving to be an excellent material resource. Valorian chuckled, shaking his head in disbelief. Who would have thought? The galaxy's most dangerous predators, turned into livestock for the betterment of mankind. Now that is poetic. As they watched, a fleet of automated mining rigs descended from the upper atmosphere, ready to extract valuable minerals from a nearby mountain range. The entire planet hummed with activity, a perfect blend of natural ferocity and human technological mastery. Keep pushing forward, Doctor, Valorian said, his voice filled with determination. Your work here could be the key to securing humanity's dominance in the galaxy. The Emperor will be pleased with our progress. Dr. Chen beamed with pride. Thank you, my lord. We won't let you down. As they turned to leave, Valorian cast one last glance at the contained Norn Queen. For a moment, he thought he saw a flicker of awareness in its alien eyes. But then it was gone, and he was left with the satisfaction of knowing that even the mightiest of humanity's foes could be brought to heel. On a barren world designated for training and testing the formidable arsenal of the Liberty Eagles, Franklin Valorian stood alone in an isolated expanse. The harsh landscape stretched out around him. Today the Primarch of Liberty was honing his swordsmanship. As Franklin moved through the intricate forms of his sword practice, his mind resonated with the presence of akin. Their mental conversation flowed as smoothly as Franklin's movements, a blend of instruction, banter, and mutual ribbing. "Your form is improving, Franklin," akin's voice echoed in the Primarch's mind, a mixture of grudging approval and persistent critique. "You've come a long way from the days when you could barely tell a sword's pommel from its point." Franklin smirked, executing a complex series of parries and thrusts. "High praise indeed, coming from you, old friend. I'll treasure this moment." "Don't let it go to your head," akin retorted. "You've barely scratched the surface of true swordsmanship. I'd say you've mastered perhaps a quarter of my skills, and that's being generous." The Primarch chuckled, his blade singing through the air as he moved into a more advanced kata. "Only a quarter? I'm wounded, akin. Truly wounded." "Not as wounded as you'd be if you faced a real opponent with those skills," akin shot back. "If you'd spend half as much time practicing with a blade as you do with those noisy projectile weapons of yours, you might actually become formidable." Franklin's grin widened as he completed the kata and moved into a series of lightning-fast strikes. "But where's the fun in that? Besides, I have a reputation to maintain. The Liberator can't be seen fumbling with a sword when he could be unleashing freedom at 30,000 rounds per second, miles away." "There you go again." The god's voice took on a comically high-pitched tone. "Bang! Bang! Pew pew! Look at me, I'm Franklin Valorian, and I think I can solve all my problems by shooting at them. Pew pew! Is that all you think warfare is?" Franklin couldn't help but laugh at the absurd sight of an Eldar god mimicking gun sounds. "I'll have you know those boomsticks have served me quite well. Besides, weren't you the one always screaming about charging headlong into battle when we first met? And don't get me started on your volume control issues." "I do not have volume control issues," akin bellowed, causing Franklin to wince. "Of course not," the Primarch said soothingly, rubbing his ear. "You're the very model of restraint and decorum." akin grumbled something unintelligible before speaking again. "In any case, your swordsmanship is improving. But you still lack the experience to face foes who wield the immaterium like a plaything. Need I remind you of your encounter with your darker self?" The Primarch's expression darkened at the memory. "I beat him in the end, didn't I?" "Ah yes, the infamous testicular torsion maneuver," akin said dryly. "While I admit it was unexpectedly effective, how many opponents do you think will fall for such a tactic twice?" Franklin sighed, running a hand through his hair. "Point taken. So, what's next on the training regimen, oh mighty akin?" The god's voice took on a smug tone that immediately put Franklin on edge. "Oh, I have something special planned. To compensate for your lack of experience, you're going to face an expert in Eldari combat techniques." "Right," Franklin snorted. "And where exactly are you going to find one of those? It's not like you have Eldari warriors at your beck and call anymore." akin's laughter echoed in his mind, a sound that was equal parts amusing and terrifying. "Oh, my dear Franklin! You underestimate me. I need you to lend me some of your warp power. Channel it through the sword." Intrigued and slightly wary, Franklin complied. He focused his psychic energy, feeling it flow through his body and into the death sword. The weapon began to pulse with an eerie light. "Good," akin purred. "Now, plant the sword in the ground." As Franklin thrust the blade into the rocky soil, there was a flash of blinding light. When his vision cleared, he found himself face to face with an Eldari warrior. The being before him was tall and lithe, with features that could only be described as ethereally handsome by Eldari standards. But it was the eyes that caught Franklin's attention, ancient, piercing, filled with a wisdom and power that seemed to transcend time itself. "Franklin Valorian," akin's voice rang out, filled with a pride that the Primarch had never heard before, "allow me to introduce you to Eldanesh, the greatest warrior the Eldari have ever known. Second only to myself, of course." Franklin blinked, processing this information. "Eldanesh? The Eldanesh? I thought he was, well, dead." akin finished for him. "Oh, he is. I killed him myself." "You, killed him?" Franklin repeated slowly. "Care to elaborate on that?" akin's mental shrug was almost palpable. It was a whole thing. Prophecies, a sword called Inertialist, typical god-mortal drama. You know how it is. Franklin couldn't help but chuckle. So you're a hot-headed god who killed his greatest champion over a prophecy? And here I thought humanity had issues. I may be a hothead, Cain retorted, but I'm the strongest hothead in the pantheon. My track record speaks for itself. Can't argue with that, Franklin conceded. He turned his attention back to the silent, imposing figure of Eldanesh. So, am I to fight this legend? Indeed you are, Cain replied, his voice dripping with smug satisfaction. Though this is merely an illusion pulled from my memories, it is no less formidable. Make no mistake, this is Eldanesh at the height of his power. There has never been another like him among the Ildari, which is why his memory remains so vivid in my mind. Franklin rolled his shoulders, loosening up in preparation for the duel. Well, how hard could it be? I am a Primarch, after all. As soon as the words left his mouth, Franklin knew he'd made a mistake. Cain's laughter echoed in his ears as Eldanesh moved faster than anything the Primarch had ever encountered. One moment, the Ildari warrior was still as a statue, the next, he was a blur, his spectral blade slicing through the air with impossible speed. Franklin barely managed to bring his sword up in time to parry the blow. The impact sent shockwaves through his enhanced frame, and though he countered with a strike of his own, Eldanesh was already gone, attacking from a completely different angle. What followed was unlike any duel Franklin had ever experienced. Eldanesh moved with a fluidity that defied logic, each strike flowing seamlessly into the next. His blade seemed omnipresent, probing Franklin's defenses with an unnerving precision. Franklin fought back with all the skill and strength he possessed, drawing on the combat techniques Cain had taught him. His superhuman reflexes and strength allowed him to keep up barely. But for every successful parry or strike, Eldanesh landed two of his own. Time lost all meaning as the duel progressed. Franklin's entire world shrank to the space between their blades, his focus honed on surviving the next attack. He reached deep into his psychic abilities, using them to anticipate Eldanesh's movements and boost his own speed and power. But it wasn't enough. Eldanesh's relentless assault was overwhelming, his attacks coming faster and with greater force. Franklin found himself being pushed back, his defenses slowly crumbling. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Eldanesh's blade slipped past Franklin's guard, scoring a deep hit across his torso. The pain was very real despite the illusion, and Franklin's vision darkened as agony surged through his body. When he came to, he was lying on his back, staring up at the alien sky. Every nerve screamed in protest as he struggled to sit up. Cain's face appeared in his view, amusement and approval mingling in his expression. Well, well, well. It seems our Primarch has some potential after all. Franklin groaned, clutching his side where Eldanesh's blade had struck. How long did I last? Exactly 5.7 seconds, Cain replied, still chuckling. If it makes you feel any better, that's about 5.5 seconds longer than most mortals last against Eldanesh. Franklin glared at the sword planted nearby, its illusory form now gone. And what was the point of that? Besides entertaining you, of course. Cain's tone grew more serious. The point, Primarch, was to show you true mastery. Eldanesh wasn't just skilled, he was the pinnacle of Ildari martial prowess. Lasting even 10 minutes against him would place you among the galaxy's top warriors. 10 minutes? Franklin scoffed. I could barely see him move. And I am a Primarch. Exactly, Cain said. Which is why we'll keep at this until you can. You may be a Primarch, Franklin Valorian, but there are beings in this universe who have honed their skills since before your species learned to walk. It's time you learned how to face them. Franklin let out a groan, realizing the days ahead would make his previous trials seem like a leisurely stroll. But as he pulled himself to his feet, sword in hand, a spark of excitement ignited within him. He was a Primarch, humanity's finest warrior, and with Cain as his teacher and Eldanesh as his sparring partner, he would become something even greater. The twin suns began to set, casting long shadows across the barren world. Franklin raised his sword, bracing for another brutal round of training. That's the spirit. Cain boomed with enthusiasm. Remember, 10 minutes is the goal. But at this rate, I'll settle for 10 seconds. As Eldanesh's illusory form materialized again, Franklin took his stance, determination etched across his features. The training would be brutal, perhaps even hellish, but he was ready. Someday, he vowed silently, he would make even Cain eat his words. The clash of blades echoed across the desolate landscape, the sound of a Primarch in pursuit of martial perfection. If anyone had been watching, they would have witnessed an extraordinary sight, a warrior of the Imperium locked in a deadly dance with a legend of a bygone age, all under the watchful eye of a god who couldn't quite hide his pride as he barked orders and insults in equal measure. Chapter 57, More Training and a New System. The twin sons of the barren world cast long shadows across the desolate landscape as Franklin Valorian, Primarch of the Liberty Eagles, faced off against the spectral form of Eldanesh once more. Sweat beaded on his brow, his muscles aching from days of relentless combat. Yet, as he raised his sword, there was a glint of determination in his eyes. Eldanesh moved with impossible grace, his blade a blur of motion. Franklin parried the first strike, only to feel the ground beneath his left foot suddenly give way. Where solid rock had been moments before, there was now a viscous, jelly-like substance. The Primarch stumbled, his superhuman balance barely keeping him upright. Always be aware of your surroundings, Cain's voice echoed in his mind. The Immaterium can reshape reality at a whim. Franklin gritted his teeth, forcing himself to adapt to the unstable footing. He lashed out with a counterattack, but Eldanesh was no longer there. The Ildari warrior shimmered, his form splitting into 3 identical images. Which one is real? Franklin muttered, his enhanced senses straining to detect any flaw in the illusion. He chose wrong. As he committed to an attack against one of the images, the real Eldanesh struck from behind. Franklin felt a searing pain across his back, the spectral blade carrying the illusion of a grievous wound. Too slow. Cain barked. You must learn to see beyond what your eyes tell you. Franklin spun, bringing his sword up in a defensive stance. He reached out with his psychic senses, trying to feel the flow of the Immaterium around Eldanesh. For a brief moment, he thought he had a flicker of otherworldly energy that betrayed the Ildari's true position. But Eldanesh was already moving again. This time, as their blades met in a shower of ethereal sparks, Franklin felt a horrifying sensation in his abdomen. It was as if his internal organs had suddenly rearranged themselves, twisting into impossible configurations. The Primarch doubled over, gasping. Logically, he knew it was an illusion, but the pain and disorientation felt all too real. In that moment of weakness, Eldanesh struck again, his blade slipping past Franklin's guard to score a hit across his chest. Protect yourself! Cain roared. Your mind is your first and last line of defense against such attacks. Franklin fell to one knee, his breath coming in ragged gasps. He could feel the phantom pain of a dozen illusory wounds, each one a stark reminder of his inadequacy in the face of Eldanesh's mastery. Stand up, Cain commanded, his voice a mixture of frustration and encouragement. You are a Primarch, face him again. With a monumental effort, Franklin pushed himself back to his feet. He raised his sword once more, ignoring the protests of his battered body. This time, as Eldanesh attacked, Franklin focused on creating a psychic shield around himself, a barrier against both physical and mental assaults. The duel resumed, a deadly dance of blade and wool. Eldanesh's attacks came from impossible angles, reality itself seeming to bend around him. One moment, he would appear to be striking from the left, only for the blow to land from the right. Franklin found himself constantly off balance, struggling to keep up with the ever-changing nature of the fight. Yet, slowly, incrementally, he began to adapt. Where before he had relied solely on his physical prowess and the sword techniques Cain had taught him, now Franklin started to incorporate elements of Eldanesh's style. He learned to use small bursts of psychic energy to create momentary illusions of his own, feinting in one direction while attacking from another. Better, Cain nodded approvingly. But not good enough. Again. Days turned into weeks, and still the training continued. Franklin lost count of the number of times he had fallen, only to drag himself back to his feet at Cain's insistence. Each session left him battered and exhausted, his body and mind pushed to their limits and beyond. But with each defeat, each harsh lesson, Franklin grew stronger. His mastery over his psychic abilities increased, allowing him to better defend against Eldanesh's reality-warping attacks. His swordsmanship evolved, blending Cain's aggressive style with elements of Eldaneshi finesse. Yet, for all his improvement, Franklin was under no illusion about the gap that still existed between himself and his spectral opponent. Eldanesh moved with a grace and supernatural skill that defied the laws of physics, each motion unpredictable and at times unstoppable and innumerable. His mastery over the Immaterium was absolute, allowing him to reshape reality on a whim. In Eldanesh, Franklin saw the pinnacle of martial prowess, a standard of excellence that he could spend lifetimes striving towards. It was humbling and inspiring in equal measure. As another grueling session came to an end, Franklin found himself on his back once more, staring up at the alien sky. His body ached, and his mind buzzed with the lingering effects of Eldinesh's psychic assaults. Cain's face appeared in his field of vision, the god's expression a mixture of satisfaction and impatience. "You're improving, Primarch. But you still have a long way to go." Franklin managed a weak chuckle. "I'm beginning to think that a long way might be an understatement." "Perhaps," Cain conceded. "But consider this: few beings in the history of this galaxy have ever managed to last as long against Eldinesh as you now can. Take pride in that, even as you strive to improve further. 5 minutes and 7 seconds, Primarch, you're getting there." As Franklin struggled to his feet, he cast a glance at the silent form of Eldinesh. The Ildari warrior stood motionless, his ancient eyes betraying no emotion. "I'm ready," Franklin said, raising his sword once more. "Let's go again." As Franklin's vision faded to black for the 100th time, he found himself in a familiar void. The pain of his latest defeat lingered, a phantom reminder of his inadequacy. "How is this possible?" Franklin asked, his voice echoing in the emptiness. "How can I die so many times?" Cain's laughter reverberated through the void. "Oh, my stubborn pupil! You're not truly dying, I'm sharing with you the deaths of the souls I've consumed. Each one a lesson, each one a chance to grow stronger." Franklin absorbed this information, a mix of fascination and horror washing over him. He had known that gods like Cain drew power from worship and souls, but experiencing it firsthand was something else entirely. As he prepared himself for yet another round, a thought nagged at the back of his mind. There was something building within him, a power he couldn't quite grasp. The void faded, and Franklin found himself once again facing Eldinesh. The Ildari warrior's blade danced through the air, reality warping around it. Franklin raised his sword, bracing for the impact. But this time, something was different. As Eldinesh's blade descended, Franklin felt a surge of power from deep within. It was as if a dam had broken, releasing a flood of raw, untapped potential. In that moment, driven by sheer force of will, Franklin did the impossible. He made Eldinesh stop. The Ildari warrior froze mid-strike, his blade mere inches from Franklin's face. The warp energies that had been swirling around them suddenly stilled, as if held in check by an invisible force. Franklin blinked in surprise, not quite believing what he was seeing. He had willed it to happen, and it had. For a brief, glorious moment, he had imposed his will upon reality itself. Cain's booming laughter broke the silence. By the Asurian, imposing his will on reality. Eldinesh unfroze, leaping back with a grace that belied his surprise. Even the legendary Ildari warrior seemed taken aback by this turn of events. Franklin stared at his hands, feeling the new power coursing through him. It was familiar, yet different from anything he had experienced before. It reminded him of the sure hit effect he could apply to his guns, but this was something more. What just happened?" Franklin asked, his voice filled with awe and confusion. Cain materialized beside him, a fierce grin on his face. "What happened, my dear Primarch, is that you've tapped more into your inner warp god. All those deaths, all those lessons, they've awakened more within you." Franklin's mind raced with the implications. He had always known he possessed tremendous psychic potential, but this felt different. This wasn't just about manipulating the warp, it was about imposing his will upon it. "I don't understand," Franklin said. "I thought I could only never miss with my guns. How did I stop Eldinesh?" Cain's grin widened. "Primarch, you've barely scratched the surface of your potential. Your guns were just the beginning. What you did just now, that was pure, unadulterated will made manifest." As if to test this new power, Franklin focused on Eldinesh again. With a thought, he attempted to freeze the Ildari warrior once more. This time, Eldinesh was prepared. The legendary duelist countered with his own mastery of the warp, slipping through Franklin's attempt like water through cupped hands. "It won't be that easy again," Cain chuckled. "Eldinesh has faced gods before, particularly me, but the fact that you managed it even once, well, that's something special." Franklin nodded, a new determination filling him. He raised his sword, focusing on the blade. If he could apply the sure hit effect to his guns, why not to his sword as well? The air around the blade shimmered as Franklin poured his will into it. When he swung, the sword moved with an unnatural surety, as if its path had been predetermined. Eldanesh parried the blow, but Franklin could see the effort it took. The Ildari's eyes narrowed, a new respect glimmering in their depths. Good, good! Cain exclaimed. You're learning to apply your gifts in new ways. But remember, Eldanesh is a master of the warp as well. He can counter your causality manipulation, but it will cost him. Use that to your advantage. The duel resumed with renewed intensity. Franklin found himself pushing boundaries he didn't even know existed. When Eldanesh attempted to warp reality around them, Franklin countered with his own will, forcing the world to remain stable. When the Ildari created illusions, Franklin burned them away with a thought. It wasn't a complete transformation. Franklin still found himself outmatched more often than not. Eldanesh's millennia of experience couldn't be overcome in multiple sessions spanning weeks. But for the first time since their training began, Franklin felt like he was truly holding his own. As the twin suns began to set, casting long shadows across the barren landscape, Cain called a halt to the day's training. Franklin collapsed to the ground, exhausted but exhilarated. Well, Cain mused, looking down at his pupil. It seems our little Primarch is full of surprises. You've taken your first steps into a larger world, Franklin. Franklin nodded, still trying to catch his breath. I never imagined I could do something like that. It's like I've been seeing the world in black and white, and suddenly everything's in color. As Eldanesh raised his sword once more, ready to continue the training, Franklin felt a surge of determination. He had faced death hundreds of times, had pushed himself beyond limits he didn't even know he had. And now, with this newfound power awakening within him, he was ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. The Primarch of Liberty raised his own blade, a fierce grin spreading across his face. Bring it on, he said. As the duel resumed, Franklin knew that his journey was far from over. But with each clash of blades, each manipulation of reality, he was taking another step towards mastering his own inner warp god. 824.30 m. Segmentum Pacificus. Caligar System. The Caligar System, a recent discovery by a rogue trader affiliated with the Independence sector, has become the newest protectorate under the wings of the Liberator. The system's capital, Caligar Alpha, is a world of untapped potential, its nobility eagerly awaiting the promised terraforming efforts that will transform their planet into a paradise. Colonel Samuel Leroy Jackson of the 69th Liberty Regiment, stood on the bridge of the Dominion-class heavy cruiser, aptly named Dominance, his enhanced eyes fixed on the swirling blue-green orb of Caligar Alpha in the distance. The planet looked peaceful from up here, but Jackson knew better. Every new world was a potential powder keg, and it was his job to make sure it didn't blow up in their faces. Beautiful view, ain't it? Rear Admiral Richard Gomez's cultured voice broke through Jackson's thoughts. Jackson turned, his scarred face twisting into a wry grin. Yeah, if you like looking at big-ass marbles floating in space. Me? I'm more interested in what's on the surface. And what ain't? Gomez chuckled, moving to stand beside the imposing colonel. Always the pragmatist, Jackson. But I suppose that's why they sent you instead of some fresh-faced diplomat. Damn straight, Jackson growled. This Cold War with the Mechanicum ain't gonna be won by pretty words and fancy manners. It's gonna be won planet by planet, bolt by bolt. The Rear Admiral nodded, his expression growing serious. Speaking of which, what's your take on this situation? Our intelligence suggests the Mechanicum doesn't have a presence here yet, but those cogboy motherfuckers could show up any damn minute, Jackson finished. That's why we gotta move fast. Secure the planet, set up defenses, and start the propaganda machine rolling before they even know what hit 'em. Gomez raised an eyebrow. And the rogue trader who discovered this system? What do you make of him? Jackson snorted, his contempt evident. Rogue traders. Can't live with 'em, can't shoot 'em out the goddamn airlock. They're useful for finding these backwater worlds, sure, but they're about as trustworthy as a gene stealer in a hugging contest. Colorful as always, Colonel, Gomez said, suppressing a smile. But they do serve a purpose in the grand scheme of things. Yeah, I know, Jackson grumbled. Doesn't mean I have to like it. And speaking of things I don't like. He gestured towards the planet. You know what we're gonna find down there? Same thing we always find. A bunch of pompous assholes calling themselves nobles, sitting pretty while the rest of the planet goes to shit. Gomez nodded sympathetically. It's a common pattern in isolated human colonies. But that's where we come in, isn't it? To bring them into the fold, show them a better way. The Independence way, Jackson agreed. Speaking of which, you ever see the Primarch in action, Gomez? Franklin motherfucking Valorian. The Rear Admiral shook his head. I've had the honor of being in his presence, but I've never seen him on the battlefield. I take it you have. Jackson's eyes lit up with a mix of awe and fierce pride. Shit, have I ever? I've seen that big bastard tear through zenos like they were made of wet paper. It's something else, man. That's why I signed up for this gig, you know? To be part of something bigger, something that actually makes a difference in this fucked up galaxy. Gomez smiled, genuinely this time. That's what it's all about, isn't it? Making a difference. Speaking of which, we're about to enter low orbit. Are you ready for your part in this operation, Colonel? Jackson straightened up, his face set in determined lines. Born ready, Admiral. You handle the smooth talking with the planetary governor. I'll be on the ground, making sure shit doesn't hit the fan. Quashing rebellions, fixing infrastructure, and running the best damn propaganda campaign this side of Terra. Propaganda. Gomez raised an eyebrow. You bet your ass, propaganda, it's part of the updated operations order from the Primarch himself. Jackson grinned fiercely. By the time I'm done, these people will think the Independence sector is paradise compared to what the Mechanicum's offering. They'll be lining up to join faster than you can say Omniscia. Gomez nodded approvingly. Just remember, Colonel. We're here to protect and uplift, not conquer. Don't you worry about that, Admiral, Jackson said, his voice suddenly serious. I know the score. These people are gonna be Imperial citizens, under the protection of the Independence sector. And I'll be damned if I let anyone or anything mess that up. As the ship began its descent into low orbit, Jackson turned back to the view screen, his eyes hard. Time to get to work. Let's show these people what liberty really means. The sun beat down mercilessly on the parade ground outside the massive PDF complex on Caligar Alpha. Rows upon rows of local Planetary Defense Force soldiers stood at uneasy attention, their expressions a mixture of curiosity and trepidation. They'd been told to expect a restructuring as they had reconnected to the greater galaxy and that they are now under the rule of the Imperium of Man, but nothing could have prepared them for the sight that now strode towards them. Colonel Samuel Leroy Jackson, encased in his exosuit, led the vanguard of the 69th Liberty Regiment. Standing at an imposing 6 feet 11 inches, he towered over the PDF troops like a demigod of war. Behind him marched 5,000 Liberty Guardsmen, each a transhuman warrior in their own right, carrying sleek pulse rifles that made the PDF's ballistic guns look like children's toys. As Jackson approached the PDF command staff, he could see the shock and awe written plainly across their faces. The local commander, a stocky man named Hastus Varn, seemed to be trying his damnedest not to show fear, but Jackson could see the slight tremor in his hands as he snapped to attention. At ease, gentlemen, Jackson rumbled, his voice carrying easily across the parade ground without need for amplification. I'm Colonel Samuel Leroy Jackson of the 69th Liberty Regiment, and from this moment on, I'm in command of this joint task force. Commander Varn swallowed hard before responding. Welcome to Caligar Alpha, Colonel. We're honored to have you and the illustrious Liberty Guardsmen. I must say, your arrival is quite impressive. Jackson smiled grimly. Impressive? Son, you ain't seen nothing yet. Now, let's get down to business. Your boys look like they're ready for a scrap, but trust me when I say they ain't ready for the kind of fight the galaxy's got in store for 'em. He turned to address the assembled PDF troops, his voice booming across the parade ground. Listen up, you poor, underfed, under-equipped souls. Today's your lucky day. The Independence sector's about to drag your asses into the 30th millennium proper. With a gesture, Jackson signaled his Liberty Guardsmen to begin distributing equipment. Crates were placed by floating drones, each bearing the eagle insignia of the Liberty Eagles. First things first, Jackson continued, we're gonna upgrade those sorry excuse of a pea shooter you call weapons. Lost guns, boys. They ain't much compared to what my men are packing, but they'll vaporize an orc's head just fine if you aim right. The PDF troops murmured in excitement as the first lost guns were handed out. Many of them had never held anything more advanced than an autogun, and the sleek, powerful lost weapons seemed like relics from another age. But wait, there's more. Jackson's voice took on a tone of mock excitement. You think those pea shooters are impressive? Wait till you see what you're gonna be wearing. At his signal, the massive truck's rear doors groaned open with a thunderous clang. Inside, a cavernous compartment was revealed, its space meticulously organized with rows upon rows of power armor suits. The armor's design was a harmonious blend of rugged practicality and advanced technology. Each suit was encased in reinforced metal plating, layered to provide maximum protection while allowing for fluid movement. The power armors were equipped with broad, angular shoulder plates and sleek, segmented segments that hinted at both durability and agility. Their dark, matte surfaces absorbed the light, giving them a menacing, utilitarian look. Hydraulic joints and intricate circuitry were partially visible through the armor's interlocking panels, showcasing the sophisticated engineering within. As the light from the truck's interior illuminated the suits, they seemed almost to hum with potential energy, ready to spring into action at a moment's notice. A collective gasp went up from the PDF ranks. Power armor was the stuff of legends, worn by a select few by the nobles. The idea that they mere soldiers would be donning such equipment seemed impossible. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, Jackson grinned, clearly enjoying the spectacle. You're all getting your very own set of power armor. It ain't quite up to Astartes standards, and it sure as hell ain't as fancy as what my boys are wearing, but it'll keep you alive in a firefight that would have turned you into hamburger before. He gestured to one of his men, who began demonstrating how to don the armor. Pay attention, cause I'm only gonna show this once. There's a valve on the back. Turn it, and the whole thing opens up like a tin can. Once you're inside, press the button on your glove, and it'll seal you up tighter than your wife's. Well, you get the idea. As the PDF troops watched in awe and grins, as volunteers awkwardly entered the power armor, the plates sealing around him with a series of clicks and whirs. In moments, they stood before them, a formidable warrior encased in gleaming metal. Now, I know what you're thinking, Jackson continued. This all seems too good to be true. Well, let me tell you something. The independence sector doesn't fuck around. This is standard issue where we come from. And if you think this is impressive, wait till you see what else we've got in store. With another signal, more crates were opened, revealing rows of bolters and other heavy weapons. For those of you who prove you've got the balls to handle it, we've got some real firepower. Bolters, meltaguns, plasma weapons, the kind of stuff that'll make the enemies of mankind shit their pants from a mile away. As the equipment was distributed, Jackson could see the transformation happening before his eyes. The once ragtag PDF was beginning to look like a real fighting force. But more than that, he could see the change in their eyes. Where before there had been uncertainty and fear, now there was determination and pride. Commander Varn approached Jackson, his eyes wide with disbelief. Colonel, I don't know what to say. This equipment, it's beyond anything we could have dreamed of. How can we ever repay the independence sector for this generosity? Jackson fixed the commander with a stern look. You want to repay us? Then you listen good. This ain't charity, and it sure as hell ain't a handout. This is an investment. The independence sector is investing in you, in this planet, in humanity's future in this system. And we expect returns on our investment. He turned to address the troops again. You hear that, soldiers? From this day forward, you're not just fighting for Caligar Alpha. You're not just fighting for the Imperium. You're fighting for liberty itself. You're fighting to prove that humanity can stand tall in this fucked up galaxy without sacrificing what makes us human. Jackson paused, letting his words sink in. The mechanicum of Mars would turn you into unthinking automatons. Other Imperial factions would grind you down, use you up, and toss you aside. But the independence sector? We're here to lift you up. To make you stronger. To give you the tools you need to carve out a future for yourselves and your children. He gestured to the Liberty Guardsmen standing behind him. Look at my men. Each one of them started out just like you. But with training, with technology, with the backing of the independence sector, they've become the finest fighting force this side of the Astartes. And that's the future we're offering you. As Jackson spoke, he could see the effect his words were having. The PDF troops stood straighter, their eyes shining with newfound purpose. Even Commander Varn seemed to have found his backbone, standing tall beside Jackson. Now, Jackson growled, his voice dropping to a menacing rumble, we've got work to do. This system needs to be secured, fortified, and ready to tell the mechanicum of Mars to kiss our collective ass if they come sniffing around. Are you with me? The response was immediate and overwhelming. A thunderous cheer went up from the assembled troops, their voices united in a single, defiant roar. Commander Varn's curiosity got the better of him. What exactly are Astartes? You keep bringing them up. Jackson surveyed the assembled PDF troops with a smirk, his eyes glinting with a mix of authority and mischief. He gestured to the holographic projector beside him. Now, before we get into the nitty-gritty of making this system shine like a beacon of freedom, I gotta answer a burning question that's been hanging in the air. Commander Varn, right? You wanna know what the hell Astartes are? With a nod, Jackson signaled one of his men. The projector hummed to life, and a massive, high-definition hologram flickered into view, showcasing the imposing image of an Astartes exosuit. The suit was draped in the iconic navy blue, red, and stars of the Liberty Eagles. Jackson's voice took on a serious tone, but his signature edge remained sharp. Feast your eyes on this. These are the Astartes, or as most folks know them, Space Marines. If you run into one of these bad boys in the Liberty Eagle colors, congratulations. You're in for a show of epic proportions. These guys don't just fight, they turn the battlefield into a damn fireworks display. He let that sink in, then leaned forward slightly, lowering his voice to a gravelly growl. But don't get it twisted. If you come across Astartes in other colors, run. Those guys are cold-blooded killers with a capital K. You don't want any part of that. But if they're in navy blue, red, and stars, give 'em the greeting, for liberty and for the liberator the Great Eagle. That'll get you on their good side, score you some tasks, and front row seats to the best damn fireworks show in the galaxy. Jackson's expression grew even more intense as he switched the image to a striking portrait of Franklin Valorian. And speaking of fireworks, let me introduce you to the big man himself. This here is Franklin Valorian, the Primarch of the Liberty Eagles. Remember those Astartes I just showed you? This is their head honcho, their numero uno, their big cheese. If you ever share a battlefield with him, consider yourself blessed, cause you're now in the presence of the Eagle. And trust me, he'll show you a display of fireworks like nothing you've ever seen. Jackson's voice roared with enthusiasm and pride. So gear up, get ready, and remember, for liberty and for the liberator the Great Eagle. Let's make sure the galaxy knows we mean business. In the cold vastness of space, distant shadows drifted, their forms barely discernible against the star-speckled black. Despite the vast light years separating them from their destination, the gleaming planet below shone with a haunting clarity. From their positions in the void, the distant watchers seemed to trace every curve of the world's surface, their purpose a dark whisper in the expanse. The silent approach of a hostile Zenos race is at hand. Chapter 58, Hostile Zenos is a Tuesday. Colonel Samuel Leroy Jackson stood before a massive holographic display, his enhanced eyes darting from one data point to another. The image of Caligar Alpha rotated slowly, dotted with countless icons representing ongoing construction, patrols, and wildlife elimination. It was a hive of activity, a testament to the efficiency of the Liberty Guardsmen and their automated helpers. Damn, we work fast, Jackson muttered to himself, a hint of pride in his voice. The planet was transforming before his eyes, outdated tech being replaced with gleaming Golden Age equivalents. Drones patrolled the skies, turrets were being erected at strategic points, and the PDF troops were already adapting to their new routines and equipment. Suddenly, a stern voice cut through his thoughts. Alert, anomalous energy signature detected. It was Grim, Jackson's AI companion, its tone as no-nonsense as ever. Jackson's eyes narrowed. Where and what, Grim? Don't keep me in suspense. The AI's response was immediate. Deep beneath the planet's surface, near an ancient structure believed to be a relic of the Golden Age. Energy readings are off the charts and spiking in unnatural patterns. Well, ain't that just fan-fucking-tastic, Jackson growled. He could feel it in his gut, this was bad news. Grim, get me Lieutenant Commander Navarro. Now. Moments later, the door to the command center hissed open, and in strode Lieutenant Commander Jules Slick Navarro. He was a contrast to Jackson, where the colonel was all barely contained fury and intimidating presence. Navarro was smooth efficiency and quiet competence. You called for me, sir. Navarro said, snapping a crisp salute. Jackson nodded, his face grim. At ease, Slick. We've got a situation brewing, and I need your particular brand of expertise. Navarro's eyebrow raised slightly, the only indication of his interest. What kind of situation are we talking about, Colonel? Jackson gestured to the holographic display, which zoomed in on a particular section of the planet. Grimm's picked up some weird-ass energy readings coming from underground. Near some old structure that's supposedly from the Golden Age. Define weird ass, sir, Navarro said, his eyes already studying the readouts. The kind of weird ass that makes my balls shrivel up and hide, Jackson replied bluntly. Off the charts. Spiking in ways that ain't natural. The kind of readings that usually mean we're about to have a very bad day. Navarro nodded slowly, his face a mask of concentration. I see. And I assume you want me to take a closer look. Bingo, Jackson said. I'm putting together a recon team. You're gonna lead it. Take a squad of the local PDF with you, might as well see if our new toys are worth a damn. Understood, sir, Navarro replied. Any specific orders regarding engagement protocols? Jackson's face hardened. Yeah. Don't fucking die. Whatever's down there, it ain't friendly. I can feel it in my bones. You go in, you assess the situation, and you get the hell out. No heroics, no unnecessary risks. I need intel, not martyrs. Navarro nodded, his face serious. Understood, Colonel. We'll be in and out before whatever's down there knows we've come knocking. See that you are, Jackson growled. And slick? Keep an eye on those PDF boys. They've got shiny new gear, but they're green as grass. Don't let their enthusiasm write checks their asses can't cash. Of course, sir, Navarro said, a hint of a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. I'll make sure they understand the difference between bravery and stupidity. Jackson grunted in approval. Good man. Now, get your team together and move out. I want you at the site yesterday. Navarro saluted again and turned to leave, but Jackson's voice stopped him at the door. And slick? Be careful down there. I've got a bad feeling about this. The kind of feeling that usually means the shit's about to hit the fan in a big way. Navarro turned back, his face serious once more. I understand, sir. We'll be ready for anything. As the door closed behind Navarro, Jackson turned back to the holographic display, his eyes fixed on the spot where the anomalous readings were coming from. Grim, he said, his voice low and dangerous. Keep monitoring those readings. I want to know if so much as a photon farts down there. Understood, Colonel, the AI replied. Continuous monitoring engaged. Jackson nodded, his mind already racing through possibilities and contingencies. Whatever was lurking beneath the surface of Caligar Alpha, he had a feeling it was going to change everything. The question was, would they be ready for it? As he watched Navarro's team assemble on the display, Jackson felt the weight of command settle heavily on his shoulders. He'd sent men into danger before, but this felt different. This felt like the beginning of something big, something that could make or break not just Caligar Alpha, but the entire Independence sector's efforts in this region of space. Lieutenant Commander Jules Slick Navarro stood before his assembled squad, a mix of newly equipped PDF troops in their gleaming power armor. The air was thick with tension, each soldier acutely aware of the gravity of their mission. Listen up, ladies and gentlemen, Navarro began, his voice calm but authoritative. We're heading into unknown territory. This isn't a milk run, and it sure as hell isn't a parade. We're here to gather intel, not to start a war. He gestured to their weapons, an array of shotguns, flamethrowers, and chainswords. In tight spaces, these will be your best friends. But remember, they're tools, not toys. Use them wisely. Navarro himself was a walking arsenal. A molecular blade hung at his hip, its edge capable of slicing through almost anything. A pulse blaster was holstered on his thigh, and a plasma rifle was slung across his back. He was ready for anything. Your power armor is top-notch, courtesy of the Independence sector, he continued. It'll stop most of what the average enemy of mankind can throw at you. But don't get cocky. A zenos twice your size can still turn you into a tin can of ground beef, and anti-tank weapons will punch through you like you're made of paper. Stay alert, stay alive. Got it. A chorus of yes, sir, echoed through the chamber. With a nod, Navarro led his team towards the entrance of the underground complex. Security personnel and drones were already in place, a showcase to the efficiency of the Liberty Guardsmen's operation. Navarro exchanged nods with the guards as they passed, descending into the labyrinth below. As they descended into the depths of the facility, Navarro's enhanced senses were on high alert. The upper levels were familiar abandoned human construction from the Age of Strife. Nothing out of the ordinary, just the ghostly remnants of a long-dead civilization. But as they pushed deeper, the architecture began to change. The clean lines and right angles of human design gave way to something other. Organic structures began to appear, first subtly a curve where there should be a corner, a texture that seemed to pulse ever so slightly under their suit lights. Then, more pronounced walls that looked more like segmented carapaces, ceilings that dripped with an unknown, viscous substance. "Sir," one of the PDF troopers called out, his voice tight with tension. "Our scanners are picking up. I don't know what. Chemical residues, pheromone trails. It's like the whole place is alive." Navarro nodded grimly. "Keep scanning, but don't touch anything. This is Zenos' work, no doubt about it." He activated his COMM link. "Colonel Jackson, this is Navarro. We've got confirmation of Zenos' activity. The structure down here, it's like nothing I've ever seen. Some kind of insectoid species, if I had to guess. Ant-like." Jackson's gruff voice crackled over the COMM. "Understood, Slick. Get me visuals and any data you can, but don't take any unnecessary risks. If things go sideways, I want you out of there, pronto." "Copy that, sir," Navarro replied, gesturing for his squad to keep moving. As they pushed deeper into the alien structure, the horror of their situation began to dawn on them. The walls were lined with what looked like communication organs, web-like structures that pulsed with sickly, bioluminescent light. "Stop!" Navarro's shout through the vox froze the trooper in his tracks. "Nobody touch that! Based on these readings and the ant-like nature, that's likely a communication organ. They probably use it in conjunction with chemical signals. Touch it, and we might as well ring the dinner bell for whatever's down here." The trooper jerked his hand back, muttering an apology. Navarro couldn't blame him for his curiosity, but down here, that kind of mistake could get them all killed. The squad continued their advance, tension ratcheting up with every step. The organic growths became more pronounced, the air thicker with alien spores and pheromones. Then, they entered a vast chamber, and the horror truly began. "What the hell?" one of the PDF whispered, his voice trembling. Navarro was about to respond when a movement caught his eye. A human figure, stumbling out of the shadows ahead. For a moment, hope flared a survivor. But then he saw the state of the man. Emaciated, eyes wild with terror, clothes hanging in tatters from his body. Behind him, a massive silhouette loomed. "Help me!" the man screamed, his voice raw with panic. "Please, help me, help!" His plea was cut short as the creature behind him struck. In the brief flash of their suit lights, Navarro caught a glimpse of chitinous limbs and gleaming mandibles. The sound of tearing flesh and crunching bone filled the air. "Steady," Navarro hissed, feeling the panic rising in his squad. "Weapons ready, but hold your fire." He reached for a flashbang grenade, priming it with practiced ease. The explosion of light and sound was deafening in the confined space. The walls trembled as debris rattled loose from the ceiling. Their helmets absorbed the concussive blast, shielding them from the blinding flash and the ear-splitting roar. But the creature was not so fortunate. Its long, spindly form writhed violently, its chitinous body jerking and twitching in disarray. Its antennae, once probing the air with delicate precision, now scrambled erratically in confusion. The flashbang had clearly disoriented it, its antennae writhing in distress as it tried to reorient itself. Navarro got his first clear look at the horror they faced. He noticed its lack of reaction to the sound of potential weakness. It was massive, easily 8 feet tall, a nightmarish fusion of insect and machine. Its exoskeleton was a dark, iridescent carapace of overlapping plates, each segment housing biomechanical enhancements that pulsed with an eerie green light. The head was a hellish amalgamation of insectoid and cephalopod features, 6 multifaceted eyes, arranged in pairs, each twitching and rotating independently. Below them, a cluster of greasy, ciliated organs constantly tasted the air, while a maw of razored mandibles and fangs continued to tear at the remains of the human victim. "Light it up!" he roared, bringing his pulse blaster to bear. The confined space erupted in a cacophony of weapons fire. Lost bolts, shotgun blasts, and gouts of flame converged on the Zenos' horror. Its carapace, formidable as it was, couldn't withstand the concentrated firepower of the squad. Chunks of chitin and cybernetic enhancements flew in all directions as the creature was literally blown apart. But even as it fell, Navarro's transhuman senses picked up something else. A vibration, deep and ominous, reverberating through the structure around them. "Fall back!" he shouted, already turning to run. "Move, move, Move. The squad didn't need to be told twice. They sprinted back the way they had come, the sound of their armored boots echoing off the alien walls. Behind them, a new sound arose, the skittering of countless limbs, the chittering of mandibles. The hive was awakening. Navarro's mind raced as they ran. They needed to slow their pursuers, buy time to reach the surface. His hand went to his belt, finding the familiar shape of a melta bomb. "Keep going!" he shouted to the squad as he slowed momentarily. With practiced precision, he armed the bomb and tossed it behind them, into the writhing darkness that was rapidly filling the corridor. The explosion was tremendous, the heat so intense that Navarro could feel it even through his armor. The agonized shrieks of dying zenos filled the air, accompanied by the sound of collapsing tunnels. But still, the skittering continued, more distant now but no less menacing. As they neared the entrance to the facility, Navarro opened his COMM link again. "Colonel. We've got a major zenos infestation down here. Some kind of insectoid species, highly aggressive, unknown numbers. Request immediate reinforcement and containment protocols." Jackson's voice came back, tight with tension. "Copy that, Slick. Get your asses topside now. I'm mobilizing everything we've got. And Slick? Good work down there. Now move." The acrid stench of burnt promethium filled my nostrils through my helmet's filters as we pushed upward through the alien tunnels. My squad's flamers roared, spewing liquid fire that turned the oncoming wave of zenos into shrieking, writhing torches. Their chitinous bodies popped and sizzled in the inferno, the sound almost comical if it wasn't so damn terrifying. "Keep moving!" I shouted, my voice barely audible over the roar of the flames and the dying screams of the zenos. "Don't let up on those flamers!" One of the PDF troopers, Anders, I think his name was, let out a slightly hysterical chuckle. "Feels like a hot towel treatment, sir." Minus the towel, of course. I didn't have time to appreciate the gallows humor. My enhanced senses were screaming at me, picking up something just beyond the wall of flame. Something big. "Cut the flames!" I ordered, raising my pulse blaster. As the promethium jet sputtered out, I saw it. Valorian's balls, it was huge. Easily twice the size of the others, its carapace blackened but largely unscathed by the inferno we'd just subjected it to. My suit's sensors were going haywire, trying to analyze the thing's armor. "Open fire!" I yelled, opening fire with my pulse blaster. The squad followed suit, a hail of loss fire and shotgun pellets peppering the monstrosity. But it just stood there, shrugging off our attacks like they were nothing more than an irritating itch. One of its massive appendages shot out, faster than something that size had any right to move. It was aiming for Trooper Vex, the poor bastard frozen in terror. No time to think. I dropped my pulse blaster, letting it hang from its strap, and brought up my plasma rifle in one fluid motion. The weapon hummed as it charged, and I fired, the superheated plasma streaking through the air and catching the creature's limb mid-grab. The thing's arm, if you could call it that, exploded in a shower of ichor and chitin. It reared back, emitting a high-pitched shriek that set my teeth on edge. "Hold the line!" I shouted to my squad, my mind racing. This thing was tough, too tough for standard weapons. We didn't have time for a protracted fight, more would be coming. I had to end this, fast. My hand went to the hilt of my molecular blade. It was a risk, getting in close to something this size, but I didn't see another option. "Cover me!" I ordered, and then I was moving, the blade humming to life in my hand. The creature seemed to sense my intent. It charged, its remaining limbs reaching for me. Time seemed to slow, my transhuman senses and reflexes kicking into overdrive. Duck. Roll. Slash. The molecular edge of my blade met the creature's chitinous hide, and for a heart-stopping moment, I thought it might not be enough. Then, with a sound like tearing metal, the blade bit deep. I pushed forward, using my enhanced strength to drive the weapon up and through. The Xenos warrior, because that's what this had to be, some kind of elite guard or warrior caste, let out an ear-splitting shriek as I bisected it. But I wasn't done. In one fluid motion, I reversed my grip and brought the blade around in a deadly arc, separating its head from its body. As the creature's corpse crashed to the ground, I smiled with grim satisfaction. Tyranid warriors put up a better fight, I muttered, more to steady my own nerves than anything else, simply because I thought it would be harder, but no, Tyranids were simply tougher bastards. But there was no time to celebrate. Already, I could hear more of them coming, drawn by the commotion or some alien sense I couldn't fathom. "Move!" I shouted, retrieving my pulse blaster. "Double time it to the surface." We ran, our armor's servos whining with the effort. Behind us, the skittering and chittering grew louder, hungrier. I brought up the rear, my plasma rifle ready. A flash of movement caught my eye, another of the smaller ones, leaping for Trooper Marins. Without breaking stride, I raised the plasma rifle and fired. The zenos exploded in midair, showering Marins with smoking ichor. "Thanks, sir," he gasped, not slowing down. "Thank me when we're topside," I shot back. "Now move your ass." The light ahead grew brighter. We were almost there. But the sounds behind us were getting closer. Too close. And then we were out, bursting into the harsh light of day. For a moment, I was blinded, my eyes struggling to adjust after the darkness of the tunnels. "Hold your fire!" a familiar voice bellowed. "Colonel Jackson! Let em through!" I waved my squad forward, turning to face the tunnel entrance. The chittering was loud now, right on our heels. And then they came, pouring out of the tunnel like a tide of nightmares. But they were met with a wall of lost fire and pulse blasts. The air filled with the stench of ozone and burning Xenos flesh as the creatures literally exploded under the barrage. We'd made it. Against all odds, we'd made it. "Slick!" Jackson's voice cut through the chaos. I turned to see him striding towards me, his face a mix of relief and grim determination. "Report, now! What the hell are we dealing with down there?" I took a deep breath, the full weight of what we'd discovered settling on my shoulders. "Sir," I began, "we've got a serious problem. These Xenos, they're like nothing I've ever seen. Insectoid, hive-based, and they've got an entire network down there. And sir? I think this is just the beginning." Jackson nodded, his eyes hard. "Understood. Good work getting your team out, Slick. Now, let's figure out how to send these bugs back to whatever hell they crawled out of." As the sounds of battle continued behind us, I steeled myself for what was to come. We'd survived the first encounter, but the real war for Caligar Alpha was just beginning. Chapter 59, Hostile Xenos Invasion? That's a full workweek. Deep beneath the ornate palace that crowned the capital city, a nightmare unfolded in the sprawling subterranean complex. Governor Thane, or what remained of him, shuffled through winding tunnels slick with viscous secretions. His movements were jerky, unnatural, as if his body were a puppet controlled by unseen strings. As he descended deeper into the earth, the walls pulsed with an unholy life. Bioluminescent growths cast an eerie, sickly green glow over everything. The air grew thick with a cloying, sweet scent that would have turned the stomach of any uninfected human. Thane entered a vast chamber, its ceiling lost in darkness above. The floor was a writhing carpet of insectoid creatures, parting to form a path as he approached. Around a central pit stood the other nobles of the planet, their eyes glassy and unfocused. From the pit rose the massive form of the Qorl Queen, her chitinous body gleaming wetly in the bioluminescent light. Her compound eyes, each the size of a human head, swiveled to focus on Thane. As one, the assembled nobles jerked and twitched. From the backs of their heads emerged glistening, segmented antennae, dripping with ichor. The sight was grotesque, a mockery of humanity that would drive any sane observer to madness. The Queen's mandibles clicked and clacked, releasing a cloud of pheromones that filled the chamber. The antennae of the mind grubs controlling the nobles waved in response, translating the chemical language. The interlopers have arrived, the Queen's thoughts reverberated through their shared consciousness. Our plans must accelerate. Governor Thane's body convulsed as the mind grub controlling him forced a response. Yes, my Queen. The Imperium's envoy will be here soon. We have prepared the trap as instructed. Another noble, once the planet's chief financier, spoke next. Her voice was a horrifying blend of human speech and insectoid chittering. But what of Vastus Varn? He remains, uncooperative. The Queen's massive head swiveled, mandibles gnashing in irritation. The commander of their defense forces has proven resistant to our subtle infiltration. No matter. When the invasion begins, he will be eliminated swiftly. Images flashed through the hive mind, Varn's paranoid scrutiny of his forces, his obsessive attention to detail that had inadvertently kept the Qorl at bay. The shared consciousness seethed with frustration and begrudging respect for this lone holdout. Tomorrow, the Queen continued, our fleet will strike. The Imperium must not be allowed to entrench itself here. This system is vital to our expansion. The assembled nobles shuddered in unison, their human bodies struggling against the alien control for just a moment before being subsumed once more. For too long, we have waited in the shadows, the Queen's thoughts boomed. We are the true inheritors of this galaxy. The QORL will sweep across the stars, and all life will be united under our glorious hive. A wave of fanatical devotion washed through the shared consciousness. The nobles' bodies contorted in alien ecstasy, their human minds all but erased by the overwhelming presence of the hive. Go now, the Queen commanded. Prepare for the arrival of the Imperial envoy. Let him taste our hospitality, and through him, we shall infect the very heart of this Imperium of man. As the meeting concluded, the mind grubs began to retract their antennae. The process was agonizing, flesh-tearing, and reknitting as the alien appendages withdrew into the skulls of their hosts. Blood trickled from ears, noses, and eyes as the human bodies struggled to maintain the facade of normalcy. Governor Thane was the last to leave, his gaze lingering on the Queen. For just a moment, a flicker of his true self surfaced in his eyes, a look of pure, unadulterated horror at what he had become, at what his world had been reduced to. Then it was gone, snuffed out by the implacable will of the hive. As he ascended back to the surface, Thane's body moved with renewed purpose. The mind grub had full control now, ready to play its part in the grand deception. Behind him, the tunnels writhed and pulsed, the hidden heart of a world already lost to an alien scourge. In his office, blissfully unaware of the horrors beneath his feet, Earl Vastus Varn pored over defense reports and logistics manifests. His paranoia, once mocked by his peers, had become the last, thin line holding back the tide of chitinous nightmare that threatened to engulf not just this world, but the entire sector. As night fell on the capital city, lights flickered on in homes and buildings. Citizens went about their evening routines, unaware that in the shadows, in the spaces between walls, and even in the bodies of their leaders, an alien intelligence watched and waited. The QORL prepared for their moment of triumph, ready to burst forth from their hidden lairs and claim the planet as their own. Rear Admiral Richard Gomez stood at the viewport of his lander, gazing down at the sprawling cityscape of Caligar Alpha's capital. His white uniform, trimmed with blue lace, was immaculate, the Independence Cluster's eagle pin gleaming on his chest. As the lander descended towards the planetary governor's palace, he mentally reviewed his objectives. Tactics, he addressed his AI companion, run through our primary goals one more time. The AI's voice resonated in his earpiece. Certainly, Rear Admiral. Primary objectives, implementation of the Imperial Truth, integration of the Caligar system into cluster influence, and initiation of 4G world construction and associated production facilities. Gomez nodded. Standard procedure. Let's hope this goes smoothly. As the lander touched down, a squad of Liberty Guardsmen in sleek exosuits deployed, their movements fluid and precise. Drones buzzed outward, establishing a perimeter around the palace grounds. The planetary governor, Duke Marius Thane, greeted them at the entrance. Immediately, Gomez noticed something off about the man. Thane's words came out in stutters, his gaze occasionally drifting to empty spaces. Welcome, Rear Admiral, Thane said, his left eye twitching slightly. We're honored by your presence. Gomez forced a smile. The honor is mine, Duke Thane. Shall we discuss the terms of compliance? Of course, Thane nodded vigorously, leading them inside. But first, a feast in your honor. As they entered the grand dining hall, Gomez's unease grew. The table was laden with exotic dishes, crystal decanters filled with deep red wine. Duke Thane's behavior became increasingly erratic, alternating between obsequious agreement and moments of vacant staring. Please, Rear Admiral, Thane gestured to the head of the table, you must try our local delicacies. Gomez seated himself, eyeing the spread warily. Tactics, he subvocalized, scan the food and drink. Moments later, the AI's voice crackled with urgency. Warning, Rear Admiral. Anomalies detected in all consumables. Wine contains unidentified parasitic organisms. Food samples show signs of zenos contamination. High probability of hostile intent. Gomez's hand, reaching for a goblet, froze mid-air. He looked up at Duke Thane, whose face had contorted into an unsettling half-smile, half-grimace. Is something wrong, Rear Admiral? The Duke asked, his face contorting into an unnatural smile. You've hardly touched your meal. Gomez forced a polite smile. My apologies, Duke Thane. I'm afraid I have some dietary restrictions I neglected to mention earlier. Perhaps we could discuss business while the kitchen prepares something more suitable. The Duke's face twitched, the smile faltering for a moment before reasserting itself with disturbing force. Nonsense. Surely you can partake in just a little. Our chefs have outdone themselves for your visit. Gomez leaned back slightly, his mind racing. I appreciate the effort, truly. However, I find that business discussions are best conducted on an empty stomach. Keeps the mind sharp, you understand. Richard's blood ran cold, but he maintained his composure. He watched as Thane poured the wine, his hands shaking so badly that droplets splashed onto the white tablecloth, leaving tiny, writhing stains. Then perhaps tea toast, Thane proposed, raising his glass. To the Imperium and the great work of compliance. As he spoke, Richard noticed movement in his peripheral vision. The walls seemed to pulse, ever so slightly. He blinked hard, focusing on Thane's face. To his horror, he saw something squirm beneath the governor's skin, just below his left eye. Tactics, he thought frantically, what am I seeing? Biometric scans indicate severe parasitic infestation in Governor Thane's body, the AI reported. Similar readings emanating from throughout the palace. Situation critical. Recommend immediate evacuation. Richard's mind raced. He needed to extract himself and his men without alerting Thane to his suspicions. Governor, he began, forcing a smile, perhaps we could continue this discussion while touring your magnificent palace? I'm particularly interested in seeing your administrative facilities. Richard's instincts screamed danger as he locked eyes with the thing masquerading as Duke Marius Thane. The governor's face had become a grotesque patchwork of human and alien features, a sight that would haunt even the most hardened veteran. Tactics, Gomez subvocalized, his tone clipped and urgent, initiate extraction protocol. Now. The AI's response was immediate. Affirmative, Rear Admiral. Liberty Guardsmen alerted and en route. Recommend immediate disengagement from the target. Gomez's gaze swept the room, taking in details his enhanced senses couldn't ignore. The planetary defense forces stood unnaturally still, their eyes unblinking even as insects crawled across their faces. Fucking zenos, he thought, his jaw clenching in disgust and anger. The false governor's ramblings about the feast grew more insistent, more unhinged. You must eat, Rear Admiral. The Hive demands it. Join us in glorious unity. Before Gomez could respond, the doors to the dining hall exploded inward in a shower of splinters and blood. His Liberty Guardsmen stormed in, their weapons blazing with lethal precision. In less than a second, every motionless PDF trooper lay dead, revealing their true, monstrous nature as their bodies hit the floor. Gomez wasted no time. He sprang to his feet, plasma pistol in his hand. With cold efficiency, he aimed at the center mass of the creature that had been Duke Thane and fired. The blast caught the Zenos construct square in the chest. Instead of blood and viscera, a horrific cascade of writhing worms and ichorous fluid as well as a partial part of what seemed to be a grub, the mind grub, erupted from the wound. The sight only hardened Gomez's resolve. Move out! He barked, falling in with his extraction team as they fought their way back to the shuttle. The palace had become a war zone, with more Zenos creatures emerging from hidden passages and vents. As they battled through the corridors, Gomez's COMM crackled to life. It was Captain Valerius of the Dominance, the flagship of Compliance Fleet No. 69. Rear Admiral. We have a situation up here, Valerius's voice was tense but controlled. Long-range scanners have picked up a Zenos fleet incoming. ETA 10 minutes until they're in weapons range. Gomez cursed under his breath as he vaporized another Zenos attacker. Give me numbers, Captain. There was a brief pause filled with the sound of weapons fire. Preliminary scans show approximately 300 ships, sir. It's a full invasion fleet. The gravity of the situation hit Gomez like a macro cannon round. Their compliance fleet numbered only 130 ships, woefully outnumbered for a full-scale engagement. Understood, Captain, Gomez replied, his mind racing through tactical scenarios. I'm on my way back. Prepare the fleet for battle stations and launch all void craft. We need to buy time. As his shuttle cleared the atmosphere, Gomez got his first visual of the situation in orbit. The void was alive with activity as carriers disgorged squadrons of fighters and bomber wings. Scout drones zipped ahead, gathering crucial intelligence on the approaching enemy. Aboard the Dominance, Captain Valerius stood at the command pulpit, a picture of grim determination. Status report. He called out. All ships reporting battle readiness, Captain, his XO responded. Void shields at maximum. Weapons systems hot and locked. Scout drones are transmitting data on enemy composition and formation. Valerius nodded, then turned to address the fleet-wide Vox. This is Captain Valerius of the Dominance. We face a Zenos threat that seeks to corrupt and destroy all we hold dear. But we are the shield of humanity, the tip of the spear of the Great Crusade. We will hold this line, we will hold it for Valorian. For the Emperor and for liberty. A chorus of acknowledgements echoed across the Vox network as the fleet maneuvered into defensive formations. Gomez arrived on the bridge just as the first enemy ships entered extreme weapons range. The void above Caligar erupted into a kaleidoscope of destruction as the Imperial compliance fleet engaged the invading QORL armada. Despite being outnumbered more than 2 to 1, the Imperial forces leaned heavily into their technological advantage and superior tactics. Captain Valerius of the Dominance stood resolute on the command deck, his eyes fixed on the hololithic display of the unfolding battle. "Initiate carrier bombardment," he ordered, his voice calm but laced with steel. "Let's show these Zenos scum the ways of liberty." The massive void carriers of the compliance fleet opened their launch bays, disgorging swarms of attack craft. Torpedoes, bombers, and fighters streamed forth in carefully choreographed waves, their formation a testament to countless hours of drills and simulations. As the first wave of Imperial craft entered the effective range of the QORL fleet's anti-aircraft defenses, the void lit up with crisscrossing beams of energy and streaks of missiles. But the Imperial pilots were ready, executing evasive maneuvers with practiced precision. "First torpedoes away," reported the weapons officer. All eyes on the bridge turned to the tactical display, watching as the first salvo of high-yield torpedoes streaked towards their targets. The lead QORL vessel, a massive, chitinous monstrosity that seemed more like a living creature than a starship, shimmered as some form of energy shield absorbed the initial impacts. But the torpedoes kept coming, a relentless barrage that slowly but surely chipped away at the Zenos' defenses. Valerius he watched the shield finally collapse, allowing subsequent torpedoes to slam into the unprotected hull. The QORL ship erupted in a series of spectacular explosions, chunks of its biomechanical structure spinning off into the void. A cheer went up from the bridge crew, but Valerius remained focused. "Don't celebrate yet," he cautioned. "That was just one ship, and they have hundreds more." As if to punctuate his words, the tactical display suddenly shifted. The neat, orderly formations of the QORL fleet began to break apart, individual ships separating from larger structures like links in a chain coming undone. "What in the name of Valorian?" muttered Valerius, leaning in for a closer look. The Vox crackled with urgent reports from the attack craft squadrons. "This is Raptor Leader," came a pilot's voice, tight with tension. "The bogies are breaking apart. They're getting faster. We can't shake them." Valerius watched in growing concern as the newly agile QORL ships began to run down the returning Imperial bombers, their strange bioweapons tearing through void shields and armor alike. "Tactical analysis," he barked. "What are we dealing with here?" The ship's cogitator hummed as it processed the flood of incoming data. After a moment, a monotone voice responded, "Zenos vessels appear to be modular in nature. Larger ships can separate into smaller, more maneuverable craft. Suggest adaptation of tactics to counter increased enemy mobility." Valerius nodded grimly. "Launch all fighter squadrons," he ordered. "If they want to play it fast and loose, we'll oblige them. Have the fighters cover our bombers on their attack runs and engage any QORL ship that tries to intercept." The void around Caligar became a swirling melee of Imperial and Zenos craft. The QORL's newly revealed ability to unchain their ships had turned what was initially a slow, grinding battle of attrition into a frantic dogfight on a massive scale. The acrid smell of burning promethium and Zenos ichor filled the air as Rear Admiral Richard Gomez sprinted towards his lander, his Liberty Guardsmen forming a protective cordon around him. Just as they approached, a searing blast of bioplasma struck the craft, turning it into a fireball of twisted metal and burning fuel. "Fuck!" Richard spat, as his guards shielded him from the heat and shrapnel. He quickly reassessed the situation, his augmented mind racing through possibilities. "We need to get to orbit. What assets do we have left?" A Liberty Guardsman, his armor scorched and pitted, spoke up. "Sir, we have an armored transport vehicle nearby. Baneblade chassis, repurposed as an APC." Richard nodded grimly. "It'll have to do. But first, we need to link up with the local PDF. Get me a line to Colonel Jackson." As they piled into the massive APC, Richard couldn't help but marvel at the vehicle. Even repurposed, it exuded an aura of unstoppable power. The engine roared to life, and they began to roll through the chaos-filled streets of the capital. Through the viewports, Richard saw the full extent of the invasion. Massive insectoid creatures clashed with PDF troopers in power armor, their brutal melee punctuated by the staccato of bolter fire and the sizzle of energy weapons. "Bunch of ugly motherfuckers," Richard muttered, before activating his COMM link. "This is Rear Admiral Gomez to Colonel Jackson. Do you read me?" In the PDF headquarters, Colonel Samuel L. Jackson stood before a hololithic display of the city, his face a mask of grim determination tinged with barely contained fury. His voice, a deep growl that could make even an orc think twice, filled the command center. "I have had it with these motherfucking bugs in this motherfucking city," he bellowed, causing nearby officers to flinch. "Grim, give me a sitrep, and it better be good news for once." The AI's calm voice contrasted sharply with Jackson's anger. "Situation remains critical, Colonel. PDF forces are engaged in heavy urban combat along the city's outer districts. The fleet in orbit is now under attack by a Zenos armada. Casualty reports are significant." Jackson's scowl deepened. "Fucking Zenos. Every throne-forsaken time, it's always some new bullshit." He was about to demand more details when his COMM unit crackled to life. "This is Rear Admiral Gomez to Colonel Jackson. Do you read me?" Jackson's eyebrows shot up in surprise. "Well, I'll be damned. This is Jackson. I read you, Admiral. What's your situation?" Richard's voice came through, punctuated by the sounds of heavy gunfire and explosions. "We're inbound to your position in a repurposed Baneblade APC. Lost my lander to these bug bastards. We've got a swarm of Xenos-controlled humans on our tail. Request fire support and a clear path to the HQ." "Shit, sounds like you're having about as much fun as we are," Jackson replied, already moving to a tactical console. "Grim, plot the Admiral's course and clear that route. I want every gun we've got providing cover fire." "Calculating optimal route now, Colonel," Grim responded. "Warning, multiple hostile swarms detected along all possible approaches." Jackson growled in frustration. "Of course there are. Admiral, you hear that? It's going to be a hot run no matter what. You up for some creative driving?" Richard's laugh came through the COMM, a sound of grim amusement. "Colonel, I once outran a Dark Eldar raiding party in an orc truck. This should be a cakewalk." "Now that's a story I've got to hear," Jackson chuckled. "All right, we're painting your route now. It'll take you through the financial district. Lots of tight corners and overhead walkways. Should give you some cover from aerial attacks." As Richard's APC began its perilous journey, Jackson coordinated the defense. "I want warthogs sweeping these streets," he ordered, pointing at the holo map. "Sweep any swarms that try to cut off the Admiral. And place automated turrets on these high-rises. I want overlapping fields of fire covering that entire approach." The bridge of the Dominance was a cacophony of alarms, shouted orders, and the distant rumble of impacts against the void shields. Captain Valerius stood at the command pulpit, his uniform singed and his face streaked with sweat and grime. The hololithic display before him painted a grim picture. The compliance fleet was being steadily pushed back by the relentless QORL assault. "Status on that distress call." Valerius barked, his eyes never leaving the tactical display. The comms officer's voice was strained but professional. "Signal sent, sir. We're broadcasting on all Imperial frequencies. Awaiting response from any nearby." He was cut off by a sudden burst of static from the Vox unit. A deep, gravelly voice boomed through the speakers, drowning out the chaos of the bridge for a moment. "This is Second Captain Stephen Armstrong of the Liberty Eagles, responding to distress call from Compliance Fleet number 69 in the Caligar system. What's your situation, over?" Valerius's eyes widened in surprise and relief. The Liberty Eagles, and a high-ranking officer at that. It seemed the Emperor's favor hadn't abandoned them after all. "This is Captain Valerius of the Dominance," he responded quickly. "We're under heavy assault by a Xenos fleet, identified as QORL. Outnumbered more than 2 to 1. We've been holding, but we can't keep this up much longer. Any assistance you can provide would be most welcome, over." There was a moment of silence, then Armstrong's voice returned, filled with a mix of anticipation and barely contained fury. "QORL, hey? Fucking Xenos. Don't you worry, Captain. The Liberty Eagles are on their way, and we've got a real special welcome planned for these bugs." Valerius smiled. The reputation of the Liberty Eagles preceded them, and Second Captain Armstrong was known for his enthusiastic approach to warfare, especially against zenos threats. "Glad to hear it, Captain Armstrong. What's your ETA? We're pushing our warp engines to the limit. Expect us in about 15 hours. Think you can hold out that long?" Valerius glanced at the tactical display, quickly assessing their situation. "It'll be tight, but we'll make it work. These Zenos bastards won't know what hit them when you arrive." Chapter 60, Motherfucking Zenos. Colonel Samuel Leroy Jackson stood at the command center of the Planetary Defense Force headquarters, his enhanced eyes darting between holographic displays and the chaos unfolding outside. The once pristine city of Caligar Alpha now resembled a war-torn hellscape, with the chittering hordes of QORL swarming through its streets. "Grim, give me a sitrep on these motherfucking bugs," Jackson barked, his gravelly voice cutting through the din of the command center. The AI's calm, modulated tones contrasted sharply with the colonel's gruff demeanor. "Certainly, Colonel." The QORL forces consist primarily of 3 unit types. First, we have the standard drones, which appear to be primarily focused on resource gathering and prisoner capture. Jackson snorted. "Yeah, I've seen those bastards. All grabby hands and weird probes. Remind me of those damn Tyranids, but without the style." "Indeed, Colonel," Grim continued, unperturbed. "The backbone of their forces consists of warrior drones. These units are heavily armored and equipped with energy weapons or close combat appendages. They've shown the ability to deliver chemical attacks as well." "Chemical attacks? Fantastic," Jackson muttered, rubbing his temple. "What else you got for me, Grim?" "The third notable unit type has been designated as tunneling beetles by our forces. These units are specialized for subterranean operations, capable of creating extensive tunnel networks and emerging unexpectedly behind our lines." Jackson's eyes narrowed. "Like the ones that popped up in the governor's palace? Sneaky bastards." "Correct, Colonel. It's worth noting that the QORL have demonstrated a remarkable ability to adapt and copy technology. Our analysts have observed signs of them replicating our plasma weaponry." "Great, just what we need. Bugs with plasma guns," Jackson growled. He paused, a distant memory surfacing. "You know, Grim, these QORL remind me of a bitch version of the Tyranids. I was there when Primarch Franklin and the Emperor cleansed the sector of those Ouroboros freaks. At least the Tyranids had the decency to come at us head-on." As if on cue, Rear Admiral Richard Gomez strode into the command center, his naval uniform immaculate despite the chaos outside. "Colonel Jackson, sitrep." Jackson turned to face the newcomer, a grim smile on his scarred face. "Admiral, welcome to the shit show. We're holding, but barely. These QORL are like cockroaches on steroids. You take out one, and 10 more pop up from the ground." Gomez nodded, his expression grave. "The void battle isn't going much better. We're outnumbered, but holding our own. The dominance is keeping mobile to avoid being overrun." "Smart move," Jackson agreed. "Last thing we need is those bugs getting their claws on our flagship." "How's the evacuation going?" "As well as can be expected," Gomez replied. "The Liberty Guardsmen are doing an admirable job getting civilians to safety, but it's slow going with the QORL popping up everywhere." Jackson grunted in acknowledgement. "We're lucky they're not as focused on aerial combat. Our flyboys are having a field day, turning bug clusters into barbecue with their Prometheum runs." Gomez allowed himself a small smile. "As it should be. We've got the best tech and the shiniest guns in the galaxy. Speaking of which, I need to get back to the fleet. Mind if I borrow your lander?" "Be my guest," Jackson said, gesturing towards the landing pad. "Just don't scratch the paint. I just had it waxed." The two men shared a brief chuckle, a moment of levity in the midst of chaos. As they made their way to the landing pad, the sounds of battle grew louder. Explosions rocked the city, and the sky was filled with the crisscrossing trails of aircraft and anti-air fire. "Good luck down here, Colonel," Gomez said, extending his hand. "Give 'em hell." Jackson clasped the Admiral's hand firmly. "You too, Richard. Try not to let those bugs put too many holes in my ships." As Gomez boarded the lander, Jackson stood watch, his enhanced vision tracking the craft as it ascended into the war-torn skies. A squadron of fighters fell into formation around it, providing escort as it climbed towards orbit. Just as the lander disappeared from view, a massive explosion rocked the eastern part of the city. Jackson whirled around, his augmented eyes zooming in on the source of the disturbance. "Motherfucker," he growled, watching as a colossal QORL, easily twice the size of the others, emerged from the smoking ruins of the eastern gate. Its chitinous armor gleamed with an unnatural sheen, and what looked suspiciously like a stolen plasma cannon was grafted onto one of its limbs. "Grim, what the hell am I looking at?" Jackson demanded, already moving towards his personal transport. "It appears to be a QORL commander unit, Colonel," the AI responded. "Preliminary scans indicate significant biomechanical augmentation and is that one of our plasma cannons." "Looks like it," Jackson confirmed grimly. "Seems these bugs learn fast. Too bad for them, so do we." He turned to the squad of Liberty Guardsmen nearby. "All right, you ugly motherfuckers. Looks like we've got a big bug that needs squashing. Who's ready to earn their hazard pay?" A chorus of enthusiastic, if somewhat nervous, cheers answered him. Jackson grinned fiercely, checking the charge on his disintegration rifle. "That's what I like to hear. Remember your training, stick to cover, and for Emperor's sake, don't let that plasma cannon hit you. I don't want to have to explain to your mothers why their kids came home extra crispy." The eastern gate of Caligar Alpha had become a maelstrom of chaos and destruction. Samuel stood at the forefront, his disintegration rifle humming with deadly energy as he faced down the monstrous Alpha QORL, blasting any QORL warrior drones to dust. The creature towered over the battlefield, its chitinous armor gleaming with an unnatural sheen, grafted plasma cannon pulsing with stolen power. "Come on, you oversized cockroach," Jackson growled, his enhanced muscles tensing beneath his exosuit. "Let's dance." The Alpha QORL let out a bone-chilling screech and charged forward, its massive form shaking the ground. Jackson rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding a blast from the plasma cannon that turned the spot he'd been standing into a crater of molten rock. As Jackson engaged the Alpha, all hell broke loose around them. Warrior drones poured through the breach in the eastern gate, a tide of chittering, slashing limbs and gnashing mandibles. The air filled with the staccato of gunfire and the screams of the wounded and dying. Liberty Guardsmen, their exosuits gleaming in the chaos, moved with inhuman speed and agility. Pulse rifles spat blue streaks of energy, tearing through the QORL ranks with devastating effect. Heavy pulse rifles, wielded by the bulliest of the guardsmen, sent explosive bolts that detonated among clustered enemies, sending kite and shrapnel flying. But for all their technological superiority, the Liberty Guardsmen were not invincible. As one guardsman's shield flickered and failed, a warrior drone was upon him in an instant. Chitinous blades slashed through the weakened armor, and a spray of acid followed, eating through metal and flesh alike. The guardsman, even as he fell, overloaded his exosuit's power core, the resulting explosion taking out a dozen QORL in a final act of defiance. Planetary Defense Force troops, clad in their bulky power armor, formed the anvil to the Liberty Guardsmen's hammer. Their armor with its thick plating and rounded helmets, provided excellent protection against the QORL's attacks. Bolters roared, explosive rounds detonating inside QORL bodies and turning them into gory mists. Loss rifles added to the cacophony, their red beams cutting through the air and leaving smoking holes in chitinous exoskeletons. Automated turrets, hastily set up at key choke points, spewed a constant stream of fire into the QORL swarm. For a time, they seemed to stem the tide, piling up mountains of alien corpses. But the QORL kept coming, climbing over their dead, using the bodies of their fallen as macabre cover. In the skies above, the battle was no less intense. Aircraft swooped low over the city, engines screaming as they unleashed their payloads. Bombs fell like rain, turning sections of the QORL swarm into infernos. Strafing runs left lines of fire and broken bodies in their wake. But the QORL were adapting, their bioplasma weapons reaching up to swat fighters from the sky. Burning wreckage fell among the combatants, adding to the destruction. Jackson stood his ground, his disintegration rifle humming with energy as he faced down the towering Alpha QORL. The creature's massive form blocked out the sun, its chitinous armor gleaming with an otherworldly sheen. But Jackson's focus wasn't solely on the behemoth before him. His enhanced senses were hyper-aware of the chaos surrounding them. "Keep that fucking perimeter clear!" Jackson bellowed into his COMM, his gravelly voice cutting through the cacophony of battle. "I can handle this oversized cockroach, but I can't dance with the whole damn swarm." Around him, Liberty Guardsmen fought with desperate intensity to keep the smaller QORL at bay. Their exosuits, once gleaming, were now splattered with alien ichor and scored by acid attacks. But they held the line, a wall of transhuman fury standing between their commander and the chittering horde. Plasma rifles flashed brilliant blue-white, each shot puncturing lethal holes through warrior drone carapaces. The air filled with the acrid smell of ozone and burning chitin. One guardsman, his armor's left arm hanging useless at his side, switched seamlessly to a one-handed grip. His shots, if anything, became more precise, each blast taking a QORL in the head or center mass. A small drone, no larger than a dog but all razor-sharp limbs and gnashing mandibles, leapt at a guardsman's exposed flank. Without missing a beat, the soldier's blade gauntlet flashed out, a monomolecular edge slicing the creature clean in two. The bisected halves fell twitching to the ground as the guardsman turned, already acquiring his next target. Jackson smiled grimly at his men's performance, but he couldn't afford to be distracted. The Alpha QORL lunged forward, its massive plasma cannon stolen and grotesquely grafted onto its form glowing with building energy. "Oh no you don't, you xenophobe," Jackson growled, diving and rolling to the side. The plasma blast superheated the air where he'd been standing, turning the ground to glass. As he came up from his roll, Jackson's disintegration rifle was already at his shoulder. He fired 3 quick shots at the Alpha's legs, each one finding its mark with unerring accuracy. Where the energy beams hit, matter simply ceased to exist. Great chunks of the Alpha's limbs vanished in puffs of rapidly dispersing particles. The Alpha QORL let out a shriek of pain and rage that shook the very air. Its massive bulk toppled forward, crashing to the ground with an impact that sent tremors through the battlefield. But even with its legs reduced to stumps, the creature wasn't finished. Using its remaining limbs, it began to drag itself towards Jackson, mandibles clicking in fury. "Persistent bastard, aren't you?" Jackson muttered, backing up to maintain his distance. He could see the creature's compound eyes fixed on him with alien hatred, its stolen plasma cannon trying to orient on his position. Around them, the battle raged on. A Liberty Guardsman was overwhelmed by a swarm of warrior drones, their clawed limbs tearing into his armor with relentless fury. Even as they closed in, his voice rose defiantly above the chaos. "For Valorian! For Liberty!" His cry was abruptly silenced as the creatures ripped through his suit, their mandibles shredding both flesh and metal. Yet, even with his vision fading, he refused to surrender. With trembling hands, he triggered the overload on his exosuit's reactor. Moments later, a massive explosion tore through the battlefield, vaporizing him and the alien horde around him. The ground shook as fire roared to life, consuming his enemies in a blinding inferno. He had chosen his fate a martyr's death to ensure that none of them would feast upon his remains. He would rather die than be devoured. In the sky above, aircraft screamed past on strafing runs, their guns chattering and missiles streaking towards concentrations of QORL forces. But for every swarm they obliterated, more seemed to pour from the ground, the tunneling beetles having done their insidious work well. Jackson knew he had to end this, and fast. The longer the Alpha lived, the more coordinated the QORL assault became. He could see it in the way the swarms moved, in the increasing precision of their attacks. They was adapting, learning, and that was a danger they couldn't afford. With a deep breath, Jackson steadied himself. Time seemed to slow as he raised his disintegration rifle, aiming for the Alpha's head. The creature's protective chitin gleamed, thick enough for even the heavy bolters, but he wasn't holding a bolter. But Jackson hadn't survived this long by doubting himself. "Eat this, bug," he snarled, and pulled the trigger. The beam lanced out, a concentrated stream of annihilation. It struck the Alpha's head dead center, and for a moment, nothing seemed to happen. Then, like ice under a blowtorch, the chitin began to disappear. Layer by layer, the Alpha's protection vanished into nothingness. The Alpha QORL, sensing its imminent demise, let out one final, deafening screech. It lunged forward with the last of its strength, mandibles snapping at Jackson's position. For a heart-stopping moment, it looked like the creature might reach him. But Jackson stood his ground, his finger never leaving the trigger. The disintegration beam ate through the last of the chitin and bored into the soft tissue beneath. In an instant, the Alpha's brain case was gone, replaced by a gaping, perfectly smooth hole. As the battle for Caligar Alpha raged on, the Liberty Guardsmen held their ground with grim determination. Despite the chaos and carnage surrounding them, their enhanced bodies and advanced exosuits allowed them a degree of calm that would have been impossible for normal humans. And with that calm came conversation, a mix of gallows humor, complaints, and the kind of dark banter that only those who've stared death in the face can truly appreciate. Sergeant Maria Hotwire Chen crouched behind a half-demolished wall, her plasma rifle cooling after a sustained burst that had turned a cluster of warrior drones into smoking chitin. She glanced over at Corporal Jake Sparkplug Rodriguez, who was busy reloading his heavy pulse rifle. "Hey Sparkplug," she called out, her voice clear over their squad comm despite the din of battle. "You see that light show Randy put on earlier?" Rodriguez snorted, a sound somewhere between amusement and disgust. "You mean when that dumbass overloaded his exosuit?" "Yeah, I saw it. Took out a bunch of bugs, I'll give him that." "True," Chen agreed, popping up to fire another quick burst before ducking back down. "But now his insurance is gonna go to that cheating whore he calls a girlfriend." "No shit." Rodriguez's eyebrows shot up behind his visor. "Man, that's cold. Didn't he just find out about her last week?" "Yep," Chen confirmed. "Caught her with some administratum pencil pusher. Should have changed his beneficiary right then and there." Their conversation was interrupted as a fresh wave of QORL surged towards their position. For a few intense minutes, there was nothing but the roar of weapons fire and the screeching of dying aliens. When the attack finally broke, leaving a carpet of twitching QORL bodies before them, the chatter resumed as if it had never stopped. Private First Class Aisha Dokambiki was applying a quick seal patch to a gash in her armor's leg, all while keeping her eyes on the battlefield. "You know," she mused, almost to herself, "days like this make me glad we've got top-notch limb restoration. Imagine losing an arm and just staying that way." "No kidding," agreed Lance Corporal Dmitry Bervolkov, his massive frame making even the standard-issue exosuit look small. "Remember when Jorgensen got his leg blown off last year? 2 weeks in a Regan tank and he was back to running marathons." Mbiki chuckled. "Yeah, and complaining the whole time about missing his favorite tattoo." A little further down the line, Specialist Wei Glitchjong was covering the advance of a squad of Planetary Defense Force troops. As he watched the bulky, less maneuverable soldiers lumber forward in their power armor, he couldn't help but shake his head. "Man, I miss playing with the big boys," he said, a note of wistfulness in his voice. "The Astartes?" asked Private Yuki Frost Tanaka, who was providing overwatch from a nearby rooftop. "Yeah, those Liberty Eagles could make short work of these swarms. Remember that time the camping in the Helican sector?" Zhang continued, his plasma rifle never stopping its steady rhythm of fire. "Watched an Eagles squad take down a Tyranid Carnifex like it was nothing. Made us look like we were standing still." Tanaka laughed. "Hey, I'll take being a Liberty Guardsman over Auxilia or PDF any day. Sure, the Eagles make us look slow and small, but at least we're not regular humans in paper-thin armor." Chen nodded, her helmet bobbing as she took out another group of drones. "No argument here. But hey, at least we're not Solar Auxilia or PDF, right?" The squad collectively shuddered at the thought. They'd all seen what happened to normal humans in battles like this. Remember that joint OP we ran with the Luna Wolves? The Eagles with the Wolves and we with their Solar Auxilia last year? Rodriguez asked, his voice taking on a somber tone despite the ongoing firefight. "Those poor bastards. The moment their armor gets punctured, they're as good as dead. And no healthcare to speak of," Mbiki added. "Can you imagine? Getting mauled by zenos and then having to foot the bill for your own cybernetics." Their conversation was interrupted by a panicked scream. Through the swarm, they could see a Planetary Defense Force trooper being overwhelmed by QORL. The bugs were crawling over his bulky power armor, seeking weak points, trying to pry it open. Without hesitation, the Liberty Guardsmen shifted their fire, shredding the QORL horde swarming the PDF trooper. As the last bug fell, the trooper stumbled to his feet, his armor dented and scored but intact. "You okay there, big guy?" Volkov called out. The PDF trooper gave a shaky thumbs up. Thanks for the save," he stammered, his voice hoarse with fear. "Anytime," Volkov replied. "Now get back to your unit. We've got bugs to kill." As the PDF trooper lumbered off, the squad fell back into their rhythm of combat and conversation. "You know," Chen mused, decapitating a warrior drone with a well-placed swipe of her blade gauntlet, "for all the crap we give the PDF, at least they're out here fighting. Gotta respect that." Rodriguez nodded, his heavy pulse rifle never ceasing its staccato rhythm. "True enough. Still, makes you appreciate being a Liberty Guardsman, doesn't it? Speaking of which, any of you run ops with other legions Astartes?" Volkov chuckled, the sound dark with remembered amusement. Ran a few joints with the Luna Wolves last year. Proud bastards, the lot of them. At least they can back it up, Chen pointed out. Now the Space Wolves, those are my kind of Astartes. Always a party when they show up. Or when we show up to their place, Rodriguez added with a laugh. Remember that time Franklin and Lemon threw that feast after the Proxima Centauri campaign? I've never seen so much mjad in my life. The squad shared a moment of laughter, the sound bizarre against the backdrop of screams and gunfire. Speaking of legions, Volkov said, his voice taking on a teasing tone, how about those iron hands, eh? So many iron hands. The old joke, dating back to when their Primarch had pointed out that Ferrus Manus literally meant iron hands in High Gothic, sent another round of chuckles through the squad. Say what you will about the iron hands, Chen said, her voice thoughtful even as she laid down a withering barrage of plasma fire, they know their tech. Only the Mechanicums got them beat, and that's just because Mars is always second. Don't let any tech priests hear you say that, Rodriguez warned, though his tone was light. But yet, gotta give credit where it's due. The iron hands might be a bit intense, but they know their stuff. A lull in the fighting gave the squad a moment to catch their breath. They used the opportunity to check their weapons and armor, falling into the easy routine of battlefield maintenance. You know, Volkov said, his voice softer now, almost reverent, sometimes I still can't believe we're out here, fighting alongside Primarches. I mean, I remember when Franklin was just another officer in the Independence Cluster Defense Force. Chen nodded, her hands moving automatically as she cleaned her plasma rifle. I know what you mean. We might be older than him, chronologically speaking, but damn if he hasn't led us to victory more times than I can count. It's not just the victories, Rodriguez added. It's the way he leads. He's always there, in the thick of it. Never asks us to do anything he wouldn't do himself, I mean there's nothing he can't do so. True that, Volkov agreed. And he's got a way of making you believe, you know? Like no matter how bad things get, we're going to pull through. The conversation drifted to the other Primarches they'd encountered over the years. Horus is a good sort, Chen offered. Bit full of himself, maybe, but he's got the skills to back it up. And he's always treated us with respect, which is more than you can say for some. Rodriguez laughed. Remember when Franklin was teaching Lemon Russ how to eat civilly? Now that was a sight to see. The squad shared another chuckle at the memory. Then, they sobered as Volkov mentioned another name. Ferrus Manus, he said, his tone cautious. Now there's a Primarch you don't want to cross. The others nodded in agreement. No nonsense, that one, Chen said. Brilliant, no doubt about it, but intense. Best to steer clear unless you've got official business. As if summoned by their conversation, a fresh wave of QORL burst from a nearby building, chittering and screeching as they charged the Liberty Guardsman's position. Well, boys and girls, Volkov said, raising his plasma rifle, looks like break time's over. Let's show these bugs why you don't mess with the Liberty Guardsmen. With a chorus of affirmatives, the squad leapt back into action. Their banter ceased, replaced by the focused communication of a well-oiled fighting unit. But even as they fought, each of them carried with them the comfort of their shared experiences, their dark humor, and their unwavering faith in their Primarch and their cause. They were Liberty Guardsmen, the elite of the Independence sector. They had fought alongside Primarches, battled zenos threats across the galaxy, and always come out on top. This swarm of oversized insects wasn't about to change that. As they fought, they knew that somewhere out there, Colonel Jackson was taking on the biggest, baddest bug of them all. And they were damned if they were going to let him down. After all, they had a reputation to uphold, a Primarch to make proud, and a galaxy to defend. Chapter 61, Armstrong. The void of space erupted in a kaleidoscope of destruction as Rear Admiral Richard Gomez's lander approached the Dominance. QORL chain ships, their biomechanical forms glinting ominously under the stars, swarmed in a desperate bid to intercept the small craft. Their attempts were futile, the Dominance's escort fighters cut through the enemy like swift predators guarding their prey. Incoming fire, port side. The lander's pilot called out, banking sharply to avoid a burst of bioplasma. Gomez gripped his seat, his eyes locked on the approaching hangar bay of the Dominance. Steady, Ensign. Our boys won't let us down. True to his confidence, a squadron of fighters screamed past, their advanced weaponry carving through the QORL vessels with surgical precision. The lander slipped through the storm of battle and glided into the hangar bay of the Dominance, safe at last. As Gomez stepped onto the deck, the ship's intercom blared, "Admiral on deck." The bustling activity paused for a heartbeat as crew members snapped to attention, then resumed with renewed vigor. Captain Valerius, a stern-faced man with cybernetic augmentations visible at his temples, approached with quick strides. "Welcome back, sir," Valerius said, falling into step beside him as they headed for the bridge. "The situation has evolved in your absence." Gomez raised an eyebrow. "Don't sugarcoat it, Captain. Give it to me straight." Valerius nodded, his augmatics whirring softly as he called up a holographic display. "We're holding, sir, but the odds are not in our favor. Current estimates put us at a 3-to-1 disadvantage in ship numbers." As they entered the bridge, Gomez surveyed the tactical displays, a small smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Then it's an even fight." Valerius blinked, momentarily caught off guard by the Admiral's confidence. "Sir." Gomez turned to a nearby console. "Tactics, give me a rundown on the QORL's technological capabilities, focus on FTL and maneuverability." A smooth, genderless voice emanated from the ship's speakers. "Certainly, Admiral. Analysis of QORL naval tactics indicates a surprising lack of advanced FTL utilization. Unlike the Eldari with their webway portals, or even standard Imperial warp jumps, the QORL show no signs of using FTL for tactical advantage. Their biomechanical technology is highly advanced, but their faster-than-light capabilities appear primitive by comparison." Gomez nodded, his mind already racing with possibilities. "Interesting. That limits their options significantly." He turned to the hololithic display, his fingers dancing across the controls as he manipulated the fleet formations. With tactics assistance, 2 primary strategies emerged. Option 1, Gomez mused aloud, continue with our carrier group attacks. Our void craft outclass theirs in every way. We could grind them down through superior dogfighting and strike craft assaults. Captain Valerius leaned in, studying the projected outcomes. "It's a solid plan, sir. But it could be costly in terms of pilots and craft." Gomez nodded, then shifted the holographic pieces again. Option 2, we bait them into chaining their ships. If we present a significant battleship threat, they'll likely respond by linking up for increased firepower. Once they're chained, we hit them with everything we've got, Valerius finished, a glint of understanding in his eyes. "Precisely," Gomez confirmed. "We create a 3-dimensional kill zone, saturate it with torpedoes and battery fire. It'll take longer to set up, but should result in fewer casualties on our side." The bridge fell silent as Gomez contemplated the options before him. The lives of thousands of crew members hung in the balance, their fate resting on his decision. After what felt like an eternity, but was merely moments, Gomez straightened. "We'll go with option 2. Tactics, begin calculating optimal positioning for our fleet. I want every angle covered." "Understood, Rear Admiral," the AI responded. "Calculating optimal fleet positions for maximum engagement efficiency." Gomez turned to his bridge crew, his voice carrying the weight of command. "Listen up, people. We're about to engage in a complex series of maneuvers. I need everyone at their best. Helm, prepare for precision burns. Weapons, I want loading crews working double time. We'll need every torpedo and macro cannon ready the moment we spring our trap." As the crew scrambled to their tasks, Gomez focused on the hololithic display once more. The representation of space around them came alive with swirling eddies and currents, the complex gravitational interactions of nearby celestial bodies that would influence their coming battle. "Sir," Tactics chimed in, "I've identified an ideal killbox location. There's a confluence of gravitational forces here, a section of the chart pulsed, that will limit the QORL's ability to disengage once they've chained up." Gomez's eyes narrowed as he studied the location. "Good work, Tactics. That's where we'll make our stand. Captain Valerius, signal the fleet. I want our battleships to take point, carriers hanging back but within strike range. Let's make ourselves an irresistible target." As the Independence Sector fleet began to move into position, the QORL reacted predictably. Their bioships, sensing the approaching threat of massed Imperial firepower, began the process of chaining together. What were once hundreds of individual vessels slowly coalesced into massive, writhing superstructures of chitinous armor and pulsing weapon growths. Gomez watched the enemy's movements with a predator's patience. "Hold, he commanded as some of his captains began to signal their readiness to engage. Not yet. Let them commit fully. Minutes felt like hours as the two fleets maneuvered in their lethal contest. The QORL, emboldened by their sheer numbers and overwhelming firepower, advanced relentlessly. Closer and closer they pushed toward the invisible line that Gomez had drawn in the cold expanse of space. "Sir," Valerius said, tension evident in his voice, "they're entering the killbox." Gomez's hand tightened on the railing of his command dais. "All ships, execute attack pattern Gomez Alpha. Carriers, launch all strike craft. Battleships, fire for effect. Let's show these zenos the fury of the Independence sector." The void erupted once more, but this time it was a carefully orchestrated symphony of destruction. Torpedoes streaked out from hidden launch bays, their payloads designed to puncture the QORL's organic hulls. Macrocannons roared, their massive shells creating expanding spheres of plasma as they impacted their targets. From the carriers came swarms of strike craft, their pilots executing complex attack runs that took full advantage of the three-dimensional battlefield. They dove and weaved through the QORL formations, exploiting gaps in their defenses that their chained configuration had created. As the battle raged, Gomez stood at the center of it all, calmly issuing orders and adjusting their strategy as needed. The QORL fought back fiercely, their bioweapons spitting globs of corrosive material and beams of concentrated solar energy. But they were trapped, unable to utilize their superior numbers effectively in the confines of the killbox. Hours passed, and slowly but surely, the tide turned. The massive QORL chain ships, once so intimidating, began to break apart under the relentless imperial assault. The jubilant cheers echoing through the Dominance's bridge died as suddenly as they had begun. Rear Admiral Richard Gomez's eyes narrowed as he studied the holo display, its red warning indicators flashing ominously. "Report," he barked, his voice cutting through the stunned silence. A young sensor officer cleared her throat. "Sir, long-range scout drones have detected another QORL battle fleet. Estimated strength, over 300 ships." She paused, swallowing hard. "ETA is 5 hours, sir." The bridge erupted into a flurry of worried murmurs. Gomez raised a hand, instantly silencing his crew. "Status of our fleet." Captain Valerius stepped forward, his face grim. "We're down to 100 ships from our original 130, sir. Most losses were among our cruisers and destroyers. Battlecruisers are operational, and the Dominance is still fighting fit. Carriers have taken some damage, but they're combat ready. Voidcraft squadrons have sustained losses, but not enough to significantly impact our strike capabilities." Gomez nodded, his mind already racing through possibilities. "And Captain Armstrong's battle fleet?" "ETA 10 hours, sir," Valerius replied, his tone conveying the grim implication. They would be on their own for the opening stages of this fight. For a moment, the only sound on the bridge was the soft hum of equipment and the occasional beep of a console. Then Gomez straightened, his eyes blazing with determination. "All right, people. We've got 5 hours to prepare for the fight of our lives. We're outnumbered, outgunned, and our reinforcements won't arrive in time for the opening salvo." He paused, letting his words sink in. "So we're going to bloody their nose so hard they'll wish they'd never entered this system." He turned to the holo display, manipulating the controls to bring up a tactical view of the system. "Tactics," he called out to the ship's AI, "I need guerrilla warfare scenarios. Give me everything you've got on hit-and-run tactics, ambush strategies, and asymmetrical warfare in void combat." "Analyzing, Rear Admiral," the AI responded. "Compiling data from historical battles, theoretical models, and contemporary engagements." As tactics worked, Gomez addressed his crew. "Listen up. We're about to engage in a type of warfare that goes against everything in the Imperial Navy playbook. We're going to be fast, we're going to be unpredictable, and we're going to make these zenos regret ever picking a fight with the Independence sector." He pointed to different sections of the holo display. "I want minefields here, here, and here. Not just standard mines, I want gravity mines, EMP mines, everything we've got. Make this system a death trap for anyone who doesn't know exactly where to go." "Aye, sir," the ordnance officer responded, already coordinating with the fleet's mine layers. "Valerius," Gomez continued, "I want our destroyers and light cruisers formed into wolf packs. They're to operate independently, striking targets of opportunity and then fading back into the void. Priority targets are their supply ships and any vessels that look like command and control nodes." The captain nodded, already drafting the necessary orders. Carriers, Gomez said, turning to another section of the display, you're our ace in the hole. I want strike craft loaded for extended operations. They're to use the system's celestial bodies for cover, popping out to launch hit and run attacks before disappearing again. As the bridge crew rushed to implement his orders, Tactics chimed in. Rear Admiral, I have completed my analysis. Based on historical data and the current tactical situation, I have several suggested strategies. Let's hear them, Gomez said, his eyes never leaving the holo display. Strategy 1, the Fabian approach. Avoid direct engagement, focus on attrition warfare. Use superior mobility to wear down the enemy over time. Gomez shook his head firmly. The Fabian approach won't work here, Tactics. We don't have the luxury of time. He gestured to the holographic representation of Caligar Alpha. If we pull back and play it slow, the QORL will seize orbital control. Our ground forces would be sitting ducks for orbital bombardment. Captain Valerius nodded grimly. We simply don't have the numbers to maintain control of both the void and the planet's surface, sir. Exactly, Gomez agreed, his face set in determination. We need to strike hard and fast, keep the fight in orbit and away from our people on the ground. Tactics, what else have you got? Strategy 2, the Hornet's Nest. Concentrate our forces in a defensible position, lure the enemy in, then strike from multiple angles simultaneously. Better, but still too passive. We need to be proactive here. The longer this drags on, the more likely they'll break through to the planet. Strategy 3, the Hydra. Divide our forces into multiple independent groups, each capable of striking and fading. When the enemy focuses on one group, the others strike at their exposed flanks. A slow smile spread across Gomez's face. Now that's more like it. This keeps the fight spread out, makes it harder for them to concentrate on pushing towards the planet. Tactics, start running simulations on Strategy 3. I want to see how we can optimize it for our current force composition and planetary defense. As the AI began its work, Gomez turned back to his crew. All right, people. We're going to become the Hydra, but with a twist. Our primary objective isn't just to survive, it's to keep the QORL away from Caligar Alpha at all costs. Every ship captain needs to be prepared to operate independently while still coordinating with the fleet as a whole. We're going to hit them from every angle, never presenting a clear target, always striking where they're weakest, and always keeping ourselves between them and the planet. He pointed to the communications officer. Get me a line to every ship in the fleet. They need to hear this directly from me. Moments later, Gomez's voice echoed across every vessel in the battered Independence Sector fleet. This is Rear Admiral Gomez. In 5 hours, we face an enemy that outnumbers us 3-1. They think they have us cornered, that victory is assured. They are wrong. He paused, letting his words sink in. We are the guardians of the Independence Sector. We are the shield that protects humanity's frontier. And today, we will show these zenos why the Emperor himself saw fit to grant us our autonomy. Each of you will be receiving new orders shortly. We're about to engage in a type of warfare unlike anything you've trained for. Trust your instincts, trust your fellow soldiers, and above all, trust in the strength of humanity. The enemy thinks they're hunting us. We're going to show them what it's like to be the prey. For the Emperor, for Franklin Valorian, for the Independence Sector. A roar of approval echoed across the COMM channels, the determination in the voices of his soldiers matching Gomez's own resolve. As the transmission ended, Gomez turned back to the holo display. Tactics, show me the latest simulation results. The AI obliged, and the display came alive with swirling patterns of ship movements. Gomez studied them intently, making mental notes and occasional adjustments. Sir, Valerius said, approaching the display, the fleet is ready. All ships report they're prepared to implement the Hydra strategy. Gomez nodded, his eyes never leaving the tactical display. Good. Now we wait, and we prepare. When those QORL bastards arrive, we'll give them a welcome they'll never forget. As the hours ticked by, the Independence Sector fleet dispersed throughout the system, laying mines, setting up ambush points, and preparing for the fight of their lives. On the bridge of the Dominance, Rear Admiral Richard Gomez stood tall and ready. The bridge of the Excelsis hummed with activity, a symphony of beeps, clicks, and murmured reports. At its center stood Second Captain Stephen Armstrong, his massive frame dwarfing the mortal crew members scurrying around him. He took a long drag from his cigar, the ember glowing as bright as his transhuman eyes. "Status report," Armstrong growled, his voice a gravelly bass that seemed to vibrate through the deck plating. First Lieutenant Samuel Rodriguez, a lithe figure next to Armstrong's bulk, stepped forward. His augmetic jaw clicked as he spoke, a souvenir from the day Armstrong had recruited him. "Compliance Fleet number 69 is holding, but they're outnumbered. The QORL are proving to be resilient." Armstrong scoffed, a plume of smoke escaping his nostrils. "Resilient? Don't make me laugh, Sam. They're fucking insects. We've stomped bigger bugs than this." Rodriguez allowed himself a chuckle. "True enough. Still, their hive mind makes them an interesting opponent, tactically speaking." "Interesting?" Armstrong's transhuman eyes flashed. "The only interesting Zenos is a dead Zenos, Sam. Making the mother of all omelets here. Can't fret over every egg." "Of course, sir," Rodriguez nodded, his hand unconsciously moving to the hilt of his hyperphase blade. "Gene Father Franklin would be proud of your approach." Armstrong's face split into a wide, predatory grin. "Oh, he is. But you know what'll make him even prouder? Us erasing another Xenos infestation from this galaxy. It's all part of the plan." He turned to the massive viewscreen dominating the bridge's forward section. It displayed their fleet, 400 ships strong, a patrol fleet by Liberty Eagle standards. Each vessel was a demonstration to the sector's might, bristling with weaponry that could reduce worlds to ash. "You see this, Sam?" Armstrong gestured at the fleet. "This is the future. Not weak-ass diplomacy or tolerance. Raw, unfiltered human dominance." Rodriguez raised an eyebrow. "Some might call this overkill for a simple patrol, sir." Armstrong laughed, a booming sound that echoed across the bridge. "Overkill? There's no such thing. When you've got the strength, you use it. That's how we'll drag the Imperium back to its golden age." He clenched his fist, nanomachines rippling under his skin. "The Independence sector will be the Iron Fist. And the Emperor? He'll be the guiding hand. Together, we'll purge this galaxy of every last Xenos scum." Rodriguez nodded, a savage grin spreading across his face. "And the weak will be purged along with them. Survival of the fittest, right boss?" "Damn straight," Armstrong agreed. "No room for weakness in the new order we're building. Father understands that, even if he's a bit soft on some Xenos. But hey, that's why he's got us, right?" The two shared a laugh, the kind that would send chills down the spine of any who truly understood what it meant. Armstrong turned back to the tactical display. "Now, let's talk strategy. These QORL think they're tough shit because they've got numbers? Let's show them what real strength looks like." Rodriguez leaned in. Their hive ships seem to be the linchpin of their strategy. "Take those out, and the rest will fall into disarray." "Good eye, Sam," Armstrong nodded approvingly. "We'll punch right through their front lines. Their puny bioweapons won't even scratch us." He turned to the weapons officer. "I want every macro cannon, lance battery, and torpedo tube loaded and ready to fire the moment we exit the warp. We're going to hit these bugs so hard, their ancestors will feel it." "Aye, sir." The officer responded, a hint of fear and awe in his voice. Armstrong grinned, taking another puff of his cigar. "You know, Sam, in my old life, before the Liberty Eagles, I had a dream." "Oh." Rodriguez raised an eyebrow, curious. "Yet. A dream of a galaxy where every human being is free to fight their own wars, to die for what they believe in. Not for money, not for oil, but for themselves." Rodriguez nodded slowly. "And now?" Armstrong's grin widened. "Now? Now I've got a better dream. A galaxy purged of Xenos filth, where humanity stands unopposed. Where we can build a future with our own hands, free from alien interference." He clenched his fist again, veins pulsing with nanomachine-enhanced blood. "And anyone who stands in our way? Well, they're in for a world of pain." Rodriguez matched his grin. "Couldn't have said it better myself, boss." The warp alerts began to blare, signaling their imminent arrival in the Caligar system. Armstrong stubbed out his cigar and cracked his knuckles. "All right, you sons of bitches," he roared, addressing the entire bridge crew. "It's time to make the Independence sector proud. It's time to show these Xenos why they should fear the name Armstrong." As the Excelsis and its fleet prepared to burst forth from the warp, ready to unleash hell upon the QORL, one thing was certain, the galaxy was about to witness the awesome, terrifying might of the Liberty Eagles, personified in the nanomachine-enhanced form of Captain Stephen Armstrong. And may the Emperor have mercy on anyone, human or zenos, who stood in their way. Chapter 62, Here Comes the Executioner. 824.30 m, The Great Crusade. 10 hours into the QORL invasion of the Caligar system. The air was thick with the acrid smell of burning flesh and melted plasteel. Colonel Samuel Leroy Jackson stood atop a makeshift command post, his enhanced eyes scanning the chaos of the battlefield. The massive corpse of a QORL Alpha lay nearby, a trophy of their earlier victory, now secured for later analysis. But that victory seemed a lifetime ago. Fall back to the second line, you motherfuckers. Jackson's voice boomed across the comms, cutting through the cacophony of battle. I said fall back, not run like scared little bitches. Controlled retreat, people. Around him, the first line of defense was crumbling. The relentless waves of QORL warriors had finally begun to overwhelm the planetary defense forces even with Liberty Guardsmen as support. Jackson watched as a group of PDFs, their power armor scorched and dented, provided covering fire for their retreating comrades. Sergeant Kraut. Jackson barked into his COMM. Get your ass and your squad to Sector 7. Those bug-eyed bastards are trying to flank us. Yes, sir. Came the immediate reply. Moments later, Jackson saw a squad of heavily armed Liberty Guardsmen sprint across the battlefield, their pulse rifles spitting death at the encroaching zenos. Incoming! He roared. Artillery! The sky lit up with sickly green light as QORL bioartillery began to rain down. Globules of acid hissed and sputtered where they landed, eating through armor and flesh alike. Explosive rounds detonated among the retreating forces, sending men and equipment flying. A deafening explosion rocked the command post. Jackson stumbled but kept his footing, his augmented muscles compensating automatically. He turned to see a smoking crater where a bunker had been moments before. Somebody get me some goddamn air support! He roared. I want those flyboys earning their fucking pay. As if in answer, the screech of engines filled the air. A squadron of warthogs swooped low over the battlefield, their heavy bolters and missile pods unleashing hell upon the QORL artillery. The Zenos scattered, their chitinous bodies no match for the awesome firepower of the Imperial war machines. Colonel. A Vox operator ran up, his face pale beneath the grime of battle. Word from orbit, sir. The fleet's engaged with a massive QORL force. They're outnumbered, sir. Jackson's jaw tightened. If they lost orbital control, this whole defense would be for nothing. But that wasn't his battle to fight. His job was here, on the ground, keeping his men alive and the bugs at bay. Understood, he growled. Tell them we're holding down here. And tell that son of a bitch Gomez that if he lets those bugs get past him, I'll personally kick his ass from here to Nova Libertas. The Vox operator nodded, a small smile breaking through his worried expression as he relayed the message. Jackson turned back to the battle. The retreat was proceeding as planned, but it was a near thing. The QORL were pressing hard, their ant-like coordination allowing them to exploit any weakness in the human lines. Third platoon, shore up that gap. He ordered, spotting a dangerous thinning in their lines. Martinez, get your flamers up there. I want a wall of fire between us and those bugs. The battlefield lit up with promethium flame as the flamer units moved into position. The QORL screeched in alien agony as they burned, the fire spreading quickly among their tightly packed ranks. But still they came. Jackson felt the ground trembling beneath his feet. His eyes widened as he saw what was coming next. Burrowers! He shouted. They're coming up from below. The ground erupted in a dozen places along their line. Massive, beetle-like QORL burst forth, their maws lined with razor-sharp teeth. PDF forces screamed as they were dragged into the newly formed holes, their armor providing little protection against the monster's strength. Melta charges! Jackson roared. Seal those holes! Guardsmen, concentrate fire on the burrowers! The next few minutes were a blur of action. Melta charges detonated, turning the earth to glass and sealing the QORL tunnels. The Liberty Guardsmen's pulse rifles proved their worth once again, their concentrated fire bringing down even the massive burrowers. Slowly, painfully, they reached the second line of defense. Reinforced bunkers and prefab fortifications stood ready to receive them. Heavy weapons emplacements, already manned and ready, opened up on the pursuing QORL swarm. Now came the hard part, holding this line until reinforcements arrived. He looked at the hololithic display showing the overall tactical situation. It wasn't pretty, but they were still in the fight. Grim, Jackson barked to his AI companion, "Give me a satrap on our air support." The AI's voice was calm amidst the madness. "Air superiority is maintained, Colonel. However, QORL numbers are overwhelming ground targets faster than our aircraft can engage." As if to punctuate Grim's report, a series of explosions rocked the earth. Jackson's enhanced senses picked up the distinct whistle of incoming artillery moments before impact. "Incoming!" he roared. "Get to cover!" The sky lit up as more QORL bioartillery rained down. Where the rounds hit, earth bubbled and hissed, dissolved by potent acids. Other impacts resulted in explosions that sent shrapnel-like fragments of crystallized toxins in all directions. Through the chaos, Jackson observed a group of QORL warrior drones. Their antennae twitched rapidly, coordinating their forces with an efficiency that would make an imperial tactician weep. But their alien coordination was short-lived. "Beheading tactics, now!" Jackson ordered into his Vox. A squad of Liberty Guardsmen responded instantly. With precision they targeted the communicating warriors. Pulse rifle fire lanced out, literally beheading the alien commanders and sending their forces into disarray. "Colonel," Grim's voice cut in, "I'm detecting complex mathematical runic symbols in the QORL communications. They appear to be using a multi-layered system of data transfer." Jackson grunted, ducking as a stray bio-round whizzed overhead. "Explain it to me like I'm 5, Grim." "They're using visual, chemical, and pheromonal signals simultaneously, sir. It's making our jamming efforts challenging." "Challenging, he says," Jackson muttered. "Like this whole fucking day hasn't been one big challenge." He turned his attention back to the battlefield. The second defensive line was holding, but barely. Liberty Guardsmen and PDF troopers fought side by side. A Stormlord super heavy tank, its hull scarred and smoking, provided supporting fire with its Fukin heavy bolter, turning QORL warrior drones to dust within a split second it came under its sights. Above, the skies were alive with activity. Aircraft screamed overhead, their payloads turning vast swathes of the QORL swarm into infernos of burning promethium. But for every 100 zenos they burned, 1,000 more seemed to take their place. "Colonel!" a voice crackled over the Vox. "Third line reporting. We've got bugs trying to flank us from the east." Jackson swore colorfully. "Redirect air support to the eastern approach. I want that flank sealed tighter than a senator's asshole." As he barked orders, Jackson's enhanced senses picked up a new sound, a high-pitched whine that set his teeth on edge. He turned just in time to see a massive QORL bio-titan lumbering over the horizon, its chitinous form bristling with organic weaponry. "Oh, you have got to be shitting me," Jackson growled. The bio-titan opened fire. A stream of corrosive bile arced through the air, melting through the second defensive line like it was made of wax. Screams of agony filled the air as soldiers caught in the spray were dissolved alive. Jackson's enhanced eyes picked out the monstrous form rising above the Zenos swarm. "All batteries, concentrate fire on that big motherfucker." He growled into his Vox. The response was immediate and devastating. The sky lit up as a barrage of smart missiles streaked towards the bio-titan, their contrails crisscrossing in a deadly dance. Railguns thundered, their hypersonic projectiles leaving visible distortions in the air. Artillery pieces belched fire and smoke, adding their earth-shaking fury to the cacophony. The bio-titan didn't stand a chance. In mere seconds, it was engulfed in a maelstrom of explosions. When the smoke cleared, all that remained was a smoldering, melted mess of chitin and flesh. But the QORL was endless. "Don't let up!" Jackson roared, his voice carrying over the din of battle. "Pour it on, people! I want so much fire out there the Emperor himself will think we lit a new sun." The defenders responded with gusto. Los guns whined, sending searing beams of coherent light into the Zenos ranks. Pulse rifles added their distinctive crack hiss to the symphony of destruction, each shot leaving a QORL warrior with a smoking hole where its vital organs used to be. Bolters roared, their mass-reactive shells detonating inside alien bodies and turning them into gory mists. Jackson was everywhere at once, his enhanced physique allowing him to move with inhuman speed and precision. His disintegration rifle swept left and right, each pull of the trigger leaving nothing but drifting motes of dust where QORL warriors had stood moments before. Flanking maneuver at Sector 3. The Vox crackled again. "They're trying to go around our left." "Not on my watch," Jackson snarled. 4th platoon, swing left. 5th, I want suppressing fire on that flank. 6th, you're with me. He charged towards the threatened sector, a dozen Liberty Guardsmen falling in behind him. As they ran, the ground shook beneath their feet. A massive Baneblade rolled past, its Baneblade cannon already tracking towards the QORL flanking force. Fire! Jackson bellowed. The super-tank's main gun spoke, its report so loud it momentarily drowned out all other sounds of battle. The shell impacted among the densest concentration of QORL, and for a brief moment, Jackson could have sworn he saw the fabric of reality itself ripple from the force of the blast. When his vision cleared, a massive crater had replaced a significant portion of the QORL flank. But still they came. Prometheum teams, light 'em up. Jackson ordered, his voice hoarse from shouting over the din of battle. Flamethrower teams moved up, their weapons belching liquid fire. The air filled with the sickening stench of burning zenos' flesh and the agonized screams of dying QORL. A flash of movement caught Jackson's eye. A QORL warrior, larger than the others, was charging directly at him. Its mandibles clicked in anticipation of the kill. "Oh no you don't, you overgrown cockroach," Jackson muttered. He raised his disintegration rifle and fired. The beam hit the QORL dead center. For a split second, the alien's form seemed to waver, as if it were nothing more than a mirage. Then it simply ceased to be, collapsing into a cloud of drifting particles. "Colonel!" A voice cut through the chaos. Sergeant Vasquez, her armor scorched and dented, ran up to him. "Sir, we're running low on ammo for the heavy weapons. The QORL have cut off our supply lines to the northern depot." Jackson cursed. "All right, listen up. I want every able-bodied trooper not currently engaged in direct combat to start ferrying ammo. Strip it from the dead if you have to, but keep our big guns fed." Meanwhile in the void of space, Rear Admiral Richard Gomez stood on the bridge of the heavy cruiser Dominance, his weathered face illuminated by the flickering red emergency lights. The acrid smell of burned circuitry filled the air, mingling with the metallic tang of spilled blood. Around him, his crew worked feverishly, their fingers dancing across consoles as they fought to keep the battered ship operational. "Status report," Gomez barked, his voice hoarse from hours of shouting orders. Captain Valerius limped to his side, a hastily applied bandage visible beneath his torn uniform. "It's not good, sir. We're down to 30 ships. The Dominance has taken heavy damage to our port side, and life support is failing on decks 3 through 7. The carrier Intrepid is still operational, but she's running low on fighters. Our remaining heavy cruisers are reporting critical systems failures across the board." Gomez nodded grimly, his eyes fixed on the tactical display. The vast swarm of QORL ships filled the screen, their biomechanical forms an alien obscenity against the backdrop of space. Despite hours of guerrilla tactics, hit-and-run strikes, and brilliantly executed ambushes, the sheer numbers of the enemy fleet were overwhelming. "And the enemy?" he asked, already knowing the answer. "We've confirmed 100 QORL ships destroyed, sir," Valerius replied, a hint of pride in his voice despite the dire circumstances. "But they're still coming. Our latest estimates put their remaining strength at over 200 vessels. They had bloodied the enemy's nose, at least. But it wasn't enough. It would never be enough." The massive QORL mothership loomed in the distance, a 40-kilometer-long monstrosity of chitin and biomechanical horror. Its very presence seemed to mock their efforts, a testament to the overwhelming force they faced. "Sir," the sensor officer called out, his voice tight with tension. "The QORL fleet is changing formation. They're making a run for the planet." Gomez cursed under his breath. He had feared this. The Zenos had realized his delaying tactics for what they were and had decided to press their advantage. "They're using their lead ships to clear our minefields," Valerius observed, pointing to a section of the tactical display where QORL vessels were detonating in fiery blooms of destruction, clearing paths for the main fleet. The Rear Admiral's mind raced. They couldn't abandon their position. If they left orbit, the QORL would commence orbital bombardment, and all would be lost. But staying meant certain destruction for what remained of his fleet. A plan, desperate and likely suicidal, began to form in Gomez's mind. "Listen up," he announced, his voice carrying across the bridge. "We're going to bait them into orbit. Prepare all remaining torpedoes. We're going to give these bastards one hell of a welcome party." As his orders were relayed across the remnants of his fleet, Gomez watched the QORL advance. The battle that unfolded was a testament to human determination in the face of overwhelming odds. The Dominance led the charge, its engines straining as it maneuvered to present the smallest possible target profile. Behind it, the remaining cruisers formed a tight formation, their point defense systems creating a web of laser fire that picked off incoming QORL fighters. The Intrepid, their last void craft carrier, launched its final squadrons. Pilots, knowing this was likely their last mission, flew with reckless abandon. They darted between the massive QORL ships, targeting engines and weapons systems with precision born of desperation. But for every QORL ship they managed to cripple or destroy, more came to fill the formation. The sheer volume of enemy fire was overwhelming. Gomez watched as the cruiser Indomitable, its void shields finally giving way, was torn apart by a barrage of bioplasma. "Sir, we've lost the Vigilant and the Stormbreaker," Valerius reported, his voice tight with tension. "The Intrepid reports all fighters expended." Gomez nodded grimly. "Order the Intrepid to fall back. They've done their part." As they neared Caligar Alpha's orbit, the massive QORL mothership finally entered the fray. Its weapon systems, previously held in reserve, now unleashed a fury that dwarfed anything they had faced before. Beams of sickly green energy lanced out, carving through Imperial ships with terrifying ease. Evasive maneuvers. Gomez roared as one of these beams narrowly missed the Dominance. The entire ship shuddered, artificial gravity fluctuating wildly as the helmsman pushed the cruiser to its limits. They were in orbit now, the curvature of Caligar Alpha visible below them. The QORL, sensing victory, pressed their attack with renewed vigor. "Now!" Gomez commanded. "All ships, launch torpedoes. Empty the tubes." What followed was a sight that would have made even the most hardened naval strategist weep. Every remaining Imperial ship unleashed its full complement of torpedoes in a single, devastating salvo. Hundreds of warheads streaked towards the QORL fleet, leaving trails of blue fire in their wake. The QORL, caught off guard by this sudden, all-or-nothing attack, scrambled to respond. Their point defense systems erupted in a frenzy of activity, swatting torpedoes from the sky. But there were too many. Explosions blossomed across the QORL line as torpedoes found their marks. Smaller ships were vaporized instantly, while larger vessels were left crippled and burning. Even the mighty mothership didn't escape unscathed, multiple detonations marring its chitinous hull. For a moment, hope flared in Gomez's chest. But it was short-lived. "Sir," Valerius said quietly, "that was everything we had." Gomez looked at the tactical display. While they had bloodied the QORL nose, the enemy fleet was far from defeated. And now, his own ships were defenseless, their ammunition expended. Explosions rocked the Dominance as Rear Admiral Gomez watched helplessly, his fleet's final, desperate salvo spent. The QORL mothership loomed ever closer, its bioplasma cannons powering up for the kill. Just as all hope seemed lost, the very fabric of space began to distort. A massive rift tore open in the void, and from its swirling depths emerged a sight that filled Gomez's heart with relief. "By the Emperor!" Valerius breathed, his eyes wide with awe. A battle fleet of over 400 ships poured forth, the sleek, angular profiles of Liberty Eagle's vessels cutting through the darkness. "This is Second Captain Stephen Armstrong of the Liberty Eagles," a booming voice crackled over the Vox. "Stand down, Rear Admiral Gomez. We'll take it from here." Gomez allowed himself a weary smile. "Gladly, Captain," he replied, before issuing a terse order to his remaining ships. "All vessels, regroup and fall back. The Liberty Eagles have arrived." As the battered Imperial ships maneuvered to safety, the Liberty Eagles unleashed a torrent of firepower upon the unsuspecting QORL fleet. Macro cannons the size of Hive City skyscrapers thundered, their salvos tearing gaping holes in the enemy formation. Disintegration beams from the Excelsis, the flagship of Second Captain Armstrong, lanced out with unerring precision, targeting the massive QORL mothership. The alien behemoth shuddered under the onslaught, its once impregnable chitin armor beginning to crack and peel away. Explosions ripped through its interior as the disintegration beams burned through its very structure. Back at the ground, Colonel Samuel Leroy Jackson stood at the eastern gate, his disintegration rifle clutched tightly in his battle-worn hands. The air was thick with the acrid smell of burning chitin and the constant, chittering screech of the QORL horde. His men, exhausted but determined, held the line with grim resolve. "We hold this ground in the name of liberty," Jackson roared, his voice carrying over the din of battle. "For Valorian." As if in response to his battle cry, a massive QORL alpha burst through the ranks of its lesser brethren, its mandibles clicking in anticipation of fresh prey. Jackson locked eyes with the monstrosity, a weary sigh escaping his lips. He'd faced down these bastards before, but this one was bigger. Just as Jackson was about to engage the alpha, a curious sound caught his attention. It wasn't the familiar shriek of QORL bioweapons or the thunderous report of imperial guns. No, this was something else entirely. Jackson's eyes widened as he realized what he was seeing. Well, I'll be damned, he muttered, a grin spreading across his face despite the dire situation. That ain't no rain of fire. Drop pods, hundreds of them, streaked through the smoke-filled sky like vengeful meteors. They slammed into the heart of the QORL horde with earth-shattering force, scattering alien bodies like broken toys. As the dust settled, the pod's hatches blew open, and out poured the Liberty Eagles. The Astartes, resplendent in their navy blue and red striped exosuits adorned with stars, charged into the fray with a ferocity that made Jackson's heart swell with pride. Power swords crackled with energy as they carved through QORL carapaces, while disintegration beams reduced entire swathes of the alien horde to ash. Jackson watched in awe as the tide of battle shifted dramatically. His men, reinvigorated by the arrival of their transhuman saviors, fought with renewed vigor. But the colonel's attention was drawn back to the massive QORL alpha that had been bearing down on him moments ago. Before Jackson could even raise his rifle, a blur of motion caught his eye. A figure, impossibly large even for an Astartes, plummeted from a hovering stormbird above. It slammed into the QORL alpha with the force of a falling star, crushing the Zenos beast beneath its weight. As the dust cleared, Jackson found himself face to face with none other than Second Captain Stephen Armstrong. Standing at an imposing 10 feet tall, Armstrong was a sight to behold. His mech suit, a masterpiece of Liberty Eagle technology, hummed with barely contained power. "Took you long enough to join the party, Captain," Jackson quipped, his tone a blend of relief and respect. Armstrong's helm pivoted towards him, and Jackson could almost sense the grin hidden behind the faceplate. "Wouldn't dream of letting you have all the fun, Colonel," he replied, his voice resonating like thunder. "Now, let's demonstrate to these bugs the consequences of crossing Liberty." Jackson had heard the stories, of course. They called Armstrong the Liberator's executioner. When diplomacy failed, when worlds proved too stubborn or Zenos too hostile, it was Armstrong that Valorian sent to cleanse them in blood and fire. Seeing him in action, Jackson understood why. The second captain moved like a force of nature, each step leaving craters in his wake. His power fists, now outfitted with modified plasma pistols, carved a path of destruction through the QORL ranks. Whatever stood before him was reduced to mere pulp, with no questions asked. Jackson watched in amazement as a group of QORL warriors opened fire on Armstrong. Their bioplasma weapons, capable of melting through reinforced bunkers, splashed harmlessly against a flickering field of energy surrounding the captain. "Void shield tech," Jackson muttered in awe. "On a personal scale. Now that's something." Armstrong's response was swift and devastating. The plasma pistols attached to his power fists roared to life, spitting death at a rate Jackson had never seen before. The weapons fired in quick succession, each shot followed by a sharp hiss of cooling systems. Some variant of plasma technology Jackson wasn't familiar with, but damn if it wasn't effective. QORL warriors fell by the dozens, their chitinous armor offering no protection against Armstrong's onslaught. Those that managed to get close were swatted aside by his power fists, their bodies crumpling like paper under the immense force. As Armstrong swatted aside the Zenos, his personal AI Atlas provided information that made him smirk a smile that could send any ordinary man running. Chapter 63, I Am a Son of Valorian. Captain Stephen Armstrong, the Liberator's executioner, carved a path of destruction through the QORL horde. His power fists, crackling with energy, swatted aside warrior drones as if they were nothing more than annoying insects. Every step of his massive form crushed the chitinous bodies of the dying Zenos beneath him. "Atlas," Armstrong growled, addressing his personal AI, "give me a sitrep on the area." The AI's voice, cool and clinical, responded in his helm. "Scanning complete, Captain." Interesting energy readings detected beneath the planet's crust. High probability of standard template construct technology. A smirk spread across Armstrong's face, hidden behind his helm. Well, he mused, "looks like we've got ourselves a little treasure hunt. Father's gonna love this." As he continued his relentless advance, Armstrong's mind raced with the possibilities. An STC could revolutionize their war effort, give them an edge against the enemies of mankind. And if anyone deserved such a prize, it was Franklin Valorian, the liberator himself. Atlas, pinpoint the entrance to whatever's housing that energy signature, Armstrong ordered, his fists pulverizing another group of QORL warriors. Entrance located, Captain. Marking it on your HUD now. A bright marker appeared on Armstrong's display, indicating a heavily fortified bunker entrance not far from his position. As he made his way towards it, he opened a Vox channel to his right-hand man. "Jetstream, you copy?" Armstrong's voice boomed over the Vox. A moment later, Samuel Rodriguez, better known as Jetstream Sam, responded. "Loud and clear, boss. What's the word?" "Rendezvous at the bunker entrance. Got something interesting down there." "On my way," Jetstream replied, a hint of excitement in his voice. Armstrong arrived at the bunker entrance, his massive form dwarfing the fortifications around it. QORL defenders swarmed towards him, their bioweapons firing in a desperate attempt to stop his advance. Their efforts were futile. Armstrong's void shields flickered, absorbing the attacks, while his modified plasma pistols reduced entire squads to slag in seconds. "Come on, you zenos scum!" Armstrong roared, his voice amplified by his suit's Vox casters. "Is that all you've got?" As if in answer to his challenge, a particularly large QORL warrior drone lunged at him, its mandibles snapping furiously. Armstrong caught it midair with one massive hand, his power fist crushing its exoskeleton with a sickening crunch. "Weak," he spat, tossing the broken body aside. "You're all fucking weak." A blur of motion caught his eye, and suddenly Jetstream Sam was there, his hyperphase blade singing as it carved through the QORL ranks. Where Armstrong was an unstoppable force of nature, Jetstream was a deadly swordsman, each movement precise and lethal. "Took your sweet time, Sam," Armstrong chuckled as his comrade approached. Jetstream sheathed his blade, a cocky grin visible behind his transparent visor. "You know me, boss. I like to make an entrance." Armstrong nodded towards the bunker entrance. Atlas picked up some interesting readings. "Might be an STC down there." Jetstream's eyebrows shot up. "No shit? That'd be one hell of a prize." "My thoughts exactly," Armstrong agreed. "You up for a little spelunking?" "You kidding? I wouldn't miss it for Nova Libertas." As they prepared to enter the bunker, Armstrong's Vox crackled to life. Colonel Jackson's gruff voice came through, tinged with concern. "Captain, we've got a situation up here. QORL reinforcements incoming, and they've brought something big." Armstrong exchanged a glance with Jetstream. "Sounds like a party," he said, a hint of a smile in his voice. "You handle it, Colonel. Liberty Eagle reinforcements are coming." "Understood, Captain. Give 'em hell down there." Jackson responded. The reinforced doors of the underground bunker groaned and buckled under an immense force. With a final, ear-splitting screech of tearing metal, they flew off their hinges, revealing two towering figures silhouetted against the harsh exterior light. The duo plunged into the labyrinthine corridors, immediately set upon by a swarm of QORL warriors. Armstrong charged forward, plowing through the first wave like a bulldozer through balsa wood. Chitinous exoskeletons cracked and splintered under his augmented fists, each punch accompanied by a booming laugh. Rodriguez moved with lethal speed, his blade a blur of motion as he danced between the insectoid aliens. Each slash left a trail of bisected QORL in its wake, green ichor painting the walls in grotesque patterns. "They're like a bad Terran infestation," Rodriguez quipped, decapitating 3 QORL with a single swing. "Except these ones bleed." The narrow corridors worked against the QORL's superior numbers, forcing them into a bottleneck that Armstrong and Rodriguez exploited mercilessly. Armstrong's laughter echoed through the bunker, punctuated by the wet crunching of his fists meeting alien flesh and the high-pitched whine of Rodriguez's blade. As they pushed deeper into the complex, the resistance grew fiercer. QORL gun beasts unleashed volleys of bioplasma, forcing the duo to take cover. "Played college ball, you know," Armstrong grunted, ripping a section of wall free to use as a shield. Rodriguez raised an eyebrow. "At some cushy Ivy League school." "Try University of Neo Texas," Armstrong shot back with a grin. "Could have gone pro if I hadn't joined the Astartes." With a roar, Armstrong hurled his makeshift shield like a discus, crushing few dozen QORLs and creating an opening. Rodriguez capitalized immediately, his blade flashing as he carved through the QORL ranks with surgical precision. The duo fought their way down level after level, leaving a trail of destruction in their wake. Armstrong's void shield shrugged off plasma and acid that would have felled a normal space marine, while Rodriguez's augmented reflexes kept him one step ahead of the alien swarm. As Armstrong and Rodriguez delved deeper into the labyrinthine bunker, the air grew thick with an acrid, alien stench. The corridors widened, the architecture shifting from utilitarian to something more organic. Chitinous growth sprouted from the walls, pulsing with an eerie, bioluminescent glow. "You smell that, Sam?" Armstrong growled, his enhanced senses on high alert. "Smells like victory." Rodriguez, his hyperphase blade humming with anticipation, nodded grimly. "And bug guts. Lots of bug guts." Suddenly, Armstrong's helmet display lit up, his AI companion Atlas chiming in with urgent information. "Captain, detecting significant biomass concentrations ahead. Genetic markers indicate, oh shit." "Spit it out, Atlas," Armstrong barked, his massive frame tensing for action. "Queen's Guard, sir. Elite warriors, heavily augmented. They're not like anything we've faced so far." As if on cue, the corridor ahead erupted with movement. Massive QORL warriors, their exoskeletons a deep, blood red, burst from concealed chambers. Unlike their lesser brethren, these monstrosities bristled with biomechanical implants, their limbs ending in vicious, weaponized appendages. Well, Armstrong grinned, his nanomachines surging beneath his skin. "Looks like the welcoming committee's here." The first of the Queen's Guard lunged at Armstrong, moving with shocking speed for its size. But the Liberty Eagle captain was faster. His power fist met the alien's head with a sickening crunch. Chitin and brain matter exploded in a gruesome spray as Armstrong's fingers closed like a vice. "Guess you guys aren't used to fighting something that can hit back, huh?" Armstrong laughed, his other arm coming up. The plasma pistol, seamlessly integrated into his armor, roared to life. Searing bolts of energy lanced out, turning two more of the Queen's Guard into smoldering husks before they could close the distance. Rodriguez, meanwhile, was a blur of motion. His hyperphase blade sang through the air, parting chitin and cybernetics with equal ease. But even he was pushed to his limits, the enhanced speed of the Queen's Guard forcing him into a deadly battle of blade and claw. "These bastards are quick," Rodriguez grunted, narrowly avoiding a swipe that would have taken his head off. His blade flashed, and the offending limb hit the ground, still twitching. But not quick enough. The battle raged on, the clash of war filling the alien corridors with a cacophony of violence. Armstrong's laughter cut through the cries of the dying QORL, as the hum of Rodriguez's blade wove through the chaos. Steadily, the two Liberty Eagles pressed forward, leaving behind a trail of mangled bodies and broken cybernetics. "Atlas," Armstrong called out as he grappled with a particularly large guard, "how much further to the Queen?" The AI's voice was strained, as if it too was feeling the effects of the prolonged combat. "Life signs indicate, just ahead, Captain." "But sir, the readings, they're off the charts." With a final, bone-crushing punch, Armstrong dispatched his opponent. "Off the charts, huh? Sounds like fun." Rodriguez, his armor splattered with alien ichor, fell in beside his captain. The QORL Queen was a monstrosity that defied description. Easily the size of an imperial night walker, her bloated form pulsed with malevolent life. Multiple limbs, each ending in vicious talons or bioorganic weapons, writhed in the air. Her head, a hideous fusion of insectoid features and malign intelligence, swiveled to face the intruders. The cavernous chamber echoed with the chittering rage of the QORL Queen, her massive form towering over Armstrong and Rodriguez. But even as they squared off against the monstrous alien, Atlas' urgent message crackled through their comms. "Captain Armstrong, critical update," the AI's voice was tense with excitement. "Detecting standard template construct signatures directly beneath the Queen's position. Probability of intact STC, 57.3%. Armstrong's eyes widened behind his helmet visor. "It's beneath the Queen?" This changed everything. His initial plan calling in an orbital strike to carve a massive hole from the surface to the deepest chambers was no longer viable. He couldn't risk destroying what could be one of the most valuable relics in human history. The thought of an intact standard template construct, a potential addition to the sector's database, made his mind race with possibilities. But beneath that excitement, he knew the danger hadn't lessened. If anything, it had grown tenfold. The QORL would fight to the death to protect their queen. Armstrong's eyes widened behind his helmet. Time to bug squash and treasure hunt. Rodriguez, his hyperphase blade humming with anticipation, scoffed. SDCs, queens, it doesn't matter. In the end, we're all just pawns in this cosmic joke. Save the philosophy for later, Sam, Armstrong barked, his nanomachines surging beneath his skin. I'll keep Her Majesty busy. You carve her up like a Thanksgiving turkey. Right, Rodriguez nodded, a grim smile playing on his lips. Let's dance with the insect royalty. Armstrong charged forward, his massive frame a blur of tyranimite and crackling energy. His power gauntlets, each housing a unique plasma pistol, came to life. Searing bolts of energy lanced out, striking the queen's grotesque face. Hey, ugly! Armstrong roared, dodging a massive, chitinous limb. Ever heard of moisturizer? You look a little dry. The queen's shriek of rage shook the chamber, but Armstrong stood his ground, his nanomachine-enhanced physiology absorbing the psychic backlash. That all you got? He taunted, reaching for his bandolier. Let me show you some real fireworks. With practiced ease, Armstrong lobbed a cluster of plasma and melta grenades directly at the queen's face. The resulting explosion was blinding, the heat intense enough to melt through the creature's thick carapace. Meanwhile, Rodriguez had become a whirlwind of death. His hyperphase blade sang through the air, each strike precisely calculated to sever critical points in the queen's anatomy. Rodriguez called out as he nimbly avoided a spray of corrosive ichor, I almost feel sorry for her. Born to rule, only to die for someone else's ambition. Sounds familiar, doesn't it? Armstrong grunted, his power fist connecting with a queen's guard that had tried to flank him. The alien's exoskeleton caved in like paper under his powerful blows. Save your sympathy, Sam, Armstrong shot back, his other fist firing a barrage of plasma bolts. The strong survive, the weak perish. That's the law of nature, and we're the apex predators. The battle raged on, a violent clash of willpower and brute force, orchestrated by the two Liberty Eagles. Armstrong's power fists slammed into the queen's immense limbs, focusing on the vulnerable joints. Each strike sent a resounding shockwave through her massive body, the crunch of shattered chitin reverberating through the battlefield. Come on! Armstrong roared, his armor blackened and battered but his resolve undiminished. Is this all the mighty QORL can muster? I've had harder fights at Sweet Liberty's parties. The Queen's guards attacked in waves, their biomechanical bodies a blur of slashing limbs and organic weaponry. Yet Armstrong was an unstoppable force, every punch and movement honed from decades of battle-hardened experience, his immense strength turning each swing into a devastating blow. Sam! Armstrong shouted over the chaos, grabbing a guard by its head and swinging it into another like a grotesque club. This is what it looks like when you back up your beliefs with strength. Rodriguez, meanwhile, moved with an almost serene efficiency. His blade flashed in the dim, flickering light, cutting through QORL flesh and circuitry with chilling precision. He weaved effortlessly through the Queen's defenses, exploiting weak spots that even the Liberty Eagle's advanced scanners would have missed. As the fight dragged on, the Queen's movements grew frantic, her towering form wounded and faltering. Ichor poured from deep gashes, and several of her colossal limbs dangled, shattered by Armstrong's relentless barrage. The death of the QORL Queen reverberated through the hive like a psychic shockwave. Deep beneath the surface, Captain Stephen Armstrong and Samuel Rodriguez stood over the Queen's massive corpse, their armor splattered with alien ichor and debris. A successful regicide, Armstrong quipped, his nanomachines already repairing the damage to his mech suit. Rodriguez, sheathing his blade, nodded grimly. The head of the snake is cut. Time to mop up the rest. As if on cue, the remaining Queen's Guard, their minds suddenly bereft of the Queen's guiding influence, charged at the duo in a frenzy of uncoordinated attacks. Without the Queen's orders, they were little more than oversized, albeit dangerous, bugs. As the duo continued their gruesome work, the effects of the Queen's death began to manifest on the surface. Colonel Samuel L. Jackson, standing atop a makeshift command post of twisted metal and alien corpses, watched in amazement as the QORL forces suddenly fell into disarray. The once coordinated swarm devolved into chaos, with warrior drones stumbling about aimlessly or attacking each other in confused panic. Well, I'll be damned, Jackson muttered, a grin spreading across his face. He grabbed his COMM unit, his voice booming across the battlefield. Listen up, you beautiful bastards. The big bugs down below just pulled off a miracle. Their command is down. I want every able-bodied soldier, whether you're a Liberty Guard, PDF, or a civilian with a pointy stick, to push forward now. It's time to take out the trash. The response was immediate and overwhelming. Liberty Guardsmen, their exosuits humming with power, charged forth with a battle cry that shook the very ground. The planetary defense forces, emboldened by the sudden turn of events, emerged from their fortified positions with renewed vigor. The QORL Queen's death throes had torn open the very foundations of the structure, revealing a nightmarish scene below. Armstrong's enhanced vision pierced the gloom, his eyes widening at the sight. "Well, I'll be damned," he muttered, his voice a mix of disgust and fascination. Rodriguez peered over the edge, his hand instinctively tightening on the hilt of his hyperphase blade. "What in the Emperor's name is that?" Below them, stretching as far as the eye could see, was a writhing mass of QORL grubs. But this was no ordinary alien nursery. The grubs, each the size of a small car, were engaged in a frenzied cannibalistic orgy. They tore into each other with mindless abandon, the stronger devouring the weaker in a grotesque parody of natural selection. "It's a fucking bug bowl," Armstrong spat, his lip curling in revulsion. "Looks like these zenos bastards have their own version of survival of the fittest." For several minutes, the two Liberty Eagle warriors methodically made their way around the chamber's edge, crushing any eggs they found and dispatching the occasional adult QORL that had survived their initial onslaught. The work was grim but necessary, they couldn't risk leaving any of the Xenos threat alive. A red haze began to creep into the edges of Armstrong's vision. His fists, already deadly, began to strike with increased ferocity. Each crushed grub, each splattered egg, sent a thrill of savage joy through his body. "You feel that, Sam?" Armstrong called out, his voice tight with tension. Rodriguez paused, his blade dripping with ichor. After a moment, he nodded. "Yeah, boss. Feels like something's trying to turn up the heat in our heads." Armstrong grunted in acknowledgement, redoubling his efforts to clear the chamber. With each act of violence, the urge to give in to mindless slaughter grew stronger. The second captain of the Liberty Eagles gritted his teeth, feeling the nanomachines in his body surge in response to his heightened adrenaline. Part of him a primal, violent part he usually kept carefully leashed wanted to give in to the bloodlust. To lose himself in an orgy of violence and destruction. But Armstrong was no ordinary warrior. He was a son of Valorian, heir to the ideals of liberty and self-determination. And he'd be damned if he'd let some warp-spawned influence dictate his actions. "Stay focused," he snarled under his breath, each word punctuated by another crushed grub. "We're Liberty Eagles, not mindless berserkers." As they neared the center of the chamber, Armstrong's enhanced senses detected something different, a change in the air, a faint energy signature that didn't match the biological mess around them. Following this new lead, they pushed through the dwindling swarm of grubs. There, nestled amidst the carnage like some grotesque pearl, sat what appeared to be an STC. The air around it shimmered with heat, and Armstrong could swear he heard the distant sound of battle drums and bestial roars. "Atlas," Armstrong called out to his armor's built-in AI, "analyze that thing." A moment passed as the AI scanned the device. "Analysis complete," Atlas reported. "The device appears to be an STC template for Paragon blades. However, caution is advised. Anomalous energy signatures detected. Warp contamination likely." Armstrong approached the STC, feeling the aura of rage intensify with each step. The red haze in his vision deepened, and unbidden images of glorious carnage flashed through his mind. Rodriguez stepped up beside him, his voice strained. "Boss? What's the play here?" Armstrong closed his eyes, centering himself. He thought of Valorian, of the ideals they fought for. Liberty. Self-determination. The right of all sentient beings to chart their own course, free from the tyranny of gods or demons. His eyes snapped open, a fierce grin spreading across his face. "The play, Sam, is that we're gonna disappoint some chaos fuckers today." With deliberate movements, Armstrong reached into his pack and pulled out a set of melta charges. Rodriguez's eyes widened in understanding. "You sure about this, boss? That's a genuine STC we're talking about." Armstrong nodded, already setting the charges. "Liberty Eagle operations are clear on this, Sam. Any STC corrupted by the ruinous powers is to be disposed of. No exceptions." As Armstrong worked swiftly, the malevolent presence grew stronger, the very air around them seeming to warp and distort. For a brief, terrifying moment, he glimpsed the shadow of a massive, bestial figure, a bloodthirster, one of Kern's deadliest servants. Its attention zeroed in on Armstrong, its baleful gaze searing into his mind. Armstrong, as the Liberator's executioner, realized with dread that he had drawn the attention of this servant of Kern. The demonic influence pressed harder now, not just images but a voice, raw with bloodlust, echoing in his thoughts. Take the STC, mortal. Forge weapons of unimaginable power. Spill oceans of blood in Kern's name. With the charges set, Armstrong and Rodriguez retreated to a safe distance. The bloodthirster's influence swelled to a fever pitch, threatening to overtake them. But Armstrong's focus never wavered. Finger hovering over the detonator, he smirked. This choice, this moment was his. No daemon, no matter how powerful, could claim that. Hey, ugly, Armstrong called, a savage grin cutting across his face. Got a message from the Liberty Eagles. He pressed the detonator. Fuck off. The melta charges ignited, obliterating the corrupted STC and vaporizing part of the chamber in a surge of plasma. The psychic backlash hit Armstrong like a freight train, dropping him to one knee. But even as the rage of the bloodthirster clawed at his mind, Armstrong stood tall, undeterred. For a heartbeat, the bloodthirster's fury surged, flooding his thoughts with visions of endless bloodshed. Armstrong met it with defiance, fists crackling with energy. You think you can break me? He growled. I'm a son of Valorian, the Great Eagle, the Liberator. I don't kneel to tyrants or demons. He raised his fist, the energy radiating from him like a shield. You want a fight? You got one. Give me liberty, or I'll take it through your blood. Slowly, but with undeniable force, the presence of the bloodthirster began to fade, driven back by Armstrong's indomitable will. The chamber fell quiet, save for the distant rumble of collapsing ruins, as Armstrong stood victorious not just over the daemon, but over the temptation of Kern. You all right, boss? Rodriguez asked, his voice shaky but relieved. Armstrong stood, rolling his shoulders and cracking his neck. Never better, Sam. Nothing like telling a bloodthirster to shove it to really get the blood pumping. Rodriguez chuckled, shaking his head. Only you, boss. Only you. As they made their way out of the now silent chamber, Armstrong felt a sense of pride. Not just in himself, but in what he and his brothers stood for. In a galaxy filled with demons and zenos and madmen, the Liberty Eagles stood for something greater. Freedom. Choice. The right of every being to forge their own path. And no daemon, no matter how powerful, could ever take that away. Chapter 64, A Tech Priest, Valorian's Rule. 825.30 Karagora, Independence Sector. The sun of Karagora cast long shadows across the savannah as Franklin Valorian strode across the golden grass. His imposing 15-foot frame dwarfed even the tallest of the local flora, a high-powered rifle slung casually over one shoulder. Beside him walked Denzel, Franklin's closest friend. You know, Frank, Denzel mused, his own rifle mirroring the Primarch's pose, something's different about you lately. Can't quite put my finger on it. Franklin chuckled, a sound that rumbled like distant thunder. Must be all those near-death experiences. You know, dying 1,000 times can change a man. Denzel snorted, shaking his head. If you actually died, the ruinous powers would breathe a sigh of relief. As they approached the hunting grounds, a fleet of hovering drones buzzed around them, capturing every moment for the billions tuned into Thronevid. The live viewer count had already surpassed the trillion mark. A demigod of war, streaming live like some celebrity, Denzel commented, his tone a mixture of amusement and disbelief. Franklin was about to retort when a group of children approached, eyes wide with awe. Mr. Washington. Can we get a photo? The Primarch grinned, watching as Denzel's stern demeanor melted away. The first captain, known across the galaxy as a deadly warrior, softened entirely in the presence of the young fans. As they posed for photos, Franklin couldn't help but marvel at the planet around them. Karagora was a world teeming with life, both familiar and alien. Massive lions roamed the plains alongside graceful gazelles, while in the rivers, crocodiles large enough to swallow a rhino tank whole lurked in the muddy shallows. And then there were the Zenos creatures, clawed fiends and other deadly beasts that would give even an experienced hunter pause. But for the Libertans, this was paradise. A world of challenge and sport, where they could test their mettle against nature's fiercest creations. As they continued their walk, the scent of barbecue and beer wafted towards them from a nearby outpost. Franklin inhaled deeply, a contented smile spreading across his face. Smell that, Denzel? That's home. They passed by a group of Liberton hunters, their massive trucks parked nearby. The men greeted Franklin enthusiastically, raising bottles of beer in salute. Mr. President! They called out, despite Franklin's official title being Primarch since unifying with the wider Imperium. But to the people of the Independence sector, he would always be their president, the very embodiment of freedom. How are the other captains faring? Franklin asked as they moved past the gathered hunters. Denzel's expression turned thoughtful. Well, Armstrong's gathering quite a following. Those men of his, they're killers, Frank. Franklin shrugged, his massive shoulders rising and falling like tectonic plates. If Stephen can keep them in line, I'm not worried. He is my left hand, after all. As they reached the edge of the hunting grounds proper, Franklin paused, taking in the vast expanse before them. The savanna stretched out as far as the eye could see, broken only by the occasional copse of trees or winding river. You know, Franklin mused, some might question why a Primarch bothers with something as mundane as hunting. Denzel raised an eyebrow. And what would you tell them? Franklin grinned, the expression somehow both boyish and terrifying on his superhuman features. I'd tell them that even demigods need hobbies. Besides, it's good PR. The people need to see that their leaders aren't just distant figures on golden thrones. Denzel nodded, a rare smile gracing his features. And it doesn't hurt that you genuinely enjoy it. That I do, old friend. That I do. Franklin raised his rifle, checking the sights. Now, what do you say we bag ourselves a clawed fiend? I hear they're particularly ornery this time of year. As they set off into the wilderness, the drones continued to buzz around them, capturing every moment for the trillions watching across the sector. And somewhere in the depths of the savannah, a clawed fiend raised its head, sensing the approach of the galaxy's greatest hunters. In the vast, red-tinged halls of Mars, where the hum of machinery and the chanting of binary cant usually dominated, Magos Biceps Maximalis, a name that rang out with both reverence and exasperation among his peers, was a tech priest who defied convention in every conceivable way. Magos Biceps Maximalis, a biologist with an unrivaled passion for the human form, strode confidently through the corridors, his augmented muscles flexing with every step. Unlike his fellow tech priests, who eagerly replaced their flesh with cold steel, Maximalis had chosen a different path, one that elevated his organic body to superhuman perfection. His physique, more reminiscent of the heroes from ancient Terran legends than a servant of the machine god, made him stand out in stark contrast to his more mechanical brethren. His red robes, tailored specifically to showcase his impeccably sculpted form, barely contained the mass of muscle that rippled beneath them. While others proudly displayed the sacred cog mechanicum, Maximalis adorned his body with an intricately detailed illustration of human anatomy, a living testament to the potential of flesh perfected through the power of knowledge and technology. Behold, fellow servants of the Omnissiah! He boomed, flexing his biceps as he passed a group of bewildered tech priests. The perfect fusion of biological engineering and raw human potential. The other tech priests exchanged glances, their ocular implants whirring in confusion. One of them, Magos Circuitry, couldn't contain his exasperation. Maximalis, must you do this every time you walk down a hallway? Maximalis paused mid-flex, his augmented face contorting into what might have been a grin. But of course. How else will you all see the glory of the human form? No machine can compare to the greatness of the human body. You there? Cognitus. He pointed at a hunched Magos, more machine than man. Do your augmetics grant you the strength to deadlift a rhino tank? Nay. But these, he flexed his biceps with a wet greasy slap of skin on skin, these marvels of biological engineering can. The Magos in question merely blinked his ocular implants in confusion, unable to comprehend why anyone would want to lift a tank when machines existed to do such menial tasks. Preposterous. Cognitus's voxcaster crackled. The flesh is weak. Only through the blessed machine can we achieve perfection. Biceps Maximalis smiled, a rare sight among the typically stoic tech priests. Consider the Primarches, Cognitus. Consider the Emperor himself. Are they not the pinnacle of human physiology? With a flourish, he shed his outer robe, revealing a physique that would make even the most statuesque space marine pause. Gasps of shock, and a few of admiration, rippled through the gathered tech priests. Behold! Biceps Maximalis proclaimed, striking a pose that would make ancient Terran bodybuilders weep with envy. Is this not a machine of flesh more perfect than any cogitator? As the debate raged on in the hallways, with biceps maximalis punctuating each point with a flex of his glistening muscles, Archmagos Coriel Zeth watched. Unlike most of her peers, Zeth had restored much of her human form, though she remained encased in a mech suit. Magos biceps maximalis, she called out, her voice cutting through the din of debate. The muscular tech priest turned, still holding a pose that displayed every striation of his abs. Yes, Archmagos. I have a task for you, Zeth announced. You are to travel to the Independence sector to exchange research materials and collect some of the common SDCs they're willing to share. Biceps maximalis's eyes lit up brighter than a plasma reactor. The Independence sector? You mean? I'll get to meet Franklin Valorian. Zeth nodded, a small smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Indeed. Try not to overwhelm the Primarch with your enthusiasm. As Biceps Maximalis practically bounced out of the hall, his fellow tech priests shaking their heads in a mixture of disbelief and grudging amusement, Zeth reflected on the changes sweeping through the Mechanicum. The competition from the Independence sector had sparked a renaissance of sorts, with some tech priests beginning to explore paths divergent from the traditional worship of the machine god. Weeks later, in the gleaming halls of Nova Libertas, Franklin Valorian found himself face to face with the most unusual tech priest he'd ever encountered. Primarch Valorian. Biceps Maximalis exclaimed, dropping to one knee in a bow that somehow still managed to display his impressive deltoids. It is an honor to meet you, the perfect specimen of humanity. Franklin, used to adulation but not quite of this muscular variety, chuckled. The honor is mine, Magos. I've heard much about your, unique approach to the Mechanicum's teachings. Oh yes. Biceps Maximalis sprang to his feet, launching into an impassioned speech about the perfection of the human form, accompanying each point with a carefully chosen flex. You see, Primarch, just as Socrates of ancient Terra would strip and oil himself before engaging in philosophical debates, I too believe in the power of the physical form to emphasize logical arguments. As the enthusiastic Magos continued his flexing lecture, Franklin found himself both amused and oddly impressed. Here was a tech priest who had found a way to merge the Mechanicum's quest for knowledge with a celebration of humanity's physical potential. Tell me, Magos, Franklin interjected during a pause in the flex-filled monologue, how do your fellow tech priests view your methods? Biceps Maximalis's face fell slightly, though he maintained his heroic pose. Alas, many of my brothers and sisters fail to see the logic in my approach. They cling to the idea that only through total mechanization can we achieve perfection. Franklin nodded thoughtfully. And what do you believe? I believe, Biceps Maximalis said, his voice taking on a tone of reverence, that the human body, when pushed to its limits, is the greatest machine of all. The Omnissiah gave us these forms, and it is our duty to perfect them. As if to demonstrate, he launched into a series of poses, swole poses. Franklin couldn't help but laugh, a booming sound that filled the hall. Well, Magos Biceps Maximalis, I think you'll find plenty of kindred spirits here in the Independence sector. We've always believed in pushing the boundaries of human potential. Tell me, Magos, Franklin asked, his voice carrying a hint of curiosity, what are your thoughts on the Astartes? Biceps Maximalis's augmetic eyes lit up with enthusiasm. The Astartes. Excellent specimens, to be sure. He paused to flex his pectorals, as if to emphasize his point. However, there's always room for improvement. Franklin raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh? And if you were to improve upon them, how would you go about it? The Magos struck a pose that would have made ancient Terran bodybuilders weep with envy. First and foremost, size and physique. He gestured to his own impressive musculature. But beyond that, I theorize that the next step for the Astartes is to approach the perfection of their gene fathers, the Primarches themselves. You, Lord Valorian, and your brothers represent the pinnacle of human potential. As Biceps Maximalis launched into a flex-filled explanation of his theories, Franklin's mind began to race. The Primarch had started a project to enhance the Astartes, but it has hit some roadblocks, and this enthusiastic tech priest might just be the missing piece he needed. However, two significant hurdles stood in his way: how to integrate Maximalis's unorthodox methods into the project, and the need for explicit approval from the Emperor himself. Seeming to sense Franklin's thoughtful silence, Biceps Maximalis paused in his flexing demonstration. My lord, if you ever require my assistance, you need only ask. I would be honored to contribute to any project that furthers the perfection of the human form. Franklin nodded, a small smile playing at the corners of his mouth. I appreciate the offer, Magos. I may just take you up on that. As they approached a massive complex of laboratories, Biceps Maximalis's excitement visibly grew. Might I request the honor of measuring your bench press capabilities, Lord Valorian? And perhaps a few other physical metrics. His augmetic eyes gleamed with scientific fervor. I firmly believe that if the mechanicum can create the perfect cog, then surely we can create the perfect man. And what better template than the embodiment of human potential standing before me? Franklin chuckled, amused by the Magos's enthusiasm. I suppose a few measurements couldn't hurt. Though I warn you, you might need to recalibrate your equipment. As they reached the entrance to the laboratory complex, a series of scanning beams washed over them. A melodious artificial voice spoke, "Welcome, Primarch Valorian. Please submit to DNA, retinal, and biometric scans for access verification." Franklin complied with the security measures, while Biceps Maximalis watched with fascination. The tech priest seemed particularly intrigued when he was issued a temporary ID after undergoing his own set of scans. "Fascinating!" Biceps Maximalis exclaimed, examining his temporary credentials. "You make extensive use of cluster AI, I see. They're excellent little workers, especially for recording bench press data and monitoring experiments." Franklin nodded, leading the way into the complex. "Indeed. We've found that responsible use of AI can greatly enhance our research capabilities. Of course, we maintain strict ethical guidelines and oversight." As they entered the main laboratory, Biceps Maximalis's jaw dropped in awe. The vast chamber was a symphony of advanced technology, AI-driven machines working in perfect harmony. Holographic displays flickered with complex data streams, while in the center of the room stood a massive piece of exercise equipment that looked like it could withstand the force of a titan. "Is that a Primarch-sized bench press?" Biceps Maximalis asked, his voice filled with reverence. Franklin grinned. "Among other things. Shall we put it to the test?" As the Primarch prepared to demonstrate his legendary strength, Biceps Maximalis busied himself with calibrating various measuring devices, occasionally pausing to flex in excitement. As Franklin Valorian completed another set of impossibly heavy bench presses, he turned his head to look at the enthusiastic Magos beside him. Biceps Maximalis was furiously recording data, his augmetic eyes whirring with excitement. "Magos," Franklin began, setting the massive weight back on its rack with ease, "I've been meaning to ask. You keep quoting Socrates and referencing ancient Terran history. But last I checked, Mars had lost most of its records of old Earth's past. How is it that you are so well versed in these matters?" Biceps Maximalis paused in his data recording, a proud smile spreading across his face. He struck a pose reminiscent of an ancient Greek statue before responding. "Ah, my lord, the answer is simple yet profound." He flexed his biceps for emphasis. "I have accessed this knowledge from the archives of the Independence sector itself." Franklin sat up, his interest piqued. "Oh? Do tell." "It's no secret, Lord Valorian," Maximalis continued, his voice filled with admiration, "that the Independence sector possesses a complete database of Terran history. It's one of the many reasons why some of us in the Mechanicum have been drawn to your faction." Franklin nodded thoughtfully. The preservation of humanity's past was indeed one of the Independence sector's proudest achievements. "And what do you think of this wealth of historical knowledge, Magos?" Biceps Maximalis's eyes lit up even brighter. "It's invaluable, my lord. To understand where humanity has been is to understand where we can go." He flexed his pectorals, as if to punctuate his point. "Take Socrates, for example. His method of questioning and debate has inspired my own approach to scientific inquiry. And his habit of exercising the body alongside the mind? Pure genius." Franklin couldn't help but chuckle. "I see you've taken that particular lesson to heart." "Indeed." Maximalis agreed enthusiastically. "But it's not just philosophy, Lord Valorian. The technological advancements, the social structures, the art and culture of ancient Terra, all of it provides invaluable insights for our work today." As they continued their conversation, Franklin reflected on the unique position of the Independence sector. By preserving the knowledge of humanity's past, they were shaping its future. And in allies like Biceps Maximalis, they were finding unexpected bridges between the old ways of the Mechanicum and the innovative spirit of the Independence sector. "Well, Magos," Franklin said, standing up to his full, impressive height. I believe we have much to learn from each other. Your knowledge of the past, combined with our vision for the future, could lead to some truly remarkable advancements. Biceps maximalis beamed, striking another muscular pose. I couldn't agree more, Lord Valorian. Together, we shall forge a future as impressive as these biceps. He flexed once more, his augmatics whirring with the effort. Adam Lockheed, Chief Warsmith and CEO of Forge World Prime, walked beside the towering figure of Primarch Franklin Valorian through the sterile, gleaming halls of the planet's central command complex. As they moved, Lockheed's mind raced, a tempest of thoughts hidden behind a carefully composed exterior. Right this way, boss, Lockheed said, gesturing towards a massive set of adamantium doors. The word boss felt bitter on his tongue, a constant reminder of the new order that had swept through the independence sector like a tidal wave of charismatic ambition. As the doors hissed open, revealing a panoramic view of the endless cityscape of Forge World Prime, Lockheed's thoughts turned inward, a maelstrom of reflection and barely contained resentment. Boss. Ha! As if you were just another corporate overlord, Valorian. No, you're so much more, and so much worse. You're the bane of all corporations, Lockheed thought, a mix of resentment and grudging admiration coloring his inner voice. Before you came, we sat fat and happy, content in our power and wealth. Now we've lost everything, he admitted silently. Completely and utterly. The age of corporate power in the independence sector is over. Now, there's only the Primarch, and the rest of us. Lockheed's eyes flickered to the Primarch's profile, studying the perfect features that seemed more akin to a classical statue than a living being. How easy it had been for this demigod to slip into their world and reshape it to his will. We never saw it coming. How could we? The Valorian family, just another minor shareholder among many. A footnote in the grand ledger of Forge World Prime's ownership. And then you appeared, a lost son of the Emperor, the great unifier of the Independence Cluster. The memory of those early days still stung. The excitement, the hope that had rippled through the sector at the news of a unifier, the greatest president, the paragon of freedom and liberty had become the ultimate corporate raider. How naive they had all been. We thought you'd be content with adulation, with parades and statues. We never imagined you'd set your sights on the true power, the economic foundations of our realm. Lockheed suppressed a bitter chuckle. The Primarch moved with a grace that was unexpected for someone of his imposing stature, quietly acquiring shares, making deals, consolidating power. Before anyone realized what was happening, Valorian had become the majority shareholder of Forge World Prime, the golden goose of the independence sector. And now, here we are. You and me, the only ones left at the table. The demigod and the mortal, playing a game where the stakes are an entire sector's economy. No, I doubt if even this is a game. As they reached the central command platform, a holographic display sprang to life, showing the intricate web of production lines, resource allocation and shipping routes that made Forge World Prime the industrial powerhouse it was. Lockheed began his usual briefing, rattling off production figures and efficiency ratings, all the while his inner monologue raged on. Do they see it, I wonder? The common people who cheer your name in the streets, who hang on your every word. Do they see the cunning beneath that godly visage? The shrewd businessman hiding behind the mask of the benevolent leader? Lockheed doubted it. He had monitored the Primarch's approval ratings obsessively, watching for any sign of wavering support. But it never came. The numbers remained stubbornly, infuriatingly high, 99% approval, day after day, week after week. Why? Because you've done what we could never do. You've regulated everything, controlled every aspect of their lives while making them believe they're freer than ever before. The age of megacorporations, gone in the blink of an eye. It was a bitter pill to swallow. For millennia, corporations like Lockheed's had ruled the independence sector, their power unchecked, their profits soaring. They had been gods in their own right, masters of industry and commerce. And then came Valorian, and suddenly they were all scrambling for scraps at the foot of a true deity. We never stood a chance, Lockheed realized, not for the first time. We were so busy fighting each other, we never thought to look up. We assumed that gods never stooped to look at mortals, that they were content to ask and order and receive. But you wanted everything under your control. And control it, Valorian did. From production quotas to resource allocation, from trade agreements to technological development, every aspect of Forge World Prime's operations now fell under the Primarch's purview. Even the sector's economy danced to his tune. Lockheed's gaze drifted to the massive window overlooking the planet's surface. The endless sea of machinery and industry that had once been his domain now felt like a gilded cage. Every piston, every forge, every production line, all of it ultimately answered to the will of the Primarch. Even the damn inflation is under your control. How do you do it, Valorian? How do you balance it all so perfectly? The economy thrives, the people prosper, and yet your grip on power only tightens. It was maddening. Lockheed had spent his entire career climbing the corporate ladder, outmaneuvering rivals, making brutal decisions all in the name of profit and power. And in the span of a few short years, this outsider, this demigod in human form, had rendered all of that expertise obsolete. We're obsolete. All of us. The corporate titans, the industrial magnates. We're relics of a bygone era, and the people don't even mourn our passing. As Lockheed concluded his briefing, he watched Valorian's face for any reaction. The Primarch nodded, asked a few pointed questions, his keen mind clearly processing and analyzing every piece of information. It was both impressive and terrifying. Do you ever doubt yourself, I wonder? Do you ever question the morality of what you've done? Or is this all just part of some grand plan, some vision of the future that our mortal minds can't comprehend? Lockheed had asked himself these questions countless times, lying awake in the small hours of the morning. He had searched for any sign of corruption, any hint that Valorian's rule was anything less than benevolent. But he found nothing. The Primarch's governance was frustratingly, infuriatingly perfect. The people love you. They adore you. To them, you're not just a leader, you're a symbol. Freedom, liberty, prosperity, all embodied in one larger-than-life figure. It was true. Wherever Valorian went, crowds gathered. Children cheered, adults wept with joy. The Primarch had become more than just a ruler, he was the beating heart of the independence sector, the focal point around which their entire society now revolved. And what am I in this new world order? A relic, a vestige of the old ways. Useful for now, but for how long? How long before you decide that even I am obsolete? The thought sent a chill down Lockheed's spine. He had seen how efficiently Valorian had dismantled the old power structures. How long would it be before the Primarch decided that even the facade of corporate leadership was unnecessary? As the briefing concluded, Valorian turned to Lockheed, his expression warm and appreciative. Excellent work as always, Adam. Your expertise is invaluable to our continued success. Lockheed nodded, forcing a smile. Thank you, boss. Always happy to serve. Serve. That's what we do now, isn't it? We serve at the pleasure of our benevolent demigod. The eagle soars, and we scurry about in its shadow. As they exited the command center, Lockheed's mind turned to the future. What would the coming years bring? Would Valorian's rule continue its seemingly perfect trajectory? Or would cracks begin to show in the facade? Perhaps that's my role now. To watch, to wait. To be ready for the moment when even a demigod might stumble. But will that moment ever come? Lockheed doubted it. As much as he hated to admit it, Valorian's rule had brought unprecedented prosperity and stability to the independence sector. The people were happy, the economy was booming, and their military might was unquestioned. And so we march on into this brave new world. The age of corporations is dead, long live the age of the Primarch, long live the eagle, the golden goose is firmly in the eagle's talons, and it shows no signs of letting go. As they reached the end of the corridor, Valorian turned to Lockheed one last time. I appreciate your dedication, Adam. Together, we're building something truly remarkable here. Lockheed nodded, his expression a mask of loyal enthusiasm. Indeed we are, boss. Indeed we are. And may the Emperor help us all if we're building something we can't control. With that final thought, Lockheed watched as the Primarch strode away, his massive form disappearing around a corner. Left alone, the CEO of what was once the most powerful corporation in the sector let out a long, weary sigh. The game had changed, the rules rewritten. And all he could do now was play along and hope that somehow, someday, he might find a way to regain even a fraction of what had been lost. But deep down, Adam Lockheed knew the truth. The age of megacorporations was over. The eagle soared supreme. And as long as Franklin Valorian drew breath, that was how it would remain. Chapter 65, Upgrades, People. Upgrades. The doors to the Innovation and Research Hub of Nova Liberta slid open with a soft hiss, admitting the towering figure of Franklin Valorian. The Primarch's presence seemed to fill the vast chamber, drawing eyes and inspiring awe even among the brilliant minds that populated this crucible of technological advancement. At his side strode Chief Engineer Amelia Cortez, her eyes alight with barely contained excitement. She had been on a hot streak lately, her mind firing on all cylinders since the discovery of tyranimite. The moment she had realized the potential of this new material, she had immediately summoned Franklin to witness the fruits of her labor. "You're going to love this, sir," Cortez said, her voice brimming with enthusiasm. "The new mech suits we've developed using tyranimite, they're revolutionary." Franklin nodded, his keen eyes taking in the bustling activity of the hub. Men and women in lab coats hurried from station to station, their faces set in expressions of intense concentration. Here and there, the distinctive red robes of tech priests could be seen, their mechadendrites weaving complex patterns as they worked on esoteric devices. What truly caught Franklin's attention, however, were the technoseers. These unique individuals, members of the Federal Bureau of Incantations, FBI, stood apart from the other researchers. Their presence was a constant reminder of the new challenges facing the independence sector since its reunification with the Greater Imperium decades ago. The FBI had quickly realized that the increased warp incursions in the cluster were no mere coincidence. They were the result of Psianch's machinations, an insidious attempt by the Chaos God of Change to infiltrate and corrupt the sector's technological marvels. A random enlightenment following the activation of a device could, in fact, open a portal to the warp itself. As if to punctuate this grim reality, alarms suddenly blared throughout the hub. Heavy blast doors slammed shut in a certain direction, sealing off a section of the facility. The other researchers barely missed a beat, so accustomed were they to such occurrences. Franklin and Cortez paused in their tour, the chief engineer's excitement momentarily tempered by concern. But within minutes, the alarms fell silent, and the blast doors began to retract. As the sealed section was revealed once more, a technoseer could be seen striding purposefully from the area. The tall, robed figure approached a group of personnel who had been working in the affected zone. "Please, look into my staff," the technoseer intoned, his voice carrying a strange, resonant quality. The staff's head began to glow with an eerie light. As the assembled researchers gazed into it, there was a brief flash. The technoseer spoke a few words, reminding them of their previous tasks, and just like that, the incident was over. The researchers returned to their work as if nothing had happened, the potential catastrophe averted and quite literally forgotten. Franklin gave a thumbs up to the nearby technoseers, acknowledging their swift and effective response. They returned his gesture with crisp salutes, their faces impassive but their eyes shining with pride at their Primarch's approval. "That was a close one," Cortez murmured, her earlier excitement returning as the danger passed. "But that's why we have the FBI on standby. Now, about those mech suits." As they continued their tour, Franklin reflected on the unique challenges and opportunities presented by Nova Libertas and the entire independence sector. The integration of cutting-edge technology with the psychic disciplines mastered by the technoseers was a delicate balance, but one that offered immense potential. The Innovation and Research Hub was a microcosm of this fusion. In one corner, a team of engineers pored over holographic schematics of what appeared to be a new class of void ship. Their excited chatter was punctuated by the occasional input from hovering drones, their augurs providing real-time calculations and adjustments. Nearby, a group of technoseers worked in concert with several tech priests, their combined efforts focused on a pulsing crystal that seemed to flicker in and out of reality. The air around them shimmered with energy, evidence to the power they were attempting to harness. As Franklin's eyes swept over the impressive line of mech suits, Chief Engineer Amelia Cortez's excitement reached a fever pitch. She stepped forward, a glint in her eye that spoke of breakthrough and innovation. "Allow me to demonstrate the true marvel of these tyranimite suits, sir," Cortez said, reaching for something at her belt. With a fluid motion, she unsheathed a power blade, its edge humming with destructive energy. Before Franklin could react, Cortez swung the blade at the torso of the nearest mech suit. The Primarch tensed, expecting to see the fruit of months of labor cleaved in two. Instead, the blade bit into the armor, revealing a portion of a dummy within the suit. "Observe," Cortez said, reaching for a vial at her belt. She uncapped it and injected a nutrient solution into the mech suit. Franklin watched, fascination evident in his eyes, as the gash in the armor began to close. Within moments, it was as if the damage had never occurred. "Is this self-repair capability inherent to all tyranimite-based mech suits?" Franklin asked, his mind already racing with the tactical implications. Cortez nodded enthusiastically. "Yes, sir. It's one of the most remarkable properties we've discovered. But there's more. She ran a hand along the smooth surface of the suit. Tyranid is incredibly flexible, allowing for unprecedented freedom of movement for the user. However, you'll notice these suits are generally thicker than our standard models. That's because they house extra reservoirs of the nutrient solution for continuous self-repair. Franklin nodded, impressed. Excellent work, Cortez. But I assume you have more to show me. A grin spread across the chief engineer's face. Indeed I do, sir. If you'll follow me to the combat testing zone. They made their way to an observation deck overlooking a sprawling urban combat simulation area. Below, 6 mech suits stood ready, 3 standard models and 3 of the new Tyranid suits. We're running a 3v3 scenario, Cortez explained. Astartes in both teams, to ensure a fair comparison. At a signal from Cortez, the simulation began. The mech suits began to move, cautiously navigating the urban terrain. Franklin watched intently, his transhuman mind cataloging every movement, every tactical decision. Something caught his eye. The Tyranid team was moving with an uncanny synchronization. Despite being separated by buildings and obstacles, they moved as if each Astartes had perfect awareness of their teammates' positions. You've noticed, Cortez said, satisfaction evident in her voice. That's the truly revolutionary aspect of these suits. She tapped a few commands into a nearby console, bringing up a holographic display of the Tyranid suit's internal systems. A secondary effect of using Tyranid is a new type of system we've implemented. Using the bioorganic properties of Tyranid, we've created an artificial bionetwork. It's similar in some ways to a Tyranid hive mind, but localized and completely under human control. She tapped a few commands into a nearby console, bringing up detailed biometric readings of the Astartes in Tyranid suits. The suits allow the Astartes to share sensory information in real time. They see what their teammates see, know what they know. It's a level of battlefield awareness we've never achieved before. Franklin's eyebrows rose slightly, a significant display of surprise for the usually easygoing Primarch. A hive mind for our troops? That's ambitious, Cortez. And potentially dangerous. Cortez nodded, her expression turning serious. We're well aware of the risks, sir. That's why we've implemented multiple failsafes and limitations. The network only functions within a limited range and can be shut down instantly if needed. More importantly, it doesn't override individual thought or free will, and only Astartes can handle the information overload this system produces. We tried it with unaugmented humans, the results were not pretty. She pulled up another set of data. Additionally, we can only keep the system active for a maximum of 5 hours continuously. Anything beyond that, and we risk severe neurological damage, brain hemorrhages, to be specific. We've implemented strict safety measures, she continued. The hive mind mode forcibly shuts off at the 5-hour mark, or earlier if our biosensors detect any signs of neurological stress. We also set up a series of increasingly complex scenarios. We'll be monitoring every aspect, combat effectiveness, neurological impact, long-term effects on the Astartes psyche. We're not taking any chances. As they watched, the Tyranid team's coordination allowed them to outmaneuver their opponents consistently. Their movements were fluid, their tactics adapting in real time to each other's actions. It was like watching a single organism with 3 bodies rather than a team of individuals. There's one more thing I want to show you, sir, Cortez said, leading Franklin to a seemingly empty section of the hub. As they approached a bare wall, Franklin felt an odd sensation, as if someone was standing right in front of him, despite seeing nothing. Trusting his enhanced senses, Franklin pointed directly at the spot where he felt the presence. Reveal yourself, he commanded. Cortez's face split into a triumphant grin as the air shimmered and an Astartes in a Tyranid suit materialized, saluting his Primarch crisply. This, sir, is my crowning achievement, Cortez said, her voice filled with pride. By studying and harvesting the camouflage capabilities of Tyranid lictors, we've created a specialized stealth suit. It's completely silent and, as you've seen, virtually invisible. Franklin's mind raced with the possibilities. His Green Berets and Navy SEALs would find these suits invaluable for covert operations. The ability to insert operatives unseen and unheard into enemy territory could change the face of warfare. Yet, as he watched the Astartes in their Tyranid armor, Franklin also felt a flicker of concern. Such power always came with risks. The bionetwork, while incredibly useful, bore an uncomfortable resemblance to zenos technology. And the stealth capabilities, while tactically invaluable, could be devastating if they fell into the wrong hands. Cortez, Franklin said, his voice taking on a more serious tone, I want you to implement the strictest possible security protocols for this technology. And I want ongoing monitoring for any unforeseen side effects. We're pushing into unknown territory here, and we need to be cautious. Cortez nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. Of course, sir. We've already established a dedicated security team, and we're implementing continuous health monitoring for all users of the new suits. Mega Shipyard, Independence Sector. Franklin stood before a vast viewport in the heart of the Independence Sector's mega shipyard. His gaze was fixed on the colossal form of his flagship, the Archangel-class void ship Sweet Liberty, its 70-kilometer length dwarfing even the massive construction bays around it. Beside him, Dr. Marcus Hawthorne, head of void ship engineering, was engrossed in a swarm of holographic displays projected by the drones hovering around him. The bespectacled scientist's fingers danced across invisible keyboards as he compiled his report. Well, Doc, Franklin said, his voice a mixture of amusement and anticipation, lay it on me. What miracles have you cooked up this time? Dr. Hawthorne cleared his throat, his eyes never leaving the sea of data before him. First, my lord, let's discuss the upgrades to the Liberty Eagle's Crusade fleet. As per your specifications, we've adjusted the fleet size. It now numbers 600 ships in total. Franklin nodded, a grin spreading across his face. 600 ships of freedom, ready to spread liberty across the galaxy. I like the sound of that. Indeed, sir, Hawthorne continued. But numbers aren't the only improvement. We're replacing the lance cannons on these ships with our newly developed disintegration cannons. Franklin's eyes lit up at this. The STC is complete then? Yes and no, Hawthorne replied, his expression a mix of pride and caution. We've successfully created the STC, but it's currently limited to the Crusade fleet. We're still making adjustments for steady, large-scale production in the future. But for now, your fleet will be the only one in the Imperium sporting this technology. Fair enough, Franklin mused. Better to have a smaller number of ships that can turn enemies into cosmic dust than a larger fleet with less punch. What else you got for me, Doc? Hawthorne's eyes lit up with excitement. Oh, you're going to love this. If you'll follow me. The doctor led Franklin to another section of the mega shipyard. As they walked, engineers and automatons scurried about their works. They emerged onto a new observation deck, and Franklin's eyes widened at the sight before him. Stretching out as far as the eye could see was a vessel of truly staggering proportions. Unlike the sleek, predatory lines of most sector warships, this behemoth was flat and sprawling, more akin to a mobile continent than a spaceship. Lord Primarch, Hawthorne announced with a flourish, I present to you the Juggernaut-class forge ship. Franklin let out a low whistle. Now that's what I call a big boat. How big are we talking, Doc? 20 kilometers long, my lord, Hawthorne replied, pride evident in his voice. But it's not just the size that makes it special. This ship is capable of producing, repairing, and salvaging Imperial ships while on the move. It's our answer to the Mechanicum's forge ships. Franklin's eyes gleamed with interest. A mobile shipyard, eh? I bet that'll come in handy during extended campaigns. Any other tricks up its sleeve? Hawthorne nodded enthusiastically. Indeed, sir. The Juggernaut class also serves as a mobile void craft carrier in a factory. It can house, launch, and recover a significant number of smaller craft, from fighters to frigates. Franklin chuckled, shaking his head in amazement. Well, well. Looks like Mars might be first for once. We had to make a forge ship in response to them, after all. Hawthorne chuckled. Well, yes, but we've made some significant improvements. The Juggernaut class is also a mobile void craft carrier. But here's the real kicker, it uses modified Diasporex technology to recharge using the power of stars. Franklin's eyes widened. You're kidding. Not at all, Hawthorne said, clearly pleased with the Primarch's reaction. It performs best when near a star. Theoretically, given enough resources, it could produce ships indefinitely while consuming the star's energy. It even has a backup reactor to store the star's power for its engines. Franklin nodded slowly, his mind already racing with the tactical implications. Then a thought struck him. What about the Inertialist drives? With all this star power, surely we've made progress there. Hawthorne's enthusiasm dimmed slightly. He brought up a video on his data slate. Well, we've had some setbacks. The video showed a ship being towed back to the sector, clearly disabled. Hawthorne explained, despite harvesting the power of a star, it wasn't enough. The vessel made it from the Independence sector to the edge of Segmentum Solar before running out of energy and calling for help. Franklin frowned. So we need a new type of energy source. Before Hawthorne could respond, a new voice chimed in. If I may interject, came the smooth, artificial tones of Aegis, the sector AI defender. Go ahead, Aegis, Franklin said. If you require a new energy source, might I suggest continuing the work of mankind before the Men of Iron Rebellion? At that time, humanity was on the cusp of transcendence and was researching two types of energy sources, zero-point energy and dark matter. Hawthorne's eyes lit up. Of course. The research was in its early stages before the rebellion, but it's certainly a promising avenue. Franklin nodded thoughtfully. Thanks, Aegis. That's definitely worth looking into. You're welcome, the AI responded. To see humanity walk back into transcendence is the most important thing. The cavernous laboratory hummed with activity as a multitude of scientists and engineers swarmed around Franklin Valorian. The Primarch stood still, encased in Cortez's newest creation, a mech suit unlike any other in the Imperium. Made from the remains of the Swarm Lord he had personally vanquished, the suit was a terrifying fusion of transhuman technology and Tyranid biology. The helmet, crafted from the Swarm Lord's own head, was particularly striking. Its 6 eyes, once the sensory organs of the galaxy's most feared zenos, now served as a complex array of scanners and data processors. As the technicians worked, making minute adjustments and running diagnostics, Franklin couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. He looked, as one of his sons might say, menacing as fuck. This. The voice of Cain, the Eldar god of murder, resonated in Franklin's mind. This is the epitome of wearing your enemy's skin as a trophy. Truly, you look like a warrior now, Primarch. Franklin's lips quirked in amusement. The scientists around him, unaware of the conversation happening in their Primarch's head, continued their work diligently. Of course, Cain continued, a note of sarcasm creeping into his otherworldly voice, if we ignore the fact that you've died almost 1,000 times to Eldanesh and have yet to hit the 10-minute mark of survival. But in your case, I suppose aura is important. Franklin chuckled, causing a nearby engineer to jump in surprise. Even though I've died 1,000 times, he murmured, ostensibly to himself, I'm almost hitting the 9-minute mark of survival in battle against Eldanesh. The engineer blinked, then shrugged. When you worked for a Primarch, you learned not to question the odd mutterings. At least you're improving, Cain grunted in Franklin's mind. Now that you've shown some marginal competence, perhaps we should focus on looking for my scattered shards. Franklin nodded, his movement barely perceptible within the massive suit. Looking forward to going God mode, he whispered, a grin spreading across his face. Cain let out a long-suffering sigh that seemed to echo through Franklin's very bones. How the mighty have fallen, the god lamented. Once, I was revered across the galaxy, feared by mortals and immortals alike. Now, I'm treated as a simple power-up by an overgrown Monday key. Franklin's chuckle reverberated through the mech suit, causing several diagnostic machines to beep in alarm. The scientists scrambled to recalibrate their equipment as Franklin spoke again. Not a power-up, old friend. A mentor. A mentor. Cain's voice dripped with skepticism. Absolutely, Franklin affirmed. Instead of having a good angel and a bad angel on my shoulders whispering advice, I've got a murder god screaming for battle. It's like having the universe's most violent life coach. For a moment, there was silence in Franklin's mind. Then, to his surprise, Cain let out a sound that could almost be described as a laugh. A life coach? Me? Oh, how Isha would laugh if she could see me now. Their conversation was interrupted by a timid cough. Franklin looked down to see the head scientist staring up at him, a data slate clutched in trembling hands. Lord Valorian, the scientist began, we've, completed the initial diagnostics. Would you like to review the results? Franklin nodded, his massive helmet dipping slightly. Proceed. As the scientist began rattling off a list of specifications and test results, Cain's voice once again filled Franklin's mind. Your men seem nervous around you, Primarch. Perhaps it's the new look. Franklin suppressed a smile. They'll get used to it. Besides, a little fear can be healthy. Now you're starting to sound like me, Cain said, a note of approval in his voice. Emperor help me, Franklin muttered. What was that, my lord? The scientist asked, pausing in his recitation. Nothing, Franklin said quickly. Please, continue. As the scientist resumed his report, Franklin felt a wave of anticipation wash over him. With this new armor, with Cain's power, with the technological might of the Liberty Eagles behind him, he felt ready to take on the galaxy. 825.30 m, Terra, Imperial Palace. The Stormbird's engines wound down to a low hum as it settled onto the gleaming marble of the Imperial Palace's landing pad. The ramp lowered with a hiss of hydraulics, and Franklin Valorian, the Liberator, strode out into the Terran sunshine. His massive frame cast a long shadow across the square, but his face bore a grin that could outshine the sun itself. At the foot of the ramp stood Malkador the Sigil Light, First Lord of Terra, right hand of the Emperor, and to Franklin, the closest thing to an uncle he'd ever known. Mal. Franklin boomed, arms spread wide as he approached. Come here, you old fossil. Give your nephew a hug. Malkador's lips twitched as he smoothly glided backward, just out of Franklin's reach. I think not, young Valorian. I've seen what your hugs do to Ceramite. I shudder to think what they might do to my ancient bones. Franklin's laughter echoed across the square, causing nearby servitors to pause momentarily in their tasks. I'll get you eventually, Mal. Mark my words. Do try harder, Malkador replied, a glimmer of mischief in his ancient eyes. I find your attempts amusing. As they began to walk towards the inner sanctum of the palace, Franklin's eyes roamed over the transformed landscape of Terra. Gone were the towering hive cities and polluted wastes. In their place stood gleaming spires, verdant parks, and crystal-clear waterways. It's something else, isn't it? Franklin mused, his voice tinged with pride. Took decades, but Terra's finally starting to look like a proper capital world. A shining pearl indeed. Malkador nodded, his gaze following Franklin's. Your idea of terraforming Terra was inspired. It will certainly leave an impression on any dignitaries we receive. Though I must admit, I'm surprised you didn't insist on calling it Holy Terra. Franklin chuckled. You know me, Mal. I aim to please. Besides, I know how Dad feels about religion. Speaking of which, is he in the office? Or, whatever the equivalent of the Golden Throne is these days. The Emperor is occupied, Malkador said carefully. But he will make time for you, I'm sure. He always does. They walked in comfortable silence for a moment, servitors scuttling out of their way. The city around them was clean, not spotless, but a far cry from the overcrowded, polluted hive cities of old. It was a testament to Franklin's vision and the Imperium's renewed focus on improving the lives of its citizens. You know, Franklin said suddenly, I half expected to see Inquisitors lurking in every shadow. What happened to those guys? Don't tell me they're all on vacation. Malkador's expression remained neutral, but there was a hint of amusement in his voice when he replied. Ah, yes. The Inquisitors. They've been reassigned. Franklin raised an eyebrow. Reassigned? To what? Cleaning sewers. Not quite, Malkador said, looking Franklin straight in the eye. They're tax collectors now. The IRS of the Imperium, as you once joked. Franklin stopped in his tracks, his jaw dropping. You're kidding. You actually took that seriously? I was joking, Mal. Malkador allowed himself a small smirk. Were you? I recall you making quite a compelling argument about how their investigative skills could be put to better use ensuring the Imperium's coffers remained full. Franklin ran a hand through his hair, chuckling nervously. Well, I'll be damned. Remind me to watch what I say around you, old man. Never know when you might take me at my word. Perhaps you should simply choose your words more carefully, Malkador suggested, his tone light but his eyes sharp. They resumed walking, Franklin shaking his head in disbelief. So, what's next? Are we going to turn the custodes into a galactic delivery service? Malkador's eyes twinkled. Now there's an idea. They certainly have the speed for it. Franklin laughed, the sound echoing off the gleaming walls of the palace. Don't you dare, Mal. I was joking. Again. As they approached the inner sanctum, Malkador's expression grew more serious. Franklin, he said, his voice low, your father. He's proud of what you've accomplished. The terraforming of Terra, the advancements in technology, the improvements in the lives of imperial citizens. But he's concerned. Franklin sobered immediately. About what? Malkador sighed. About the price of progress. About the risks we're taking. About you. For a moment, Franklin was silent, his massive frame suddenly seeming less imposing. When he spoke, his voice was uncharacteristically quiet. I know the risks, Mal. But the reward, a better Imperium, a better future for humanity, it's worth it. It has to be. Malkador reached out, placing a gnarled hand on Franklin's arm. I know, my boy. I know. Just, be careful. The path you are walking, it's not an easy one. Franklin nodded, covering Malkador's hand with his own. I will, Uncle. I promise. The massive doors of the inner sanctum closed behind Franklin with a resonant boom, sealing him in the presence of the most powerful being in the galaxy. The psychic energy radiating from the Golden Throne was palpable, a force that would have brought lesser beings to their knees. But Franklin Valorian stood tall, a perpetual smirk upon his face. His father, the Emperor of Mankind, sat upon the Golden Throne, eyes closed in what appeared to be deep contemplation. Even in this state of apparent repose, he exuded an aura of unfathomable power and wisdom. Franklin approached with a grin, his steps echoing in the vast chamber. Hey, Dad! Brooding again, I see. You know, there are more fun hobbies out there. Have you considered knitting? The Emperor's eyes snapped open, fixing Franklin with a gaze that seemed to pierce through time and space. Despite the weight of that gaze, Franklin's grin didn't falter. He raised his hand in a crisp salute, a gesture of respect underlying his jovial demeanor. From the corner of his eye, Franklin spotted Constantine Valder, Captain General of the Legio Custodes, standing as still as a statue. He threw a smirk in the custodian's direction, but Valder remained impassive. Franklin noted the absence of Ara Endymion, assuming the custodian must be out on a mission. Right then, Franklin said, clapping his hands together. Time for the report. But first. He tapped his temple, inviting his father to read his mind. It was a gesture of complete trust, one that few beings in the galaxy would willingly offer to a psyker of the Emperor's caliber. The Emperor nodded almost imperceptibly, and Franklin felt the familiar sensation of his father's psychic presence sifting through his thoughts and memories. So, Franklin began, first order of business, my evil twin. Bit of a shock, that one. Didn't think I'd be dealing with an evil me outside of a mirror maze, but here we are. The Emperor's expression remained neutral, but Franklin sensed a flicker of amusement. Moving on to diplomacy, Franklin continued. Had a little chat with the Ildari. Specifically, one eldrad Ulthran from Craft World Ulthwi. Shrewd fellow, that one. Ring any bells, Dad? Figure you might have crossed paths at some point in your long life. The Emperor spoke, his voice resonating not just in the chamber but in Franklin's very soul. Eldrad Ulthran is, an acquaintance. Stubborn, but not without reason. We have worked together in the past. Franklin raised an eyebrow. You, working with zenos? Now there's a story I'd like to hear someday. The Emperor's expression suggested that someday might be a very long time coming. Clearing his throat, Franklin produced a data slate. Right, onto the nuts and bolts. Got the latest on the Inertialist drive project. Progress is, well, progressing. Also, got the manifest for the latest shipment of equipment from the Independence sector. And lastly, but certainly not least, an update on the Astartes project. The Emperor took the data slate, his eyes scanning the information at a speed that would have been impossible for a normal human. As he read, he occasionally asked questions, his voice resonating in Franklin's mind. The energy consumption of the Inertialist drive remains problematic, the Emperor noted. Have you considered alternative power sources? Franklin nodded. We're looking into some old DAOT tech. Zero-point energy, dark matter reactors. Still early days, but promising. The Emperor continued through the report, occasionally pointing out inconsistencies or areas needing further development. When he reached the section on the Astartes project, he paused, his brow furrowing slightly. This project, he said, his voice carrying the weight of millennia, it has potential. But it will require extensive testing. The implications of further enhancing the Astartes are significant. Franklin nodded solemnly. I know, Dad. We're treading carefully. But if we can create an even more effective fighting force, one better equipped to defend humanity. The Emperor raised a hand, silencing Franklin. I understand your intentions, my son. But remember, with great power comes great risk. We must be certain that these enhanced Astartes remain loyal to humanity's cause. Of course, Franklin agreed. Which brings me to my next question. This project, it needs a name. Something catchy, something that'll look good on paper, despite it being classified. Any ideas? The Emperor closed his eyes, and for a moment, the psychic energy in the room seemed to intensify. When he opened them again, there was a glimmer of something in his gaze. Foresight, perhaps? We shall call it, he said, his voice carrying the weight of destiny, the Primaris project. Franklin grinned. Primaris. I like it. Has a nice ring to it. As their meeting drew to a close, Franklin felt a mix of emotions. Pride in the progress they'd made, determination to overcome the challenges ahead, and a deep, abiding love and respect for his father, the master of mankind. Well, Dad, he said, straightening up, I'd better get back to it. A galaxy to unify, civilizations to build, you know how it is. The Emperor nodded, a faint smile touching his lips. Indeed. Go forth, my son. Shape the future of humanity. But remember, the path you walk is fraught with danger. Be vigilant, be wise, and above all, remain true to the ideals we fight for. Franklin saluted once more, this time with genuine solemnity. Always, Father. For the future of humanity, for a galaxy free from the threats that plague it, I'll give everything I have. As he turned to leave, Franklin couldn't help but feel the weight of responsibility on his shoulders. But with it came a sense of purpose, of destiny. The Primaris project, the diplomatic initiatives, the technological advancements, all of it was part of a greater whole, a vision of a brighter future for humanity. And he, Franklin Valorian, the liberator, would see that vision realized. No matter the cost.
Thanks for listening.